Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Day 3 at Lords, Division 2 of this County Championship fixture. And it is Middlesex entertaining Durham, and an entertaining couple of days it's been. Held up by rain yesterday morning, but a fabulous second day in the end. A battle between bat and ball all day long, for which bat played its fair part. Durham managing to reach 350 in their first innings before they were skittled. 4 for Roland-Jones, 3 for Murtagh. And in reply, Middlesex 88 for 2 overnight, having lost Mark Stoneman. He and Robson with a fabulous opening wicket stand, both getting into the 40s under leaden skies. But Stoneman nicking off in the first over from Ben Stokes before the night watchman. Followed him back Ethan Bamber. It's the live enhanced stream from Middlesex with Adam Collins and myself, Kevin Handel. We'll be having a good natter through it all and all the scorecards. But before we do anything else, let's have a look back at that action that took place yesterday.
Travaskis 80 gives Durham slight advantage. Day 1 at Lords was an even one. 5 wickets taken by Middlesex, over 250 runs put on by Durham, with an excellent half-century scored by Ned Eckersley. The match was crying out for someone to take charge, but they'd have to wait. Almost half the day lost to the weather. Tim Murtagh has it in him to be that man though, and made an early breakthrough for the hosts. Durham's key man Eckersley out for 58. The faint edge carried through to Simpson's gloves. Rain would last just 3 balls before Murtagh dealt with him too, out for a duck, sending a catch Roland-Jones' way. The start was a poor one for Durham, but Travaskis couldn't be denied a 50, up to the mark of 108 balls with a well-timed shot for 4 off Roland-Jones. Cast defiantly slog-swept Holden over the short boundary and brought the 300 up in time with another down the ground, just in time for the bonus points it would bring. Durham were hitting back, Middlesex momentum halted by Travaskis and Carse, who made their way to a 50 partnership of 87 balls. Anderson finally separated them, Simpson scrambling down the leg side to take a blinding catch, Carse gone for 28. Tea was delayed with Durham down to their final 2 wickets, and Roland-Jones took advantage of the extra time. Salisbury out caught behind for 5. Rushworth stuck with Travaskis long enough for Durham to move to 350, but he wouldn't last any longer, outcaught by Simpson for yet another to Roland-Jones. Another day, another even fight between 2 closely matched competitors. The total a decent one, but certainly not out of reach. Travaskis finished as Durham's top scorer with 80, Roland-Jones the most impressive bowler with 4 for 72. Robson and Stoneman got Middlesex off to a steady start, 33 runs scored off the first 10 overs, and there was little encouragement for Durham. The 50 was up after less than an hour in the middle, and they were threatening to go all the way to 100 without being separated. The introduction of Ben Stokes to the attack paid dividends. He struck in his first over to remove Stoneman, caught by Peterson for 41. Night watchman Ethan Bamber lasted just 2 Rushworth deliveries. The second bowled him. It wasn't looking quite so encouraging for Middlesex now. They stride off a bad light with a score 88 for 2, the day at an end. A little lost time made up for late in the day, but still very little separated the 2 sides. Travaskis had made sure of that with his 80. Durham finished the day 262 in the lead. Day 3 will be pivotal. The hosts will hunt parity, or something close. Anything less, and it could be the visitors who come away with the win.
So that was day 2. Fascinating day 2, even though it was truncated. No real trouble we're expecting today with the weather. As you can see at the bottom, a minimum of 104 overs remaining. We're making up 8 overs from the time lost yesterday morning. A little bit of time lost as well to darker light at the end, so we might suffer with that again. But rain-wise, we should be okay on day 3. Let's hope so. So that's the picture out in front of us. And last night as well, we managed to catch up with Toby Roland-Jones at Stumps. He picked up 4 wickets yesterday. Let's hear his thoughts on the match situation. Toby Roland-Jones, well bowled, 4 wickets. Had to toil again, much like last week, but I guess as a bowler you feel probably you got the reward this week for a lot of hard work, even though it wasn't skittling them cheaply. Everybody stuck to their task and played their role, didn't they?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think probably the pace of the wicket isn't quite there. It felt a pretty even paced track. And certainly under the sort of sunnier skies yesterday, felt like in that middle period it was going to be some tricky work. So I think we stuck to the task pretty well. A little bit more swing maybe this morning or this afternoon. Sorry, when we first got out there, a little bit of cloud coming over and things like that. So I thought the guys also, as a result of that, showed a real good fight this evening to get through maybe some spells where the ball was offering a tiny bit more.
Did you think there was a big difference in the first innings bowling performance against Notts last week and this one?
Probably not. I'd say the main thing that sticks out is that control of the run rate, really. I think you see once you get a hold of that early on, you don't feel, a day which only has 5 wickets, you still feel like you're right in that game. So I think that's the main thing that stuck out. And even when that partnership then came together for them in that middle bit with Carson and Traskis, we still didn't feel like the game was getting too far away. And I think that sort of has really come to bear in this innings that we feel reasonably happy with how things have gone.
How are you feeling yourself? You're looking as fit as ever. You're bowling as consistently as ever. Consistency's never been a problem for you, has it? But I mean, the ball's coming out beautifully at the moment.
Yeah, really happy. Obviously, nice having a good run of games at the start of the year, and with a bit of something. But yeah, it's been great, and today was a lot better. So always nice to contribute, and obviously wickets always cheer a bowler up. So yeah, no complaints.
Is this the best you bowled? Well, when's the last time you've been able to put together a run like this, do you think? I was trying to think, there was that run where ended up nearly 29 wickets in 3 matches at one point, wasn't there, about 3 years back?
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, the way, and talking to a few of the guys, it always felt like, sort of getting through certain long spells and things, it always felt like it was a bit of a fight and a little bit of a battle, to be honest. So I guess now that feeling's sort of turning the other way, and it's back to finding rhythm and wanting to keep going for as long as possible, like it used to. So I guess from that side, things definitely do feel like they've turned a bit of a corner physically, and that's probably just helped in terms of the durability and I guess the consistency, like you say, as well.
Helps in terms of results for Middlesex as well, I'm sure, over this season. How's the match position at the moment? I mean, that was a fabulous partnership between Robson and Stokes. Shame for Rocky himself that he didn't get in at stumps, because one of them would have felt in the morning, if they both were in the 40s overnight, they'd have gone on.
Yeah, and I think, like I mentioned before, I think with those lights coming on, we know that does affect things a little bit here. So I thought the large part, we sort of got through a tricky period there pretty well. So yeah, I'd say it's pretty evenly poised. I think, as always, coming into day 3, it's always a day where the match sort of can really turn one way or the other. There's a lot of cricket to still get through in it, but if we can sort of really make hay in those early parts of the day, then yeah, certainly could be interesting.
How much have you enjoyed this one and the last one against Nottinghamshire? Has it felt close to back in 2016, the kind of calibre of opposition you've been up against? And is this, I know benchmark was a word used last week for Nottinghamshire, is it the same again against Durham this week as well?
Well, yeah, I think it has to be. I think when you're playing these games, that sort of extra toil that you have for the wickets, and you get your reward eventually, and sometimes you don't. It's as simple as that. Saying that to Martin, thought he bowled better than his figures suggested, and sometimes that is the game. But I think it really sort of lets you know where you're at with your game. I think it's good long form cricket where it's a 4-day shootout rather than a 2.5-day shootout, and I do think it's producing better cricket across the country, and I think that's showing in the scores, both bowlers standing out and batsmen alike. So I think it's certainly been enjoyable, and as a bowler sometimes you enjoy the hustle and the grind as much as you do when it's a green top in March and the ball's going everywhere. So it's certainly been a lot of fun.
Well, thanks for the time.
Cheers, thank you.
He was in good form last night, Toby Roland-Jones. It was good to see. He was really with pretty chipper spirits at the end of play. Well, he would be the way he's bowling at the moment, and injury-free as well. A little bit of a worry that he said he felt a little bit of a niggle, but he was in good nick. So live enhanced stream coming up from Middlesex this morning. Adam Collins and myself, Kevin Hand, and Colo. Good morning. Oh, I need to shuffle up. I was off cam.
I'll get closer to you. Come on, get closer
it was
to
almost
me,
as I was going to grill you there at that point. You were all on your own. It was a good 2 days cricket so far. Like I say, better for Middlesex than it was in that first game against Nottinghamshire.
I quite enjoyed yesterday. Just 2 sessions of cricket, but once they got back on, Middlesex take the 5 wickets they require. But Durham still ticked the board over. They got the last batting point. They came out and bowled really well. That opening partnership between Robson and Stoneman, it was hard graft early on. Robson was dropped on 4 inside the first over. A straightforward chance, in and out. Borthwick hit him on the sternum and bounced out at second slip from the bowling of Rushworth, and that should have been one early and they could have got a roll on. Instead, an opening stand of 86 laying something of a foundation under the Middlesex reply, but those 2 wickets late. Stoneman out to Stokes, right on the cusp of stumps, or we thought it would be with bad light. In walks Ethan Bamber and loses his middle stump, and that became stumps the following over. So, I think that where it's set up is that if one side has a big morning or a big day, they could find a way to conjure a result. But if it's a stalemate today, if honours are shared at the close of play on day 3, in all probability, we're staring down the barrel of a draw. So, and Durham will be more aware of that than Middlesex. They're 5th on the table, heading into the blast break as far as county championship cricket is concerned. So the responsibility is on the shoulders of Durham. How do they swing the changes today to take the 8 wickets they require in the space of, let's say, a couple of sessions?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, because one of the things that we've talked about a lot in the last 2 weeks, really, for Middlesex is that benchmark of Nottinghamshire. And the benchmark of Durham. I suppose for Durham, on the flip side, as you say, they'll be looking at Middlesex thinking, look, everybody knows Notts are going to be tough this year because of where they finished last year, in a different format that we had in the conferences. But Durham will look at this and think, get one over Middlesex at Lords, bring them up to Chesterley Street later in the season, and win again there. And Durham will fancy that they're in a good position to go up there if they can finish above Middlesex. Which again, Middlesex, as I say, that from their side, they'll be looking at Nottinghamshire and Durham, saying finish above them. But yeah, Durham, this could be a very big day for them. There's Ben Stokes leading them out. The man who picked up that wicket of Stoneman yesterday evening, hit for a couple of 4s in that over and then striking with the last ball. A bit of a loosener outside of the off stump and chasing the wide one. Stoneman was heading back to the hutch.
Yeah, he batted so well too, didn't he? He hit 2 boundaries off Ben Stokes. Stokes only got 1 over in before the close of play. Bad light intervened, but they just snuck that one in. And Stoneman clipped a boundary, pulled a boundary, then, as you say, chased a wide one. A tidy take from Peterson at his first slip, moving away to his left. That really motored to him, and he held on to it. It was nearly past him. It was reminiscent of the catch that Stevie Eskenazi took on the final day against Derbyshire that broke his thumb. But no, Peterson playing his final game for Durham in this stretch as the overseas from South Africa. And it will be, unsurprisingly, Ben Stokes getting the first opportunity from the nursery end to start the 3rd morning. So, yes, a wicket in his 1 over, 1 for 8 after those 2 boundaries. And we'll get the first crack at Josh DeCaries, who got off the mark first ball. Nice punch to point. Got down the non-striker's end. Robson saw it out. And the light meters came out, and that was stumped. So 104 overs available to the teams today. The weather is set reasonably fair. Bit of cloud cover, but the sun has punched through in the last 45 minutes or so. Ben Stokes playing his last game for Durham before England duty. Has a test match to play here against New Zealand in 12 days' time, so he'll want to make this count. He's on the way. 3 slips to begin. DeCaries on strike. Day 3. And as we said throughout the couple of days, the Ben Stokes factor for these young Middlesex players up against him, what a great opportunity for DeCaries to face the England captain.
Yeah, absolutely. There's one of the men on the left there, Martin Anderson, in shot at the moment, who'll be in next. And there's the man we spoke to last night, Toby Roland-Jones, who, equally for him, at his age, he really did seem as cheery, I think, as I've seen Toby Roland-Jones on an interview. And he's not particularly as grumpy as he looks, Toby, but... But he was in great form last night, Roland-Jones. There has to just be a huge amount of relief for him as well, doesn't there? From the flip side, the other end of the spectrum to what you're talking about, an older head doing well. I mean, 1 or 2 posed the question to us, didn't they, about he's a lot younger than Broad and Anderson, so could he still get back in? Injuries really have been against him. I think it's O'Driscoll. Forgive me if it's not, but I think it's O'Driscoll on the far left, young wicket-keeper batsman. Very, very impressive. And Rory Coots, the club coach, in the middle with the wide-rimmed hat on.
Driscoll, who signed a deal at the start of the season. So up above 80 mile an hour straight away, Stokes, 80.7. Got the speed gun here at Lords this week, which is most helpful. It probably adds to the Roland-Jones conversation in that he was operating in that sort of mid-70s. When he played Test cricket, he was in the low to mid-80s. He's a different kind of bowler these days and needs to be assessed accordingly. He's not the hit-the-track kind of guy that Stokes is when playing for England most of the time. Full here, though, asking good questions of DeCaries.
Yeah, Bowles are full of length nowadays, doesn't he? Actually, I'll throw that question back to you about Stokes, because obviously the New England captain as well, playing in this game at Lords, where he'll play his next match against New Zealand as well in 12 days now. So all eyes on Stokes. The last few weeks, and even back to the first game, Masood, on that first fixture, there's been some big names involved in all of these rounds so far.
Yeah, there hasn't there? We've had Cheteshwar Pujara making a couple of double tons. We've had Shan Masood making a couple of double centuries. That's both in Division 2. Ben Stokes playing in this division. Sam Robson, who near enough to the Test team, he's made a couple of tons. So it's been high-quality cricket in this division.
But down at Hove, for example, there was Shaheen Shah Afridi, Pujara, Rizwan, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
I think there was eight Test players involved in that game.
How could I forget Shaheen Shah Afridi? So first over of day 3 complete. A maiden. 88 for 2 remains the score. Middlesex 262 behind.
Then last week you've got Nottinghamshire with Pattinson, Broad, Fletcher. Division 2 cricket has looked pretty good so far this season. And those youngsters, which was your question to me about Stokes, how do the youngsters, what an opportunity for the youngsters against Ben Stokes. For the youngsters against everybody this year, but they've really stood up to it. Down at Hove, it was some of the younger names that are making a bigger impact. Similarly at Glamorgan, that first game against Derbyshire here, last up against Nottinghamshire. Let's call them bit part players, which is not the way that either you or I would describe them, but some might. They have really stood up to it. There's not been a particular drop-off in level that you think, oh, wow, look, they stand out so far in this game. That hasn't been the case.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the standard of cricket we've seen, and I think the surfaces have helped with that. And whether it's been by design or otherwise, we've seen pitches that are better suited to batting, especially at Lords, compared to last year when 3-day finishes were fairly standard, certainly early in the season. Rushworth bowled beautifully yesterday. Pavilion end. On the pads of Robson to start, though. Rushworth got a wicket late, knocked over Ethan Bamber. Beat him outside the off stump with a ball that moved away. Then jagged one back through the gate. The 1-2 trick from the wily veteran, who still gets it up there, bowling it near enough to 80 mile an hour yesterday. Found the edge of Robson in his first over. That was a brilliant start for Rushworth. Should have had a wicket immediately. Has 3 slips here. Captain Borthwick at second. He's the man who put down the charts yesterday. Carey's back on strike. Eckersley, the only man interested, appealing behind the wicket. So Peterson at first slip, Borthwick at second. Travascus, who was excellent yesterday with his 80 at third. We'll see his left arm orthodox later. Inside part of the bat. Angling in up the slope there, Rushworth.
There's Stoneman on the right, the man who was out last night. Holden, the man in next. In fact, he's not, my apologies. Hanscom's in next, of course. We're looking at the scoreboard 2 down, but it's the night watch. Night watchman that's gone. And then Helm on the left. That really frustrating injury for him. Coming at a time when he was bowling so consistently, which really would have put him right up there in that pecking order.
Yeah, well bowled and well played. So 2 out on the short boundary. If you're just joining the broadcast for the first time this week, we're playing out towards the mound stand side. So a very short boundary on the leg side of a right-hander when facing up to the pavilion end. And the fat side of the ground out to the grandstand, Warner stand. Little waft from Robson.
Put down last night. Robson at second slip. It was a ball actually that tucked him up a little bit.
See the response there, can't you, from Robson? He knows that that's a get-out shot. Just playing himself back in. Looked so good last night. Struck some lovely boundaries through mid-wicket. In behind it to finish. So 25 overs gone in the Middlesex reply. They're 92 for 2, 258 runs behind. They've added 4 runs so far this morning. 1 for De Carey's, 1 for Robson, and a couple of leg byes. Adam Collins and Kevin Hand with you on the call, and you can talk to us throughout the course of the day, the round, the season, in the YouTube comments. All you need to do is jump on the YouTube page where you'll be watching this, but there's an extra barrier to clear now. You need to register, and that's in order to get rid of all the bots and the trolls that we had, unfortunately, in the comments in the first couple of games here at Lord's. So all you need to do is put your details in, and you can participate in the conversation, which ticks along pretty quickly through the course of a day. Nice way to add to the experience of watching county cricket with some like-minded, passionate cricket fans.
You teed it up yesterday, so I'm sure you won't mind me asking about it, but you're obviously a man on a bit of a high this morning. You're hoping to be on a high. Could there be is there a certain time frame today that we need to watch out for? There could be a low.
We might have to explain this. Full and straight there from Stokes. Yes, I'll be careful how I frame this. I don't want to annoy anybody, but yeah, there is an election taking place in my other country today, in Australia, where I was brought up, and you know, I won't say either way how I feel, although that might be detected by my social media. I don't want to sort of gild the lily here, but yeah, that's all going on. I'm watching the count closely on my other screen. Taking on the short ball. First we've seen from Stokes today. Carey's keeps it down, plays it well. I think we're trending towards a hung parliament, which would mean minority government, one way or the other. So, yes, watch this space over the next hour or two.
But time-wise today, is there a point that you know in your mind at this point today, are we going to be pretty happy or am I going to be pretty low? And do we need to watch out for that?
Yeah, I would say at about 10:30 Eastern Seaboard time in Australia, which will be about lunchtime. During the lunch break here, they'll have a fairly good idea of what's going on. Still in the early part of the count. Oh, short ball again. That's reared up. Has that whacked him on the lid? I think it has. Robson tried to sway out the way. That was quick as well from Stokes. Let's watch it back.
He's saying he's okay, Robson, but I don't like it. That was a hard blow.
Oh! Difficult from that angle to know which part of the lid. Maybe. Well, there we go. This is better. The third camera from side on. They'll slow that right down. Shoulder. They'll still, of course, have the medical staff come out and make sure of it. They'll go through the protocol in case it did maybe flick the helmet, which, of course, there is certain provisions these days that whenever you are hit around the neck or the shoulder or the head, they go through the concussion protocols in case it's flicked the helmet.
That was nasty. Yeah, I've just let out a big sigh of relief there as I've seen Robson confirm it was the shoulder, because it looked straight on as though it was grill first, didn't it? But he's just got his head inside the line of it and hit that back shoulder.
Yeah, I've just slowed it down on my own computer. It hit him on the collar. So lucky not to go any higher, although that wouldn't have tickled. That's serious pace from Stokes. Got a few familiar handles in the chat this morning. Colin Bolton loves the sound of leather on Willow, and the commentary as well. Crystal clear voices. That's great. Thanks, Colin, for joining us. Paul Coucher, big session for both teams. Realistically, though, only one team can win. Paul believes it's Durham. That's not an unreasonable position, but Durham will need to bowl out Middlesex in a couple of sessions, I reckon. Oh, short again. Yeah, hostile from Stokes to Robson, who will be the key wicket here. Getting up into the 80s.
Yeah, I was just going to say, what was the speed gone on that last one? Probably around the same as that, 80, 81. He's a very, very good bowler, Ben Stokes, and this is a real test for Sam Robson now. Even though it wasn't the helmet, still that shoulder will be hurting. Like I said, I didn't like the way that he kind of walked away. It almost looked a little bit groggy as he said, "I'm fine," to the square leg umpire who first asked him.
Yeah, well worked. Nicely played by Robson, getting inside the line as he did so well yesterday. And out towards the members' gate. First 4 of the day, Sam Robson.
That'll make him feel an awful lot better. With, one more ball to come of the over, but just to get those runs away and just get moving again. Because, yeah, he put his hand up to square leg to say, I'm okay, and it almost looked as though he did it in slow motion, which made it look as though he was doing it groggily. He was probably doing it in an awful lot of pain, where he just worn that ball on one shoulder. He probably wasn't want to show just how painful that was.
Yeah, doth protest too much a little bit there, wasn't it? No, I'm fine, I'm fine. When really, he would know, he's a sensible man, Sam Robson, that it's important to go through the formal process there, and so they did. And it's taken, how long have we been going for, Kev? 11 minutes to try and get the ball changed. We've had 4 changes of the Duke's ball, I think, so far in the match. 3 for Middlesex and now. Oh, so we had 3 so far, and Durham are trying to make it 4, but unsuccessful. They've made the case to umpire Saggers, who has the handcuffs in his pocket. And Stokes, not overly thrilled, but has to go again. Forey over Ben Stokes. 5 runs from it, 84 mile an hour to finish, 97 for 2. Middlesex 253 behind. Good morning as well to Doit W. He says hello to you, Kev. Hello to me, one of our most active correspondents. Paul Coucher says if we want to get rid of all the bots, we should employ Elon Musk to run the account for us. We'll take that on notice. Good morning, one and all. See Dino 86 there too. Asking if we know who the Middlesex 12th man is. I think Cracknell was doing the job yesterday as a sub fielder.
He was, yeah.
Yeah. So jump in the comments throughout the course of the day.
A few away today, I'd imagine, playing second 11. Saw Stevie Eskenazi last night. He's off
Yes.
the second 11, not a second 11, club game today.
Yeah, he said to me last night that he's ready to roll. It was just a case of playing a 4-day match now. When coming back from injury, it was more prudent to play second 11, play club cricket, and ready for the blast next week. Middlesex's first game against Gloucestershire on Thursday at Radlett. It'll be you and me on the tools on the stream that evening.
Have we sorted out the pickup spot yet?
Yeah. I'll stand on the side of the motorway with a pink carnation. It's not quite a motorway, is it? It's an arterial road to get up there.
So back to lunch. Have you sorted out a dark room just in case for a little lie down at the interval?
Yeah, well, my former life, as most people probably know if you're following the stream long enough, I was a political operative for 10 years. So days like today are kind of like my cup final. Well, they were when I was in that profession. Speaking of cup finals and football and all
so
the
it's
rest.
you and Sunderland today?
Me and Sunderland today, that's right. A number of the Durham players who we were having a chat to last night next door are fairly interested in what happens, and they would love nothing more than to bowl Middlesex out by 3 p.m. today. That is quite the incentive, isn't it? They get the job done by drinks in the middle session or thereabouts, and they can have their feet up, and they can be watching Sunderland for, yes, the most important 90 minutes in their recent history if they can get promoted up to the championship.
That's going to be tough being out in the field if Sunderland have just kicked off.
I'm trying to think, what would I do? Like, how would you... What strategy would you deploy if you were in the field and this game was going on and you were deeply invested in it? Well played by Robson again, across his stumps. Nicely timed to Cass, one of the 2 men patrolling that rope in front of the Mound and Tavern stands. I mean, would you want to know? Would you be wanting one of your pals to be over the fence giving you kind of the equivalent of a Guardian minute-by-minute live blog?
I remember the other horror shows, if you sit in an exam during one of the... I remember, I'm sure it was World Cup 98 and I was at college. I was sitting my A-levels. And if memory serves...
The Argentina game?
Fortunately not. I think it was England-Colombia.
Right. Good again from Rushworth. He's moved it both ways this morning.
Where was 98 World Cup? No, it can't have been 98. Let me think.
You're not good at this. We've done this before where we've kind of thought about something in your youth and you've gone, yeah, it was in 2001 and it turns out to be in 2014 or something like that.
Anybody who knows that my memory for these things is dreadful. Well, like yesterday, the West Indies. Yeah, a couple of years ago they played the West Indies. It was 2012.
By contrast, I can tell you what I was doing on seemingly any date. It's an affliction. Good over again from Rushworth. Couple coming from it. 99 for 2. 251 behind the home side.
I would much prefer have your brain. Much prefer have your brain. It's not an affliction at all. No, but I do remember sitting that. I kind of remember the feelings rather than the facts. I remember sitting in that exam hall, which would have been circa 98, and a goal went in because the roar went up. There was a pub just around the corner from the college, and sat in the exam hall, and you know the guys and the girls who would have had an interest in that game, but it was, I remember, particularly a group of mates. We were just all sat there thinking, this is so incredibly unfair. I think it was an economics exam as well, and it didn't go well either. Now I ended up in the media rather than in the city. Which wouldn't have been great for a bad memory either, working in the city with a bad memory for these things.
True enough. 100 overs left on this extended third day, due to the rain yesterday. Yeah, so the options would be, I suppose, if you're a Durham, Sunderland diehard, if you're in the field, do you get the running updates, or do you try and engineer it that you watch it on tape delay? Is that even possible? I mean, it is technically possible, of course. You could just queue it up on your computer later on, I suppose. But can you avoid the result these days? I mean, when I was a young fella growing up in Australia, it was quite a big thing during the Eurovision Song Contest, which, remember, starts at about 4 in the morning Australia time, thereabouts. It was quite a big thing to try and have a media blackout on that Sunday because it was played on delay as live on the Sunday night. But that became increasingly difficult due to social media. You almost couldn't avoid finding out the result. So the broadcaster for Eurovision bit the bullet and started playing it live at 4 or 5 in the morning, and it's changed the culture of watching that. And I wonder if it's the same here, that in yesteryear you might have thought, I'll get back to the hotel room, I'll treat it as live, whereas now you kind of have to stay abreast of what's going on and suck it up. They might get some signals from the balcony. We might see the Durham balcony losing their minds when they score, and they'll hear it and they'll get that signal.
Make a note. My memory served me for once. It was England-Colombia. It was 98. The reason why I doubted myself, because 94 was in America and 2002 was in South Korea. So they had really strange kickoff times, those. But 98 was France, of course, so the kickoff times weren't strange at all.
Through the cordon. Should make its way to the rope and see Robson bring up his half-century, and it does. Sam Robson had an early chance, dropped on 4 in the cordon, but has absolutely made the most of it so far. In complete control on the way to stumps last night. 9 boundaries, that was his 9th to reach 50. It brings up the Middlesex 100 as well. He scored 2 centuries in this campaign so far, including a back against the wall effort last week against Nottinghamshire, making a big case to represent England again in the near future, the 32-year-old. Both times that he's reached 50 this season, he's gone on to convert and make a century.
We did our morning preview interview and Sam Robson and Richard Johnson, the head coach, walked past us, and we just finished a chat about Robson, hadn't we? And the second question you threw to me, and I said I'll have to go back to it because he's in earshot now. If Robson goes big today, then Middlesex could have a really good day and a really good innings, a really good match. Not that he needed a pep talk at all, or a pat on the back, you know, that he's in great form at the moment, looks good. He's had his chance, hasn't he, in this innings? Is he going to make Durham pay?
So Stokes looking to target the Carey stumps, and a fraction shorter to Robson at the end of his over. 5 runs from it, 104 for 2. Yeah, so Robson was averaging 64 this season before this half century, so up beyond 70 now, nearing 400 runs. Made 3 tons last year, including that big 253 against Sussex. The only Middlesex player to go beyond 1,000 runs in that campaign. And must have been perilously close to getting included in that test squad that was named on Tuesday this week. Wasn't to be. Back on strike.
Yeah, we had that moment on camera this morning where your eyes just look to the side of the camera and see who is it walking towards us. Fortunately, it wasn't anybody who was out or had a bad day yesterday. It was Sam Robson, who'd had a very good day and a very good season. so we can happily chat away without worrying about upsetting anyone.
A chap sent me a message on Instagram during the week ahead of this game, and I wish I could remember what his name is because I'll be able to find the message. Who's a friend of Sam Robson's. And we have another mutual friend, Tom Decent, who's one of the cricket correspondents for the Sydney Morning Herald in Australia, who I roomed with in Pakistan recently. And he's got a mate called Adam. Again, I wish I knew Adam's last name. He's been living here for the last couple of years. He's thrown himself into following county cricket, loves Middlesex, mate of Sam's, loves our commentary, and it was put to me that he would love nothing more than a shout out before he goes home. So Adam, safe travels back to Australia. Hope you're watching, and I hope that Sam goes on and makes a ton for you here.
Yeah, he's a great guy, Sam. I remember bumping into him with a couple of his really good mates, actually. So I don't know if your correspondent was one of them. Just after he'd been called up by England for the first time. I was here at Lord's, actually, at the nursery, and I was with my son Daniel. I think I was coming up here to do some sort of line check or system check or something. Anyway, so I brought the little one in for the day. It was a day off for the ground, but just bumped into Sam and all of his mates, who obviously was over the moon with his call up to England. Must be close. He must be close to being back. And the umpires were full of praise for the Durham bowling last night. Oh, and all the bowling yesterday, but that Rushworth over in particular got a mention from the umpires in the tavern last night. What an over that was. Nearly accounting for Robson right at the start, Rushworth, but still there, looking good now.
I've got an answer as to what game you were watching in 1998.
No, it was Columbia, England. For once, my memory serves.
Are you sure? I've got a better answer for
Go
you
on.
from someone who was done the math, all past the edge of Robson. I mean, I'm not saying I don't trust your memory.
Go on. But we have established my memory's terrible.
The alternative view as we watch a replay of that little waft from Robson, the second time this morning he's gone fishing against Rushworth, from Alex Abel, who was also in the tavern last night, close watcher of Middlesex. He thinks you're watching the Tunisia game at World Cup 1998. It was a Monday afternoon kickoff. All of our other games in that World Cup were in the evening. So the Columbia game was at night. So the Tunisia game in 1998,
okay.
A Monday morning, that lines up for an A-level exam. Thanks, Alex. Alex was sitting out in the mound stand yesterday with a bunch of Sunderland fans who'd come down to watch Durham, but to be honest, mostly to watch Sunderland play at Wembley today. Although they love their cricket. There's that lovely link between Sunderland and Durham, isn't there, in terms of the support of both clubs. Into the over, 104 for 2.
Do you know what's horribly cruel about those exams as well? Hay fever season. So the World Cup was on, and I remember, as I say, my memory's bad for facts, but good for feelings. You know, I remember the feeling of that we were sat there in the exam hall, and all of our heads were just hitting the desk as we heard the noises from the pub next door. But also absolutely stricken with hay fever, which still is a problem now for cricket commentators, especially at grounds like Radlett, where we're off to this week.
There's the edge. Ben Stokes gets the first wicket of the day. And it's that of Josh De Carey's, who falls for 4. Stokes was keeping it full to De Carey's from the get-go this morning. And gets one here just to trend away. Didn't need to play at it. And feathered through to Eckersley, who made no mistake moving to his right. Middlesex lose their third wicket with the score on 104.
He likes to feel bat on ball, doesn't he, De Carey's? Early in the inning in particular. He does go after deliveries, and he's gone after that one down the slope. That's a huge wicket to take early on. And get Hanscom out there. Disappointment for De Carey's. He'd have loved nothing more. Ben Stokes, this fine Durham attack, a chance to pick up against Durham, where he left off against Derbyshire a few weeks ago with that brilliant 80. But yeah, that was a loose one. Run out last week against Nottinghamshire, so not making the impact last week. That was a big innings for him, that 80 at the start of the season, but he'll be mighty disappointed with himself on that one. You could see that disappointment. Here comes Pete Hanscom down the steps, the Middlesex captain, who could do with a few runs at the moment. The skipper, he did get runs down at Hove, got a 48 here last week, but still to register a 50 for Middlesex at Lord's.
Yeah, 48 against Notts, 79 the week before against Sussex. Got a start against Leicestershire here too, but yeah, he'd love to make a contribution here at Lord's. I'm sure it would mean a lot to him walking out on a Saturday. Lovely weather. Gets to face up against Ben Stokes, as he has in Test cricket in the past. I'm sure he'll see this as an opportunity. He'll be off to Sri Lanka soon with the Australia A squad. He's received his first national call-up for a couple of years after an excellent Shield season leading Victoria. Of course, used to play for Durham, a couple of games back in 2019. But hasn't got a great record here at Lords, averaging 18 across 7 first-class matches. Had that magnificent start to his Test career against South Africa and Pakistan back in the Australian summer of 16-17, but lost his spot the following year against England during the Ashes. Got back in South Africa after the sandpaper debacle in 2018 and played some Test cricket in 18-19 as well against India, but yes, he's been out of the Australian setup for a good couple of years now. So he'd love some runs here at Lords before heading off to Sri Lanka to play for Australia A. And they've been pretty clear that the Australia A squad are part of the main squad too. They've a slight change in language. They've said that, look, if you're in any of the squads, you might play in the Test series. They're not sort of segmenting it the way that teams often do. Bat on ball for Hanscom.
Just thinking, when Hanscom was here for Yorkshire in 2017, Jason Gillespie left at the end of the 2016 season, didn't he? So was Hanscom a Gillespie signing ahead for the following year when he was brought in? It's Jason Gillespie's former assistant coach, his mate Jason Swift, who's the match official for this one, the match referee. I hadn't noticed until I bumped into him in the pub last night.
Quickie shingle, they're through. Hanscom had to get down low to that on leg stump.
I'll tell you something else I saw last night, which I wasn't happy with at all, and I sent it to Jason Gillespie. It was the picture of the Aussies meeting the Queen. There's a painting of it in the pavilion. Warney doesn't come off well. Dizzy does come off well, even though it looks nothing like him, which is why he comes off well. But Gilly and McGrath, they look all right in it, but it's not the best representation of that Aussie team.
Short ball, Stokes. Seen a couple of them today already. Trying to give Robson a workout. Already clipped him on the collar in the second over he bowled of the day from the nursery end. So is this a painting of a photo from presumably 2001 or 2005, is it?
Yeah, both wars were playing in that.
01,
so
yeah.
01 it was, and it's hanging outside the away dressing room in the corridor, just outside or on the staircase just outside the away dressing room here at Lords.
Top over from Stokes, a successful one as well, earning the wicket of Josh DeCaries, 105 for 3. Middlesex trailing by 245. So Stokes has sent down 3 overs this morning. We'll take a quick break here at Lords.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
For the first time today, I'll hand lead commentary over to Kevin Hand.
Yes, that picture, it's I put it up on Twitter and I sent it to Diz. I said, is that definitely you, Diz? He came back with a comment about, yeah, my hair was a bit browner then. But, yeah, he's come out of it looking all right. They've captured McGrath bests. Gilly comes out of it quite nicely as well. It's almost like a decent impression of Gilly. But the others, as somebody said, and I had heard this said before, actually. I see him behind that one, Pete Hanscom. I had heard this said before of that painting, and I'd forgotten that I'd heard it until somebody did reply, because Dizzy had quote tweeted it. I didn't know Jason Donovan was playing in 2001. Yeah, the Warney picture looks nothing like him. Absolutely nothing like him. It's on the Twitter handle if you want to go and have a look at the picture I'm talking about. The Queen looks great, of course.
Given you've mentioned Warney, I'm going to tell you a story. We're talking Warney and politics, bringing the two threads together of our conversations today so far.
That's chopped away nicely. Just let it come into him. Played it late. Pete Hanscom picks up a couple. Moves to 3.
Back in my former life when I was working for the Australian Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd, part of the annual tradition was for the PM to go into the commentary box and do a little spell with the TV broadcast and the radio broadcast. Politicians of both persuasions in Australia have been doing that for generations, and so it was when Kevin Rudd was in the job between 2007 and 2010, which is when I was working for him. And so it was in late 2009, the Boxing Day Test match. And the previous couple of years, Rudd had done the Channel 9 commentary, gone into the box, met the fellas and all the rest of it, and he built up a bit of a rapport with Shane Warne. So much so they became text buddies. I mean, we knew Warne loved to text, and so did Kevin. And I get a call from the PM a couple of days later, so it would have been around New Year's Eve 2009. And he said, "Can you do something for me? Can you please put in plans? Can you arrange for Shane Warne to be the captain of the Prime Minister's 11 this year, in the upcoming year, which was usually in the January of the following year. So the PM's 11, who play a one-day match at Canberra, Manuka Oval, which is where the Parliament is, against whoever the touring team is that year. It was the West Indies that season with Chris Gale as their captain."
That's just gone down the slope, tucked away by Hanscom, his first boundary, 111 for 3.
But the PM had forgotten that, as we watched the replay of this, seeing Rushworth offer a little gift to Peter Hanscom, leg stump tucked away, his first boundary. But the PM had forgotten that only a couple of months earlier we'd appointed Matthew Hayden, who just retired, as the captain of the PM's 11 that year. And frankly, it wasn't his decision to make. It was a Cricket Australia team. It was an honorary title that, back a generation before, when Bob Hawke, who'd played very high level of cricket, was in the job, he would have a bit of input in who would play, but it wasn't really the case by this stage, and Rudd didn't have a particularly great grasp of cricket. But he was Warnie's mate, you see, or at least on the text with each other. So he had to break the news to Shane Warne into the over, 111 for 3, that he couldn't be captain of the PM's 11 because Matt Hayden already had the job. But the rider was, you can do it next year. You can do it in 2011 if I win the election. And so it went. Rudd didn't face the people in 2010. He was defeated internally, and there was a different Prime Minister by 2011. So Warnie never got the chance to be captain of that PM's 11. But I remember the stir that went through the office. I was working with Ankit Kumar, who's watching at the moment, another cricket fan that lives locally here to Lords. And we were in a frenzy, like, what do we do here? He's told Warnie he's going to be captain of the PM's 11. We have to walk it back somehow.
Think about one of the great things about Warne. You and I touched on it. We were together that first game of the season, didn't we? When I met Shane Warne, and please may I have an interview. My name's Kevin. He said, yeah, absolutely fine. My name's Shane.
Yes.
he was great like that, though, wasn't he? He was absolutely fantastic. And he'd be the kind of guy that wouldn't bat an eyelid or anything like that. Whereas there are a few others, we won't name names, but might have been a bit more prickly to deal with.
I just love the idea of Warnie having a text relationship with the Prime Minister. Isn't that just Warnie to a T?
It's nicely played by Robson, just steered into the onside, jagging back up the slope from Stokes, fully on the attack here. The Durham skipper, 83 miles an hour. Hanscom on to strike.
Yeah, you often do see that intersection between cricket and politics. Here at Lords, often this is where foreign dignitaries will come to watch a game of cricket. Chatting earlier with Martin Emerson next door from the BBC, he remembered when John Howard, who was Prime Minister in the 2005 Ashes, came over and sat in the tavern stand, and he ran into him at the back of the members.
Oh, it's hooked away nicely. Picks out long leg, just a single, but nicely swiveled.
He was trying to get a beer in that cottage behind Lords. I'm not sure if it's still there, but it was being lived in at the time by a Middlesex player who had previously been at Durham, and they were planning on sitting in the backyard and having a pint. And no, they had to get out the way because here comes John Howard, the Australian Prime Minister, who was in doing his thing that day, whining and dining, I suppose. Oh, I've got some unverified news on the YouTube comments. I'll check this out. Thank you, Charlie Ball, for letting me know that the dream is over. Deshaun Masood 1,000 runs before my dream is over.
I thought we were going down another channel there, and I was very worried for you, Colin.
No, we're still looking towards a hung parliament. I'm keeping an eye on that. Some seats have shifted hands, which will mean that I doubt that either major party will get to a majority. Masood out for a duck to Stuart Broad. So a double failure for the Pakistan international. He'll finish somewhere in the 800s. I'll double check that. I don't want to sort of... If that's fake news, Charlie, you've done me a beauty, but I'm going to take it on face value, given that we've got such an enthusiastic group of chat room pals this week. That's true. Let me scan through in any case. Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire. And it is none for one. And yes, so it is. Shan Masood, leg before wicket to Stuart Broad from the third delivery of Derbyshire's second innings there. Well in the hole there. Derbyshire losing their first wicket without scoring. They were all out for 260 the first time around. Nottinghamshire replied with 358. And for the hosts, it was an even spread of runs. Ben Duckett top scored with 86 for Derbyshire. Sam Connors, most impressive, 4 for 93. Like his work. And Nick Potts took a bag of 4 as well.
End of the over. Another good one from Stokes, just a couple off it. Testing Robson with a few short deliveries as well, but Robson still standing true. 113 for 3. This is the pairing down at Hove that managed to set up that run chase of 370. I'm sure they would dearly love to get something going again here today.
Yeah, Pete Hanscom. I've had an ongoing query for him that I've never got around to asking. His middle names are Stephen Patrick. So Peter Stephen Patrick Hanscom. Which are the given names to Morrissey, Stephen Patrick Morrissey. And I have wondered in the past, was Peter Hanscom named after Morrissey of the Smiths?
Yeah.
I guess it's conceivable. His dad is English or grew up in England.
Yep.
If he's watching, let us know. Drop us a line in the YouTube comments. Is Stephen Patrick a tribute to Moz? Maybe.
Oh, once the pads that on, trickles down the leg side. They're about to go up behind the stumps. I wonder if there was a little inside edge on that.
I'm getting chipped here for saying before May when I'm describing the not quite Shan Masood achievement. By the end of May, of course, I mean 9 players, as we talked about on day one, have achieved that, from Grace to Bradman to Turner to Hick. But yes, Shan Masood won't add his name to that list. I think he had 220 odd to get in his last 4 innings, and yeah, doesn't stick the landing, sadly.
Much better looking sky up there today, over and behind old Father Time. Calmer, gentle breeze blowing across Lords. Again, not expecting any interruptions today. We need a good couple of days to really progress this game, you'd fancy. But again, this morning session, if it goes well for Middlesex, can progress the game equally. Oh, it just comes back in. It's high up on Hanscom, but yeah, if Rushworth can get going for Durham, then things could happen very quickly the other way as well. Was doing a fair old bit yesterday even. You wouldn't have thought that it would do quite as much today, this ball. Chance really to get in and go big for this pair. Robson just getting himself in again after last night. He's gone past the 50 mark. And been out there for 40 minutes. Hanscom just 15 deliveries. He'll be desperate to get this home 50 sooner rather than later, Pete Hanscom. Not have it something hanging over him any longer. Just 2 runs shy of it last week against Nottinghamshire. Batted very well. He and Stoneman together. Just steered that one back at the point. I think a little wary that one might come back down the slope to him, so played it late. Just eased it away. Looked as though he didn't have to play it, but the slope here at Lords, that's easier said than done, as Ethan Bamber knows from last night. 113 for 3 after 33. The live enhanced stream from Middlesex. Adam Collins, myself, Kevin Hand on the mic for this one. Yeah, those two. Well, 370 when they went out to bat Middlesex. 370 was certainly a possibility, but of course a long shot. But all of a sudden, the foundation laid by that pair meant in the end it became a stroll on the south coast for Middlesex to hit their 8th highest chase. Will there be a chase involved in this one? They'll be thinking about trying to go big enough in this first innings. This man's got other ideas though, the England captain. Seventh over for him. He had 1 overnight, as Colo was mentioning, when the bad light arrived, but 2 for 21 from 6.1 now for Stokes. So he's conceded 13 off 5.1 this morning because 2 boundaries were struck off him in that 1 over yesterday evening by Stoneman before he departed. Oh, a little bit of width on that one. Now that wasn't too dissimilar to the ball that De Carey's went after. Perhaps a little bit more watchful, steering it a little bit more. Sam Robson, but put out there again by Stokes. He's got deep point back. He was in the tavern as well last night. They all were. The day 2 rule of the hosts entertaining the visitors. Goes down the leg side, just shapes around the back of Hanscom, that one, trying to help it on its way. Eckersley was setting off, but as it went around the side of Hanscom, but straightened on him with the slope. Hanscom, well, he'll be delighted with the start that Middlesex have made to the season. Again, his contributions have been good. He has had those 3 knocks, as we mentioned, the 48, the 70 down at home as well, and the 70 at the back end of last season, which would have been again a match-winning one, but for the weather intervening. He and Gubbins together at the Oval.
Yeah, I think Hanscom's a player at peace with his game as well. I mean, from time to time he's become social media fodder due to that unconventional tap of the bat and the way that he sets up. And I think that probably did affect him. I interviewed him a few years ago during the pandemic, or the first year of the pandemic, I should say, during lockdown. And he's like, yeah, like you can see it here. You'll see him tap the bat down momentarily. We'll see it. It comes just in a tick. There, right there. And that isn't conventional. But whilst that, I think, played a role in the way he thought of himself, just for a brief period of time when he was in and out of the Australian team, he knows that's the way he plays. I mean, Peter Hanscom's 31 years of age. You're not making enormous technical changes at that stage of your career. You're tweaking. And if that's what he feels comfortable doing, so be it. It's never been a handbrake on him making bulk runs in Australia. I know his record here in England hasn't been crash shot for Middlesex, but I mean, the Sheffield Shield, it's not park cricket, I assure you.
I think about a couple here. Long leg coming around, and yeah, it's a comfortable 2 in the end. Yeah, there's a lot of chat about his technique and can his technique cope with the moving ball on a fuller length in England. Now, of course, he works a lot with Chris Rogers over the winter.
Yep.
Now Mark Ramprakash this summer. So in terms of how much of a technical adjustment would there be, or is it more adjusting your mind and your setup to the English conditions, to the moving ball?
I mean, the one thing you can detect is that back and across movement, which used to be very, very deep. Like he would greet the ball so far back on his stumps. you can arrive at the conclusion that he was a massive leg before wicket candidate. And so it proved to be. I think it was the Adelaide Test of 2017, the last he played before they dispensed with him and moved on to Mitchell Marsh in the middle of that series. And it proved to be a good call because Mitch Marsh hits a wonderful 180 at the Wacker and finishes the series with a century at Sydney. So fair play, they got that call right, even if it did mean that Hanscom lost his spot somewhat unexpectedly. But he doesn't do that anymore. I mean, it's not as though his back foot's nearly touching middle stump. He is stiller when the ball comes down. So, yeah, there might still be that unusual tap, but it isn't followed by an enormous shift back and across that I think was the point that in concert those two things made him look vulnerable.
Brian Carse into the attack, replacing Chris Rushworth. Done for 22 from 4 for Carse last night. Quickest of the bowlers on display. Gentler delivery to start up in the low 80s from him. Immediately Hanscom picking up a single to get off strike. Robson faced a fair bit of him last night. But yeah, with Hanscom, if the runs aren't coming, then you can pick holes in anybody's technique, can't you? That's a fine leave by Robson. There's been some good ones in this innings. He had a big smile on his face yesterday evening from one of the leaves, didn't he? That one he was a little bit more at ease with.
Yeah, left on length. I suppose left on the fact that Carse comes from such a height. We've seen Robson wafted a couple from Rushworth, but yeah, nicely played there, watching it all the way into the gloves of Eckersley. There's a bit about Carse, isn't there? We saw him bowl
that was a decent ball. Looked as though he was going to get himself into a bit of trouble, Robson, but played it late in the end. I thought he got himself into a bad position. My
apologies for jumping over you there. Yeah, Carse, I think, bowling from the nursery end last night, had wheels, but I'm pleased to see they're giving him the chance to bowl down the slope. I think his biggest weapon might be one that can jag back off the seam from that height and bring both bowled and leg before into the equation. He's got 2 out on the leg side, deep backward square, and a man right on square as well, just behind.
Clipped nicely to the deep square for a single. Just going to scrub back and look at that ball previous. Was it just me, or did it on up towards 84 miles an hour? Was it just me, or did it? He either played it really, really well, or played it really uncomfortably. I couldn't decide which of the two.
I was watching. We have a choice behind the curtain here. We can either watch the screen, which means we were front on, or watch the pitch from, kind of deep third, the angle we are here in the media centre, playing across the square. And I was on the latter view.
That steered just back at a point by Hanscom. He's done that on a couple of occasions now, looking to really play it late. Just a single again, wants to come at the over.
That short ball that Robson got hit by earlier today by Ben Stokes has already been immortalised by Dr. Dan Diaper, who's a lovely sketch artist you see on social media doing his thing. He's captured that superbly. You can find him on Twitter, Dr. Dan Diaper.
Am I allowed to say that I think that's probably the finest I've seen from Dan? That's a really nice.
Yeah, he's got that still frame. Ollie, our director, got a nice shot there just before we, again, that wheels. Eckersley taking that fingers up to finish the over, 122 for 3. We got the side-on shot slow-mo, and Dan must have hit pause on the stream and used that to sketch from. And he has Robson swaying back, and the ball is clipping him on the collar before it reached the gloves of Eckersley. See the speeds there, that over. Again, like, he's the quickest bowler on show in this match, Carse, by quite a margin. You can see why the England selectors are interested in him. Missing the first 5 weeks of the season through injury, back last week in that win over Glamorgan. Took a bag of 6 here at Lord's back in 2019 to win a low-scoring affair. It was he and Rain who cleaned up Middlesex both times around.
Just keep looking back at that Robson one that got me excited. I think what it was Robson didn't particularly get forward to it, which just made me think he could get himself in trouble. He played it from deep within his crease. Carse is clearly going to push him back with that pace that you're talking about there, that height that he's got as well. Yeah, he's got it all, hasn't he, Bryden Carse? Yeah, I think that one that got me excited, it just felt like Robson. He's not quite in position to play it, but he's on 56 and he's seeing it well enough. Now, Rain's done for 18 from 6. More a bustling bowler nursery end. Again, another challenge for Hanscom. They've got a good variation in this attack, haven't they? With the height and pace of Carse, the aggression of Stokes, the wonderful skill and consistency of Rushworth, and Rain again, who we spoke about at length yesterday. The number of counties were interested in him when it was apparent that he was going to leave Leicestershire. But back up north it was for Ben Rain. So it'll be a real testing over that technique that we've touched on of Hanscom. One thing I haven't asked him, and I think I've probably been gentle with Pete in terms of asking too many questions. You know, when you turn off the mic and you just have a natter with someone. Because he's had a difficult run with the bat for Middlesex, probably haven't had that many natters with him when you turn off the mic. So thanks for your time. Let him go, because it's not easy for a batter and a captain to keep turning up to do interviews. But one thing I would have liked to ask, where did it come from? That little 90-degree tap that he has. He taps it as everybody does on the back of the boot a few times, and then that one precise placement of the bat down with the bat face fully open, looking through points. He brings it down at almost directly from straight behind him and taps it down. Where that particular idiosyncrasy came from and what the reasoning was behind it. Once he's got his first home 50, I'll ask him.
That's the right time to ask.
Yeah. I guess because as well, he's last year I think it was 2 games, wasn't it, before he was able to get in for the first game. This year he missed the first, but was in for the second game, which was in round 3 for Middlesex down at Cardiff. It means you don't perhaps get that time before the start of the season when you usually have a little natter around that first couple of weeks, that first game. By the time Hanscom arrived, it was week after week, game after game, Middlesex having round 2 off. But yeah, up to the innings at Hove, and that partnership that laid the foundation with Robson. It was a tough average for Pete Hanscom. I think you just mentioned his Lord's average a few moments ago, didn't you? The overall, just so not to repeat what you said, it was the Lord's you said, wasn't it?
Yeah, at Lord's he averages 18 in first-class cricket.
And for Middlesex, it was 13 innings prior to the 70 down at Hove. Seized away nicely for a single end of the over. He moves to 12. 1, 2, 3 for 3 Middlesex. Robson on 57. He had 13 innings, 227 runs at 17.4 across all the innings for Middlesex, which included the 70 that he hit at the Oval. But then the 14th innings was that 79. That Yorkshire match back in 2017, he was out in the teens and out at 21. Have a look to see the dismissals. Caught Robson, caught Compton in the first and second innings respectively. Roland-Jones had him twice, if memory serves. Let me just double check, so I did have the card up in front of me. But yeah, he's had a tough run in English conditions, as you say. Oh, now eyeing up that short boundary there, Hanscom. Was it there for it? I'm not sure on length. Even the pace and height of Carse, was it there? Maybe, but just maybe too early in the innings. Deep square and long leg setback. That wasn't particularly a tempter from Carse. He wasn't banging it in short and saying, go on, take it on, but Hanscom obviously feeling he saw it early enough. And with no mid-on, nobody in front of square other than mid-on.
I actually don't mind that. Hanscom's a really good puller and hooker. And that short bound, I mean, it's 55 yards or whatever it is out that way this week, or 60 yards, I think. Sorry, I think 55's the minimum, and it's 60. My point either way is that he should feel comfortable having faced 29 deliveries. If there's a ball that's short from Carson that's there to pull, that if he makes contact, it'll be suitable to reach the rope. That's okay.
Nicely in behind that one. Yeah, the match replayed for Yorkshire here against Middlesex. Middlesex hit 446. Yorkshire 208 and following on, all out for 174. Sam Robson with 159. Paul Sterling with 111 in that match, batting at 4. But Hanscom, first innings, as I said, he was out in the teens, caught Robson off the bowling of Roland-Jones for 15, and then in the follow-on he was caught Compton. Oh, my apologies, off Finn. I thought it was Roland-Jones that got him twice. Caught Finn for 21. That was the title defence for Middlesex, which ended in relegation that year, 2017. That was June 19th to June 21st in 2017, that game. So the middle of a tough season, and that was one of the rare highlights that year. Middlesex relegated at the last in the shootout at Taunton. More of a steer, that one from Hanscom, just kept over the top of it, taken after a couple of bounces by Rain. It was in the air for a moment, but he didn't go through with the shot at all. So single it was. Apologies, Robson.
Again, likewise, Robson's so in now that, yeah, they've lost.
No, I'm going mad. It was Hanscom. Sorry. Sorry, Colin.
In either event, the fact that both players are strong square of the wicket through the leg side, it's an opportunity to score that short boundary. And they're two set out there. Deep square, deep backward square. I wouldn't call it a fine leg, I'd call it more a long leg. The way that Lords is set up, they have that quite deep pocket. Edrich stand and Compton stand when they're using the short boundary.
I was slightly distracted, I'll confess, ahead of that delivery, because I was looking at Tim Wigmore's headline from the game. He was working for Cricket Info at the time. Beleaguered Yorkshire brace for a thrashing. As they lost on a third consecutive visit to Lords in 2017. It was, the 2015, 2016, 2017 it was, well, of course 2016 was the famous one with the Roland-Jones hat-trick down the hill, but it was still a very strong Yorkshire side by 2017. They'd won the back-to-back titles of 2014, 2015, Middlesex then in 2016. Lythe, Lees playing in this game now, of course. Harry Brooke. Gary Ballance was the captain of that game. Pete Hanscom, then Adil Rashid, the all-rounder. Hod, the keeper. Patterson, Brooks, Code and Sidebottom. Good start from Rain. That's where I want to leave it around. Just tighten it up again. It is a pitch where you've got to stay tight to the off stump, as we've seen all the way through. Two of these wickets in this innings, of course, have been chasing wide ones. But one was under the lights last night under leaden skies. And one this morning, the youngster De Caires going after Stokes. That's where I want to stay. Ben Raim. The Middlesex side in 2017, actually. This was the big talking point for Middlesex and why this season is seen as, a little bit getting back towards 2016 for Middlesex and the feel that they had. Although there were still all the big names for Middlesex. Robson, Compton, Eskenazi. Sterling was in the Vogis role. And although Sterling got the century in that game, it was the absence of Vogis that they felt they were desperately missing. Franklin, Simpson, Ryan Higgins did play. Toby Roland-Jones, Ollie Rayner, Tim Mercer, Stephen Finn. Higgins was the one that he left at the end of that season, feeling that he wasn't getting enough chances. Of course, James Franklin, who was the captain in the title-winning year and captain indeed in the relegation year, is now the Durham coach, and he was the man keeping Higgins out of the side, which led to his departure.
He was about last night. James Franklin.
I didn't get much of a chance to talk to him. I said a quick hello to him and then had to go and say, I'm sorry, Tank, I didn't get a chance because Jason Swift didn't realise he was the match referee, so I ended up catching up with Swifty for a long while and Says, I'm sorry, sorry, Tank, that I didn't get a chance to say a proper hello tonight. Will you be in there? Will you be in again tomorrow night? He gave me a funny look, Hollow. I'll let listeners and viewers take from that what they will.
Doesn't fancy a beer on a Saturday night? Surely.
Nice one. Just going down the slope. That's the channel that we were talking about, weren't we? Had a nice sider first up. Ben Raim. And he's been challenging that edge ever since. Oh, yes. That was nice. Down the slope. Well-built man. As he said, he's powerful with the bat, isn't he? You mentioned his century in T20 cricket. But he was a real leader at Leicestershire. A huge loss at Grace Road when he was departing. It's a nice ball, angled back in, but Hanscom equal to it on the off stump. Solid forward defence. Ended the 38th and 124 for 3. Middlesex. So lunch day 1:10. We've got 8 overs made up, as we were telling you yesterday evening. Can't make up any more. They lost a few more before stumps last night. Bouncer.
Yeah, and Durham needs something here. I suppose from a competitive balance perspective, that if these teams go to lunch, and it's a long way away, we're only an hour into play, and lunch will be taken at 1:10, but if Middlesex are 3 or 4 down at that particular juncture, yes, if you were mapping it out on WinViz, so to speak, you'd have the draw with probably a 7 in front of it. So Durham need to get busy here. They can't afford, they don't have the time to let this drift. They still need 17 wickets. And for Middlesex's part, they've earned the right to think about this a fraction more conservatively. They're top of the table. So long as they are still batting at sort of after tea today, it'll be extraordinarily difficult to conceive of a scenario where they lose the game, which provides them with the ability to get a bit funky themselves if they want, and also if they're good enough to bowl out Durham in 50 or so overs tomorrow, well, the game might open up again. But yeah, I think the pressure is more on Durham in 5th spot. They laid a good foundation, making 350. And
well
even,
bowled.
yeah, and even after losing that session, that is well bowled, back up the hill, up at 86 mile an hour as well. The onus is on them to move the game forward through wickets. They can't rely on Middlesex doing something outlandish. That plainly won't happen. That Middlesex aren't incentivised to move the game forward too quickly because of the position they've earned through the first 6 weeks of the season. So bigger picture, Durham really do need wickets. They had that slew of draws.
Oh, that's a good one again. Really good. From Cast goes back up the slope. Slightly fuller length this time as well. And Hanscom was trapped in no man's land on that.
Yeah, it's a fantastic delivery. Again, up the slope, but this ball into its 39th over, still giving plenty. And the surface a lot more on days 2 and 3 than it did on day 1. Nicely bowled at pace, 86 mile an hour. Feels like this is an important spell.
Now, he'll take a single. The throw to the keeper's end misses. It would have been tight. It would have been tight. I don't think he was gone by a long way, but it was tight for sure.
Had that been a direct hit, I'm not sure whether we have side on this from a replay perspective. We'll see. Which replay? No, not that replay. But I know we might get side on next, or at least close to side on. It would have been a big call for Nigel Long. Here we go.
Felt like it would be a big call for the on-field umpire to give out. Oof.
Yeah, even difficult to tell from there, but direct hit. I think we've sort of learnt through technology in the last 20 years or so, into the over 126 for 3, that the direct hits leave the batsman in a worse spot than we might have thought historically.
100%, 100% right. But when the TV umpire's not there, it's still hard for the on-field umpire, isn't it, to think it's tight, but give the benefit of the doubt to the batter. Just. What I was going to say about that over, actually, there were a couple of things I was going to pick up that you said there, Colin. One of the things was, those couple of deliveries to Hanscom. He's talking about Hanscom getting back in the Australian Test side. He's facing 85, 86 mile an hour bowling on that length in England, where the ball does a bit, and at Lords, where it's just gone back up the slope. This is high quality cricket that we're looking at right here now, with Carson in particular from the pavilion end. Oh, he's gone now. Hanscom's gone for 14, and Rain backs up exactly what we were saying about the quality of this Durham attack. They complement each other very well. Fantastic over from Cars, followed up by Rain, putting it right up there to Hanscom, and the Middlesex skipper is gone, bowled down the leg side around his legs, stepped too far across. Hanscom can't believe it.
Yeah, he'll be gutted at that. How did it sneak through? Must have clipped something along the way in order to not... Might have gone via leg, maybe even off the blade after hitting the leg. Either way, in quite a tangle and across his stumps. He looked good in that region so far, but yeah, this replay from behind might be more instructive, seeing here that he does make that shuffle. Yeah, it might have hit the bat before getting back onto the stumps. Either way, desperately unlucky to be dismissed in such a fashion. And just when Durham needed something with Hanscom and Robson getting into a bit of a groove, it isn't Cass who's been the most dangerous bowler on show this morning. It's the man down the other end. How often do you see it? Rain getting himself into the book.
Max Holden, new bat. I wonder even, was it just the boot? Did it clip his heel on the way back, just drag down slightly?
Well, it changed direction, didn't it? I mean, It was going down the leg side.
He got one a couple of overs back that swung around Hanscom.
Yeah,
I think. Up the boot.
Yeah, I think it's clipped maybe the glove, or because otherwise, how could it change direction? If he hit the thigh pad, it would have just kept going down the leg. So it must have hit something in order to deflect back the other way towards leg stump. So it had to have been the bat or the glove, then possibly onto the boot, and then the death rattle for Hanscom gone for 14. Disappointing.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was anywhere near the boot on that one. I just fancied, was it the boot, because kind of dragged around behind him, and I wondered did it just almost drag the ball with it. That kind of little footballer's instep that drags it on the turn. But we saw one from Rain a couple of overs ago that he swung around the back of Hanscom like that, and Eckersley was about to set off, charging away from the slips, and then just held his position because the ball swung nicely with the slope as well, back to where he was positioned anyway. So there was a couple of overs ago that it was nowhere near the stumps at that point, but it was just the hoop that it took around the back of Hanscom. That's a good bit. It's a good bit of hoop first ball as well for Holden, who patiently pushes back on that one. But huge first wicket, and well, there we go. We just talked about what an international class over that was from Cast, the over before. And very next ball, Rain from the nursery end does the damage, and that's a big part of what it's about. Wickets are taken at the other end so often, aren't they? And the quality that we've seen this morning from Rushworth and from Stokes, from Cast. And Rain now persistently on a spot. He'll be over the moon by that one. But it is just that little bit of swing that he's got this morning, that little bit of movement, Rain, which has just asked a different question to the others. Solidly in behind that as Rain goes back over the wicket. 58 and an unbeaten 80 at Hove for Max Holden. He's had a good run this year, 35 and 82 in that first match against Derbyshire, just 1 and 16 in the following two innings at Cardiff and then here at Lords against Leicestershire. But 58 and 80. He's looking for that big one still. Kept a tad low. If you go with the reaction behind the stumps in particular, it did feel as though Holden was trapping down on it, playing on the back foot. And an hour until lunch on this, the third morning This is the point that we talked about, Colo, in terms of can one of the sides get control of this session? When Hanscom was there, you felt that Robson and he might just be the ones. That run rate's also come dramatically down from what was pushing up towards 4 overnight. Oh, edged. Just short. Could Eckersley have got across? Let's have a quick look at the at the replay before we go to an ad. He was in two minds, Holden. Yeah, angling across Eckersley, so the keeper's going to do well to get a cross slip from that one. Into the 40th over here on the Middlesex Live Enhanced stream. Middlesex 127 for 4.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
So Middlesex resumed on 88 for 2 this morning. The first 70 minutes of play in this extended first session. Lost De Carey's caught behind from the bowling of Stokes for 4. And then Pete Hanscom bowled around his legs by Ben Rain for 14. Fourth wicket falling with the score on 126. Holden off the mark, joining Robson, who passed 50 in that first hour. And Bryden cast to continue his probing spell from the pavilion end, generating serious pace. The fastest bowler we've seen on show, up in the mid-80s, charging down the hill. 3 slips for Holden. And as you point out, Holden really has stepped it up this season, considering where he was last year when he lost his spot in the side, and he was so far off the pace. Unlucky that so often he was facing up against high quality bowling here at Lords, which was a difficult place, perhaps the most difficult place in the country to bat in 2021. But he's just 14 runs away this year from his entire tally in 2021, which was across 18 innings, to give some perspective on his uptick. Holden making really impressive 82 in the second innings here against Derbyshire, in the pursuit of quick runs to declare, but got a start the first time around, making 35 out reverse sweeping, 80 not out, and 58 against Sussex in that outstanding chase, and got a couple of starts last week against Notts, 18 not out across a couple of hours to make sure that Notts wouldn't get a look at the Middlesex's lower middle order before the rain came, and they were able to save that game this time last week. Pulling inside the line there. But yeah, taking advantage of absences, I suppose. Stevie Eskenazi, had he been fit, might have made it hard for Holden to retain his spot at some point, but Holden's made the most of it. Of course, Robbie White also out at the moment in that Middlesex middle order. Passed 50 just once in 2021. Started as an opener, came back as a number 6, leaving alone here. Batting at 6 today, after there was a night watchman deployed last night. Ethan Bamber only lasted 2 deliveries. Against Durham, he's played 3 matches and has got a century for them, albeit went on loan for Northants back in 2017. He made 124 in that fixture at Wantage Road. And averages 26 here at Lords, his 20th first-class game. Made a ton against Derbyshire. He's 1 century at this level on his home ground. One of the myriad players we see in the competition who played with the England under-19s. He led that team way back when. I say way back when. He's only 24 now, but he's been part of the production line.
That was the point I was going to come to, Colin. It feels like he's been around for an awful long time, Max Holden. He has, 2017 debut, which I'll come back to in a moment. But he's only 24 years of age. End of the over, 127 for 4. He's only 24 years of age. If you think someone like Robbie White, his breakthrough season was 24, 25, and at that point it was perhaps hanging on towards the end of a contract. finally made that breakthrough, got his place in the side. But yeah, 2017 was his debut in first-class cricket. England under-19 captain, highly regarded. And I think that's probably why there's a lot of extra pressure put on Holden to have that average up and over 30 in first-class cricket at the moment, because there's been such high expectation for so long of him all the way through the ranks. And he did have a good start, had a particularly good start on loan at Northamptonshire. His first-class debut was for Northamptonshire against Loughborough Uni. He made an unbeaten 75 in the second innings of that match, a drawn game. Northamptonshire racked up 435 in the first innings. He only managed 19. But look at this for the Loughborough side, or listen to this, I should say, for the Loughborough side. Charlie Thurston opening, got a century. Hassan Azad, James Bracey, going down the order. Robbie White, he made 69 in that one. Sam Evans, now opening at Leicestershire, got 114. Sam Cook in that side as well. Not a bad production line at all. And Adam Tilcock as well, who wanted to play for Nottinghamshire, didn't quite make it though. Had an early career with them, but Loughborough MCCU churning them out back then as they were.
Yeah, well, you saw a lot of debate around first-class status around those MCCU games. That's a proper first-class team, albeit a group who would have been teenagers at the time.
Actually, a name I didn't mention. Oh, goodness me. I'll say happy birthday to him today, 21st of May. Nitish Kumar, 28. He's played 16 ODIs for Canada and went on to play for St. Lucia Zooks, Leeward Islands. 16 ODIs, 18 T20 internationals. He's had a reasonable first-class career as well. So, yeah, that was quite some side that they were fielding Loughborough back then. And Kumar got a century in that. He was the top scorer in the match, actually, I think. 141. But Robbie White as well back in that side. We saw him on the balcony yesterday, didn't we, Robbie White? He's the man who would have been in at 3 in this game, and who Holden actually, they've switched places at the moment. White's gone up to 3 in the absence of Eskenazi. Holden, who was an opener, is down at 5 where White was. So there's a little bit of jostling for position. By the time Middlesex get around to that next championship game, Eskenazi will hope to be back, putting pressure on those two, and White.
Just sneaking through there, Holden. Well worked off the back foot. Yeah, there will be competition for places, won't there? So there's, as you say, White, who was so impressive last year, a couple of centuries after a number of half centuries. He had 3 scores in the 90s before reaching 3 figures. And Eskenazi, his 118 on opening day here against Derbyshire was top class. We'll see him in the blast over the next few weeks. He's had 2 bumper seasons in the short form, Eskenazi. Into 42 overs. Middlesex behind by 221, so they've added 41 runs this morning and lost a couple of wickets to Carey's for 4 and Hanscom for 14. Likely to be a hung parliament in Australia, Kevin, if you're wondering. Still lots of seats in play, but in all probability the 2 governing parties, if you like, are not going to reach a majority. So the negotiations will commence in earnest tomorrow.
Does that mean you're happy you're here?
No comment. Those negotiations. We had a hung parliament in 2010 when I was still in that line of work. Finding the outside part of the bat and down for 4. Just played late enough there. Cask getting it through, nearing the shoulder of the bat. But Holden just playing it late enough that the slips weren't in play. His first boundary. Yes, it took 17 days of negotiation back in 2010 before the crossbench decided they would permit Labor to serve a second term as a minority government. They were 17 very, very, very long days. My defence mechanism at the time was to book a flight to London, which I ended up not using because the independents saw fit to provide us, provide the governing party with another 3 years. But yes, that was my impulsive defence mechanism. I'm just going to flee the country if it doesn't work out.
So those extra long days that you had make the extra half hour today look like a stroll in the park.
Oh, I'll tell you what, extra half an hour is nothing compared to a national election campaign. Good again from Carson. Holden on the front foot this time. It's that timing that we saw against Derbyshire here in the first game of the season. Not trying to overhit the ball, trusting his swing. Good start from the left-hander. He's faced 15 balls now, and you just get a sense that he's in a nice vein of form, and what he would give to post 3 figures here will make a decent contribution in the last first-class game of this stretch for the home team.
Yeah, he looks in a much better place nowadays, Max Holden. But equally, he'll want to make a big impact on that T20.
Again, played late. The result's the same as it was earlier in the over. Through about 5th slip. Holden into double figures.
He's played that nicely, hasn't he, in the end? Max Holden even better than the last, I think. Just soft hands, angling the bat, playing it late, as you say.
And no deep third in position. See whether they make a tweak here, given there's been 2 boundaries, and it looks like they will. So there were 3 catches in the cordon. They're going to drop Rain back to deep third with 2 balls left in the over. So just 2 catches in the slip. So I'm sure a catch will go through third soon enough, as is the way. Cass really bending his back, nearly tumbling over in his follow through like Mark Wood, his Durham teammate. It's a shame that Mark Wood hasn't had the chance to play first-class cricket yet this season, but it sounds like we'll see him later in the year for white ball cricket. Imagine Durham at full strength throwing into this team. Matty Potts, Mark Wood. I mean, Ben Stokes playing, yes, but doesn't play too often. And then Cass, that's some serious pace. Nice contest building between Cass and Holden. The latter taking 10 runs from the 43rd over. Middlesex behind by 211. They're 139 for 4. We've got 48 minutes until lunch.
Imagine we only played 10 games a season. Where would any of them get a game? Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Yes, I wonder where that's going to end up. I suspect that's where it's going.
That is my concern, though, Colo, because you look at the players that aren't playing in this game. Eskenazi, we mentioned, he's back soon. I was thinking of the bowlers primarily, but I'll come back to Eskenazi in a moment. Helm, Blake Cullen, one of the brightest prospects around, played 1 game this season.
Edge just in front of second slip. Just had Robson playing with his bat well in front of his front pad. Might not have quite carried to third, even if there was one in place. They get back for a couple.
He is very, very lucky he did get an edge on that, because I think he'd have been pretty plumb had that edge have not just saved him. And as it is, squared up. It was pretty low down that the edge was taken, wasn't it? He was dropping that bat down desperately, trying to get something on it.
So 4th slip groups up a little bit closer. Overcorrects and put away. I say overcorrects. The previous ball was on off stump. But Robson doesn't miss out in that area. He's so strong through mid-wicket. Skips along to 65.
Yep, right into the slot for Sam Robson. We talked about it, haven't we? That clip, be it through a straighter mid-wicket or through a more orthodox mid-wicket there. Clipping square of the wicket off his hips, or off his legs as well. Big scoring areas for him.
10 boundaries now for Robson. If Robson can go on, and it might well be the case that being out of the test team and not playing cricket, because presumably he won't be that big a part of the blast. You've seen that previous delivery that found the outside edge with the bat well ahead of the front pad. If they do poorly against New Zealand and they look to shake things up, Robson not having to play through that little stretch of time might make things interesting. Sometimes the best place you can be is out of the team and not playing. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. Sometimes it can be the other way, and out of sight, out of mind. But I think with Robson, it's less that now. Playing at Lord's helps, I think, playing on a test venue, high-profile ground and all the rest of it. But, yeah, Sam Robson must have been close. And, yeah, if he can go on and post 3 figures here, that will be another well-timed 100 in terms of mounting that case for a recall at age 32.
Against this attack in particular.
Yep.
He's done fantastically well. Yes has offered that one chance yesterday evening.
And that happens. That's the lot in life of an opening bat, isn't it? You're going to edge good deliveries, and that was a fine delivery from Rushworth from an over that could have netted 2 or 3 wickets with the brand spanking new Dukes.
Well, it's more often than not that a century has offered an edge, offered a chance. You know, how often do we say a chance at a century? Not that often, and that's why we herald it. There's usually something, a moment of alarm, a moment of panic for a batter. What was Lara on when he hit all those runs against England?
Not many. I thought you were going to say when he was when he made his 501. He was dropped by the wicketkeeper. I can't remember the wicketkeeper's name. I'm sure someone will
Warwickshire's
tweet it in. It's the end of the 44th over, 145 for 4. So the wicketkeeper who dropped Lara playing for Warwickshire, I think he quipped that that might cost us 100 runs. Lara might make 100. Didn't quite expect him to go on to make 501 of them.
He was dropped by England, wasn't he, early on as well?
In the 400 or the 375, some ridiculous scores. Just saying that. Was it the Lara 375 or the Lara 400?
The 375, wasn't it?
Right.
Just thinking that.
Yes, you're right. It's rare you see a truly chanceless ton.
Apologies if the former Durham keeper Phil Bainbridge is tuned in, but these things do get a mention every now and again, don't they?
I'm sure he's got plenty of gigs as an after-dinner speaker because of it. So no complaints for him, I'd imagine, being part of history.
Sorry, I said Bainbridge. Chris Scott, my apologies. Bainbridge was the captain. Chris Scott was the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, we were saying on day one, weren't we, when Stokes was batting, Josh Baker was about 10 yards away from having 6 sixes hit off him and a similar degree of notoriety. And probably a similar spot on the speaking circuit. But yes, just 18 years of age. He's got plenty of cricket to go. They're going to make a change here. Salisbury getting his first opportunity of the second day. Bowled 4 overs yesterday. Well, past the edge straight away too. His 4 overs, Salisbury, were from the nursery, and so he's had to wait his turn. The 45th over of the innings for the man who was brought in to play this week in the absence of Matty Potts, who's been rested ahead of what's likely to be a test debut at Lord's in 12 days' time. Salisbury playing his 41st first-class game from Essex to Hampshire via the MCCU program at Cambridge. MCC Young Cricketer as well some years ago. Got his big opportunity back in 2018. Took 6 for in Paul Collingwood's final match, which was against Middlesex. It's his first game at Lord's. Nice spot to hit early on, and Holden committing early to the leave. Short boundary. Just need to place it through that gap at point. And so he does. Hitting the boundary board just in front of Father Time. Holden third boundary, up to 16. Again, playing with his bat in front of his front pad, not without risk, but just forcing it in front of square. Nice big gap between extra cover and backward point. Bisecting those two fielders. Nice start. Can he go on with it? Quick single, through comfortably. Off the bat, it deflects. They won't be considering another run there. I remember a time when a ball hit the back of a bat at that end of the ground here at Lords, with a man who's on the ground right now. The 150 up for Middlesex at the end of the 45th over. They've lost 4 wickets. Stoneman, Bambit, De Carey's and Hanscom. 2 of them last night, 2 of them today.
Sorry, Collie. Was he just backing up there as well, Ben Stokes? I think he was backing up that ball when it was when it struck that bat. Must have been a flashback for him.
Yes, poor old Kumar Dharmasena, who had judged that to be 6. It was probably a 5. I mean, you go. This is debatable. You can mount the case either way. Anyone who's too effusive one way or the other, you can exclude from the debate, as often is the case. If you are adamant that it's 6 or adamant that it's 5, you probably don't need to be heard. It's those who can acknowledge there's some grey area here, and Dharmasena went with 6, and we all know what happened about 10 minutes later.
We were mentioning that 501 of Lara as well. I was just looking up to see who it was that dropped him for England when he hit the big runs as well. But I've just seen, I didn't realise, Lara was bowled off a no ball on 12 in that Durham knock of 501 and was then dropped by Chris Scott on 18. So in the chat of chanceless centuries, I guess it'd be a bit ridiculous to think of a chanceless 501.
An important spell this from Rushworth, giving the chance to come back up the hill. He was bowling from the pavilion end earlier today. Can he get some of that natural variation with a ball that's aging now into the 46th over? He was able to get the ball to stand up and move up the hill from the pavilion end a number of times yesterday, a couple of times this morning. Middlesex trailing by an even 200. Let's set it up for Middlesex, Kev. Let's scenario plan here. If they're, what have we got until lunch? We've got 40 minutes. Let's call it 10 overs, give or take. So 10 overs through to lunch. If they can stay 4 down and go at about 3.5 and over, they get it down to about 165 deficit. They'll still have loads of overs left in the day. At that stage, it'll still be roughly 72 overs in that scenario. They're going to have a look at trying to change the ball here, Durham. Rushworth's given it to umpire Long, who gives it over to umpire Saggers through one handcuff. That's fine. It has to not get through the other. Oh no, they've already done that bit. Off you go. That's not out of shape. You can go again. So if they're at that point where they've got 72 overs left today, and they're about, let's call it 165 behind, they can knock the deficit off in roughly half those overs. It might be a bit ambitious, but 35 overs for the last 160 odd. They need to go at 4s to do so, but let's give them that. Gets a bit big on Holden, but keeps it down. Then they have roughly a session to get themselves in the black. They might be able to really put the foot down at that stage, and they can get up to about, I was going to say 150 ahead, but that might be overplaying it. They could get to about 100 ahead by the close of play. That might mean that they're giving themselves somewhere in the order of 50 overs to bowl Durham out the second time around. I mean, everything would need to go right from what I just said there, of course. A flow of consistent wickets and keeping the run rate up at 4 and over would be very challenging. But they've got at 3.3 in this innings so far against some pretty good bowling, and it's only going to get easier as the ball gets older, presumably. And they do bat deep. Holman, even Roland-Jones, who'll be coming in at 9. Possibly 10 because of Ethan Bamber coming up as the night watchman. Yeah, Roland-Jones will come in at 10. Anderson too. So a very strong lower middle order who all bat aggressively. End of 46 overs, 150 for 4. Maiden there from Rushworth. So that would be the world where they could potentially conjure up a victory tomorrow. They've got to get about 100 ahead by stumps tonight, which will have meant a massive day on the tools, by the way. 104 overs, they'll need to bat the whole way through. And from here, go at about 4s. And then return tomorrow and think about taking 10 wickets in about a session and a half, maybe 2 sessions, and set up a chase in the 12th and final session. Wouldn't that be fun?
I think one of the things this year, because of whether it's the flatter surfaces, these balls, which again we're looking at right now, whatever the reason this year, that there's more runs, and the matches aren't as far progressed by stumps on day 2. We've been looking ahead an awful lot. More so than you'd had to have done in years gone by, when, especially in April and May, matches progress very quickly and you're more looking at the overheads. And the other thing that we've been lucky with this year as well, Colo, is the weather in April and May, because had this have been a particularly damp April and May, there wouldn't have been many results around at all, would there? A lot of these matches have really needed the best part of 4 days, and you think this one's lost a session and a half. It's well bowled by Salisbury, right on the top of off stump straight away. Yeah, this one's lost a session and a half already, and we're thinking, even with just that, is a result going to be a push? But we spent a lot of time looking ahead this season, and rightly so, in all the commentaries, because these pitches have been a little bit flatter this year. They've been better for batters, and the ball hasn't been as much use for the bowlers as we're usually used to seeing, particularly early season.
Bit of movement away from the right-hander, well handled by Robson, who's seeing them well.
And the reason over the years that you'd usually say don't look too far ahead, because cricket changes so quickly, doesn't it? But this year it hasn't been the case. We've been seeing a lot of 5-day pitches, haven't we, for these 4-day games? So it has left us analysing a lot. Right, where does it go? How do you shape it up from here? And that's a good thing. It's a good thing for cricket, I think, because you don't want matches over too quickly.
Yeah, absolutely a balancing act, but give me these pitches above last year's any time. And I know there's been some hand-wringing about the lack of results, and that's fine. And you get that in 4-day cricket around the world, right? It's not a factor that's exclusively English. And last year there were loads of results, so it's just a slightly drier stretch of time.
There's a thought. Given English conditions, if they do reduce to 10 games a season, that's 5-day games.
Gosh, when was the last time a domestic competition had 5-day first-class cricket? I don't think ever would be. I don't. That's not right. I know in India in the Ranji Trophy they did it at one stage. I think they had some timeless games there too. But yeah, unlikely. But I like the way you're thinking.
Because this is a perfect example. As was Hove, as was last week against Nottinghamshire, as was Derbyshire in the first round. They were all 5-day pitches.
End of the 47th. Back-to-back maidens for Durham, building pressure. Salisbury started this spell well. Middlesex 200 behind.
So what's that? Hold on, let's get this right before I even put it forward. So that's 10 first-class games a season rather than 5 days. So 50 days of first-class cricket a season, which rather than 40 if they reduced to 10 games
What
a
is
season.
it at the moment? 14 times 4. 56. So it would mean you'd lose net 6 days of cricket.
But equally, the big difference though is you'd reduce the travel time around the games, the time committed to games. Yes, you put it on, you're not taking away as many playing days, but the reason that I'd say 5 days is because of the weather. That's my biggest concern with reducing to 10 days. 10 games a season is the weather. In England you should expect of your fixture list you're going to lose a couple of games to the weather. Heavily rain-affected draws. All right, maybe not washouts, but heavily rain-affected draws. I mean, how many times in England do you so frustratingly get to the end of a game and think, oh, this would have been a great one, but for the weather?
Good point. that would be, I mean, there are some fans of county cricket who will never accept reform to the way the game is at the moment. If it's not 14 rounds minimum with 18 counties in 2 divisions, there are some hardline attitudes out there, and that's fine. You get that in any debate. There are some hardline views on the other side, voiced by some in the public debate about tearing the whole thing up and starting again. I wonder if there is a compromise to be found here somewhere.
5-day games.
5-day cricket. I mean, I'm not saying I'm sold on the idea immediately. I think we need to go through it. There might be some unintended consequences. Oh, that's got plenty of carry from Rushworth. There's a string of dot balls here which goes back about 2.5 overs, and a handful of those have gone past the outside edge, and Holden had to play at that. Pitching on about middle and off, and yep, Eckersley taking it fingers up, nicely bowled.
The weather is my biggest concern with the reduction to just 10 games a season. It's it's a huge concern.
Maybe we've stumbled upon the answer. Are you listening, ECB? Probably not. That's okay.
Yeah, is anyone in next door today? We started to get on this. I think we were distracted by a wicket, weren't we? We started to get on this with, you know, the bowlers that aren't bowling in this game. And if you went down to 10 a season, that still remained a concern with 10 5-day games. Cullen has only played 1 game this season. You've mentioned the 2 that aren't playing for Durham, and if they were in, then who's out? One of them, all right, Stokes. But the point is, in a 10-game season, I think the Test players, you'd want them to play a fair bit.
Deflection, I think, off pad. Either way, it'll be 4 runs, leg byes, or off the blade of Holden, looking for the signal. Byes. Thought that kissed a thigh pad. But umpire Long has a better view than me. We'll get a nice slow-mo here. Yep, just ample swing down the slope. Away it goes, 154 for 4. So that string of dot balls is broken.
He got a little bit of a glove on it, I think, didn't he, keeper? And that's what it did for us, because the 2 of us probably thought that's going too slowly to the boundary rope to have not touched anything. So well done, Eckersley. Nearly managed to block it off.
So tweaking the field. They had the catching cover in close, and that's now going to become a catching mid-wicket. Travascus, who's yet to bowl. I think he could be useful here. Left arm tweaker. Yeah, well bowled again. Holden having to rip hand off the blade there to keep it down, and did so nicely. We're going to have a change of government in Australia. For those who've been following along. As the voting has continued, end of the over, 48 gone, 154 for 4. Might tell a couple of the Australians who are playing in this game at the lunch break, Sam Robson, Peter Hanscom, that there's going to be, yes, a change of government after 9 years. That's just been confirmed by the ABC. They've projected, not sure whether it'll be a minority government or a majority government, but a significant moment in my other country.
Can we unprepare that dark room downstairs for you then? The happy man in the middle of the balcony there, Richard Johnson.
Up-ish, through the cordon and 4. Salisbury's bowled really well since being brought back. Had to wait his turn, as I say. Took him nearly an hour and a half to get a trundle this morning, but he's looked good. And that wasn't far away.
Surely it's not the Aussie election result that's cheered up Jono and his device there.
Yeah, I don't know whether he'll be necessarily following what's going on.
Spike on the right,
on the other
Kiwi
side of the world. But yeah, there are a few Australians about this week, aren't there? Mentioned Robson and Hanscom.
You'd have thought poor old Spike would be running for the hills this week.
Stevie Eskenazi might have an interest as well, although he's at club cricket today.
Of course, we mentioned all the football today. big old finish tomorrow. If it is a late finish here and a tight one here, there's a big old finish in the Premier League tomorrow for Richard Johnson's team, Tottenham.
I've just got a feeling that if it's a late finish here and we're trending towards a draw, which might well be the case, the most likely scenario, we may not have many people watching us at 3 o'clock. Final day of the Premier League season. Squeezing out here is Robson. Again, Salisbury up at 79 mile an hour. I've liked what I've seen of him so far. Knows this ground, having served on the ground staff, young cricketer, years ago.
So that was the other thing I was going to come to with you. They've all been pretty much 80 miles an hour minimum in this attack. Cast up into the mid-80s, pushing up over 85. It's an amazing churn out of fast bowlers up at Durham.
They've really got the reputation of that, don't they? You go back to a generation ago with Steve Harmison, or a couple of generations, I suppose, in cricket terms, and Onions, and what a contribution he made. He and Rushworth taking well over 100 and, well, gosh, what did they take? They took nearly 140 wickets between them, didn't they, in 2013 to win the title. A short ball that's done loads after Robson pulled out. It's only clocked at 62.4. I'm not quite sure whether that might be missing a beat there because of how short it was banged in, but
yeah, the shorter it goes, the slower it comes out in the speed gun, doesn't it? There's some slight, say anomaly. I'm not sure anomaly is the right word, but
you
the fuller balls come through quickly.
Yeah, well, we had an unusual one a few years ago at the Wacker, where it was alleged that Mitchell Starc had bowled the fastest delivery of all time. Now, Mitchell Starc's a fast bowler, can hit the high 90s in miles an hour. End of this one, only 4 runs coming from it from the outside edge of Robson's bat. 158 for 4 the score. I think Starc was clocked at 164 kilometres, so comfortably above 100 from a, late in the day, bowling with the old ball, knackered, full toss, just pushed away. And yes, I think even Starc accepts that was probably a defective reading.
A glitch.
A glitch, there you go.
That was what I was looking for. Is it a glitch that, I suppose it is. That was a glitch. In terms of my one, in terms of if they bang it in short, it goes through slower. It's not a glitch, is it? It's just the way it works, it seems to be on the speed guns. If you go full, then the ball registers quicker. If you go short, it registers slower. But another note on the tenor season, which is going to the batters. So I mentioned the bowlers, just getting them the chance, that rotation. I go back to what John Embry always said to me back in 2005 when I started doing Middlesex, and he said you need six quicks for a 16-game season, and each of them you'd want to play 12 games. You don't want any of them playing 16. You want them all to play 12.
Yeah, that inelegant Division 1 at the moment. I don't like that. I think that Division 1, even this week that we have Surrey not playing, and I can't put my finger on the other team who isn't playing, but in any case, so yeah, just the very fact that there are weeks where, like, effectively in Division 1 you do not play every team twice, right? Yeah, the slightly obsessive compulsive in me, I sort of squirm when I see the draw there. Because when it was 9 teams per division, you didn't have that issue. When there were 16 games, of course, because it was an elegant draw, home and away, as it were. But they've moved away from that. We'll get that in Division 2 this year. 8 teams, 14 rounds, home and away, no dramas. It's when they split it from 8 to 10 that it gets a slight bit more complex. Because in order to do that, you need to play 18 games. Alex Bowden, who writes the magnificent King Cricket blog, which I can highly recommend if you don't subscribe. He touched on that this week in his writing. That's a lovely piece of bowling, Rushworth. Rushworth and Salisbury are the 2 men most likely here as we build towards lunch. 20 minutes to go. They must get a 5th wicket. If they don't, this might start drifting. But Alex, in a piece he wrote, touched on that. He goes, well, look at Division 1. How do you identify the teams that you play a second time? It feels like pot luck, and it kind of shouldn't be in a league setup. Anyway, I acknowledge that's partly my obsessive compulsive coming through. Most people probably don't mind.
No, they do. Everybody's with you on that one. Don't worry, Collar. I mean, the theory being that Division 2, you don't cut teams adrift by only having 8 teams and 25% of the division goes up, and it's better than having 25% of the division go down from an 8-team Division 1. But it creates that horrible, imbalance in Division 1 where not everybody plays each other twice.
So why was 9 and 9 dispensed with? I mean, I never
for the 16 games.
But it meant that. Oh, I see. 9 and 9. End of 50 overs, 158 for 4. When they had Division 1 as 8 teams, it meant that Division 1 had the elegant draw and they didn't care so much about Division 2. Now that they've flipped it around and it's 10 and 8 respectively, 1 and 2, you have the weird draw in the top flight.
That's the annoyance. The weird draw in the top flight is the real annoyance, and it is. You're not alone on that at all. Don't worry. I think the vast majority do not like it. Now, if you went 9 and 9 still, 14 games, it'd be an inelegant draw in both divisions. With the 10 and 8, I think what they like is that you don't have where it was 8 in the top and 10 in the second. You've got home and away in the top then, but what you have is 25% of Division 1 being relegated each season, and they didn't like that. They didn't like it was too much of a drop down to a weaker Division 2. So it's felt it's better served. Yeah, so the theory being it's far better that you have 2 of 10 going down rather than 2 of 8.
Right,
and it's far better in Division 2, likewise, that you have 2 of 8 going up rather than 2 of 10, where there's so many cut adrift at the bottom of Division 2. Think we're so far away from getting into that top 2 in a 10-team Division 2.
I'm probably inadvertently building the case for 3 groups of 6, aren't I? Because that would mean if everyone plays everyone, it's 10 games. But I quite like 3 groups of 6 as it was last year, building towards the divisional stage coming second. That was, in effect, elegant because you played everyone in your own group twice, home and away. And then, as we learnt last year, the top 2 went into the top flight, the second 2 into Division 2 and the bottom 2 Division 3. And I respect and appreciate the counter view that what did that Division 2 and Division 3 mean in the last 4 weeks of last year. But for the longest time in one division, the title was sewn up, or at least the top few teams was solidified by June or July, and you played a lot of cricket towards the end of the year where there wasn't, so to speak, air quotes, anything to play for. I felt that model at least meant that for the first 10 games there was loads to play for, and then you earned the right to play off for the title if you made the top 2. It meant there was quite a lot of jeopardy early on in the season. But I suppose I should stop banging that drum because that fight has been lost.
I mean, like I say, I could definitely accept 3 divisions if it was if they were 5-day games. Now there will be those games that'll finish 3.5, 4 days, but the encouragement for producing better pitches is there. Better cricket. That track at Hove, this track here.
Yep.
It's rewarding good quality bowling.
Shot. That side of the ground, but it won't matter with Holden reaching the rope. His 5th boundary into the 20s.
Quietly going about their business here, aren't they, Middlesex? 2 big wickets this morning to Careys. And the skipper Hanscom, but Robson into the 70s, Holden into the 20s. And what have we got? 15 minutes to lunch. Yeah, 15 minutes to lunch, and at the moment, Middlesex is morning. 163 for 4.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
So 1/4 of an hour until lunch here at Lord's, an extra 10 minutes in each session scheduled today, owing to the session that we lost yesterday. Middlesex lost wickets with the score on 104 and 126. And this pair have put on a subsequent 37. Robson was 41 overnight. Made his way to 70. He's hit 10 boundaries. In no hurry.
Yeah, that run rate overnight was up towards 4 and over, wasn't it? And they brought it down to 3.
Just got the thumbs up from next door. I think they've detected the change of government in Australia as well. Of the back foot punching as Robson, they get 1. I think I overheard in the next room Mark Church on the BBC reporting the news. And Martin Emerson gave us the big thumbs up. Nice loud early call there from Holden. No run. He's built into this innings, hasn't he? It was an important partnership when they came together after Rain had Hanscom round the legs. 126 for 4, and if you're a Durham fan or if you're a Durham player, you're probably thinking if they're 7 down at lunch, it's the visitors who can move the game forward quickly. I'm surprised we haven't seen Ben Stokes after that initial stretch at the start of play. Short ball that hit Robson, found the outside edge of De Carey's. Hasn't been used in the second hour at all. Catching cover now in. A couple of slips as well. I expect we will see Stokes though. We've got, what, 15 minutes or 14 minutes? Maybe he gets one crack from the pavilion end. Some thunderbolts try and rough up Max Holden.
We should add the BBC were indeed reporting the news from next door. It wasn't a little yelp of joy or anything.
No, wouldn't possibly.
And the thumbs up was purely just to say, have you seen the news? You have, okay,
good, thumbs up. Have you seen the news? Thumbs up. It wasn't a, do you endorse what's going on 10,000 kilometres away? Would never suggest anything other than that from our impartial colleagues next door. Is that enough of a disclaimer? You've worked with the BBC.
However,
have I done well there?
However, can I request that you wipe the smile out of the sound of your voice, Colin?
I might get yelled at in the comments here. As I say, I'm not even talking about which party has won and lost. It's simply that there is a change of government.
We're allowed to have some fun.
Oh, yes. If you want to stay in the comments, I haven't mentioned in a while, you can do so on YouTube. Just register your handle, as it were, and you can chat with us directly in the commentary box. I'm there. Well, my handle is the Final Word Cricket Podcast. It's not my name, but I am there watching, occasionally replying when I can. We've got Son of a Gun, Jeff Collier, Earl of K, Paul Morris, Hussein Khan, Paul Coucher, Ken Pine, Dino86, Luke Murray Russell, Jack in London, Ian Games, Rahul Patak, Martin Waddle, all part of the conversation this morning, ticking over nicely over on YouTube. You can also get in touch via Middlesex_CCC on Twitter and Instagram and probably a number of other social media platforms that I'm not familiar with. ICQ.
Hashtag One Middlesex.
There you go. That's good from you. That's probably more appropriate than rattling off the handles. The hashtag One Middlesex. Here's Cast. He gets the final blast. Pavilion end before lunch. Short to start. Robson out the way nice and early. So 10 minutes until the break. It's likely that Cast will bowl 2 overs if they can rattle through at a decent clip. I wonder whether Stokes gets the last over from the nursery end, the end from which he started this morning. Got them an early wicket. 16 runs after the resumption when De Carey's was caught behind. Back of a length. David here asking, what was the significance of trailing by 3-3-3 yesterday? I did note that. I said I said something to the effect of a significant number at Lords. David, I was referring to the fact that Graham Gooch made 333 here at Lords back in 1990 against India. So it's a number that when you see 3-3-3 in Lords, in my mind at least, you put 2 and 2 together. Played. Again, is easing away. Robson looks in control.
He's played Cass well, hasn't he? You know, the pace has been good from Cass. None for 40 off 9.5 for Cass, so he's been one of the more expensive ones, up around 4 as we've mentioned. But it's been a challenge. It's been a good complement of bowlers. Rushworth, Salisbury, Rain, Cass and Stokes. So they'll be happy with what they've seen from their side in terms of bringing that run rate down this morning. Helped massively by Rushworth going at 2 and over. Cass going up at 4, as we said. Rain going at 2.5. We won't be massively concerned with where Middlesex have got. Because again, you put a couple of wickets on the scoreboard, they're still a long way behind Middlesex. And that's the key of keeping that run rate down. But Middlesex will very much be thinking this ball's now 53 overs old. Through to lunch. Have a good afternoon. We talked about this morning, you know, one side overwhelmingly winning it. I don't think that either side has done that because of Middlesex's scoring rate. So it means they still remain on the edge of a couple of quick wickets, putting them in trouble here. Not quite halfway to the Durham first innings score just yet.
Ended a 53rd over and Robson retains to strike. He's playing so well here. Cass again up in the sort of low to mid 80s, 83.9 miles an hour. His last delivery there.
Our concern of a bit of a nothing morning was that it was perhaps going to leave the match in limbo. I don't think it's been that. I think, like I say, Middlesex will feel there's the position now to build and go on, but here's a man that will want to change that before lunch. He changed things a little bit before stumps last night.
Yeah, exactly right. They had to throw the ball to Stokes here, I think. I might have done so to give him 2 or 3 before the breather, but here he is. He'll get 6 deliveries between now and lunch. And yet it probably is honours even for the session, which, if you're looking at how they might get to a result, isn't great on those terms. But yes, I suppose a lot will come down to the attitude that Middlesex take to the middle session. If they go out there thinking about knocking off this 183 in the second stretch, or most of it in the second session, and they could open up the game, but they'll need to do so without losing wickets. It's a careful balance for Middlesex, who won't, having earned top spot on the table, they won't want to let Durham into the game by having a disastrous session either. So yeah, it's a balancing act for them. How do they knock off 182 with some vigour, but without losing a stack of wickets along the way to reopen the door? So it's going to be up to Durham. Can Durham move this game forward? Can that man Ben Stokes get busy? He's got a test 6 for here, 6 for 22 against the Windies 5 years ago. That was all swing. It's back in that era when Ben Stokes was more a swing bowler than a fast bowler in terms of what he did for England. That I mentioned yesterday, his 2015 spell at Trent Bridge to knock over Australia in the second innings. There was some glorious in-swinging Yorkers bowled that afternoon. Perfect conditions for it with the dark red dukes, and so it was here against the Windies in 2017 when they had no match for his swing. So I wonder whether he might give the ball a chance to move around a little bit, rather than relying on brute force, as he often does at the bowling crease. That's short. Holden takes it on with control down to long leg. Stokes is taking a look at the footmarks after that delivery.
This was the pairing on that final morning that was seeing things through for Middlesex. I think Holden faced 50 balls overnight and then 100 balls in the innings, if memory serves, in that second innings against Nottinghamshire. Different job for the pair of them today, but in this morning session, particularly since the fall of Hanscom, I think the job from both has been foundation, security, stability. Yeah, Holden faced 115 balls for his 18 in his last innings. Robson went at a better rate, 180 balls for 101, but a strike rate of just 15 for Holden against Nottinghamshire in that second innings as Middlesex were looking to bat out the final day. Rain helping them massively. And just that match situation, we've kind of teetered on the conversation about for a long time. If Middlesex can just get close to Durham here, which will still take another session, but if they get up to 320, to be 30 runs behind, then the pressure does heap to Durham. And they're 180 behind now, Middlesex. The pressure heaping to Durham because at that point you almost feel the only side that can lose the match is the side batting third. So Durham just have to mind their work at the start of their innings and not get into a wobble and not let pressure grow. End of the over, 170 for 4. So just getting close. Just getting close to Durham would be enough to keep the match alive from that perspective. Either that or Durham skittle Middlesex handsomely short for lose the last 4 for 80 runs or so, and then Durham can think about putting their foot on their gas from the start of their innings because they're in a much more stronger position themselves.
Yeah, I think what it boils down to is if Durham are still bowling at about 4 o'clock, yes, that's they're going to have to get this done in a couple of hours after lunch. Maximum. To open the door, that is. Castle will be a big part of that. Last over before lunch, and Robson carves him out to deep backward point. Both knees bent as contact was made. Classy shot for one. The tidying up by the spinner, Travascus, who we've not seen yet. Again, I'm not saying that we expected him to bowl bulk overs this morning necessarily, but I thought they might try him out. Nice. Pad kissing the turf as contact was made. Not quite like Kim Hughes at this ground in 1980, but you know, same kind of thing.
Yeah, they'll struggle to get the obligatory over of spin before lunch now, won't they? This is probably going to be the last.
You'd say so. 5 balls left, 2 minutes. Cast off the long run. Pacey.
And umpire Long, as we know, he's a clock watcher. He's happy to get off for his lunch. Oh, look at that. Quickest of the match, do we think?
Yeah, 87, I think it might be. Short ball too, which traditionally do get registered a little bit more slowly on the radar. Yes, we saw umpire Long get off at 12:59 a couple of days ago, which I wasn't thrilled with, wasn't best pleased with, but from Middlesex's perspective, they won't mind at all, although it looks like they will go beyond. 1:10 here, 90 seconds until that mark. Well played, Max Holden. Should get 3 out to the long boundary in front of the grandstand, and they do. So up to 25.
Celebration?
Yeah, enjoying their Saturday. What are they up to, I wonder? Are they about to make some lunch? DIY job there. Very good. Proper picnic at Lord's.
Stumbled across a new cricket account this morning on Twitter. Cricket Nosh, I think it's called. Oh,
yes, this is a mimic account, isn't it? This is a... What did you call it yesterday? Legacy sequel? Yeah. This is a legacy sequel of the Footy Scran, rather, pronounce it correctly, account that does the rounds where any number of photographs get sent in each week to find what's being sold around non-league football, and yeah, there's a cricket one that's popped up.
Cricket Nosh.
Just got Ollie in the back of the box. Oh, Forget about that. That's a beauty. That's the best ball we've seen in the last half an hour or so. Cass up at 86 mile an hour, coming down the slope on the angle, and watch it go off the seam. That is a world-class delivery.
Exactly that. Exactly that, Collar. I think the bowling that we've seen this morning has been exceptional. Very good track here at Lords. There's enough in it for the bowlers. And this again goes back to my point. If you're going to drop to 10 games a season, you need 5-day cricket on tracks like this. In this country. The weather in this country will be really restrictive on batters.
Last ball of the session. Short and wasted. Robson underneath it. And off the ground they go. So a session where the visitors were able to get an early breakthrough. De Carey's was caught behind for 4. At that point it was 104 for 3. Hanscom came to the middle and made 14 before he was bowled around his legs by Rain for 14. At that stage it was 126 for 4. And this pair have added 48 from that point. Holden 25 of those with 5 boundaries. Sam Robson up to 77 with 11 fours. Well on his way to another first-class 100, his third of the season if he reaches that milestone. For the visitors, Ben Stokes has 2 wickets, 2 for 30. Rushworth picked up Bamber yesterday, and Rain bowled Hanscom today via perhaps thigh pad and glove onto the leg stump. Unfortunate for the Middlesex skipper. As the players make their way from the field, Kev, your parting thoughts before we go to lunch?
Yep, a very good morning for Middlesex. Those couple of wickets, in particular Hanscom, that's a big advance for Durham and for Stokes. They've managed to pick up a couple. Stokes getting to Carey's and, well, for Rain getting Hanscom. It's just, one of those big names has gone in Hanscom. They've got to get past Robson. If they do, again, 2 wickets on the board now for Durham, and they can still feel a lead still of 176 at the moment. They're in a pretty good position, and they will they'll be not too despondent with this morning, because again the biggest thing for Durham is they got that run rate down to 3.1, as you can see on the bottom there, which is up towards 4. Don't forget, scan that QR code in the top left hand corner of the screen for our stream partners, eToro, if you want to find out more on that one. But there's the card of the morning, and yeah, it's been a good morning for Sam Robson again, and that was something that you and I alluded to first thing this morning. If Robson has a good morning, then Middlesex could have a very good day.
So Middlesex go to lunch with a score at 174 for 4. They're 176 runs in arrears, so nearly halfway there after Durham made 350 the first time around. We'll take our leave at Lords, and we'll return with our coverage on the Middlesex Live Enhanced stream in about 35 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords, where the group huddle has a few smiles in it. Bryden Cast at the height of it all there, smiling wide. He's bowled well this morning, so Durham. Only 2 wickets down in the morning, though, with Josh de Carey's and Pete Hanscom claimed, but hasn't wiped the smiles off their faces. Come on, lads. Bowl really well, and perhaps we'll be off in time for the Sunderland kick-off in an hour and 10 minutes. Probably not going to be the session and the day that they want in that sense, Durham, but they do need wickets. A couple of wickets, because although Middlesex go a long way down to 10 now because of the elevation of Ethan Bamber, they'll be thinking about that scoring rate that they've done extremely well to drag down to 3 and over. But this man, Max Holden, a couple of 50s this year. He'll be thinking before the start of the T20. Can he go a little bit bigger in this one? But they'll want to. They'll want to really have a good start, Middlesex. Get in again, Robson and Holden. Robson thinking about yet another century. Holden, as I say, his first of the summer will be very much on his mind. Here's Ben Rain to get Durham going after the break. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club. Adam Collins, myself, Kevin Hand. If you want to get in contact through any of the social media channels, do drop us a live line or the live chat on YouTube. Don't forget the hashtag #OneMiddlesex. If you are getting in contact, Durham fans, by all means, get in contact as well. Drop us a comment at Middlesex_CCC on Twitter. Angles across again. Ben Raim, and resisted by Holden. 2 slips in place behind the left-hander, who really has looked, say, back to his best. He's only 24, so approaching, or in a better place, I think is the best way that it could be phrased. Short, wide, and cut away for 4. Holden's on to 29. First runs after lunch. There is a deep backward point out there patrolling below the Warner stand. But once it was past point and cover, you fancied that that ball was away and gone. 50 partnership as well for the 5th wicket. Well, that eye's a little outside off. Actually, just having to be watched. We haven't seen too much of that in this match. Bounce has been pretty true all the way through. Keepers not tested quite as much as they were in the opening few weeks of the season. Pitch is still a little on the soft side. The bounce, as a result, can be a little unreliable. Peterson there, about to crouch down at slip. There is a second just out of shot. You can see how staggered they are that you can't quite see the second at the moment, and they shuffle around now because around the wicket will come rain. There's Borthwick settling in at second. Right on the spot, Ben Rain. That's where I want to leave it. See if he can get a little bit of shape up the slope away from the left-hander. Up the wicket of Hanscom this morning. Bowled around his legs. Must have just clipped either a bit of glove or a bit of thigh pad dropping down onto the stumps behind Hanscom. Top ball 10 the over, just the 4 off it. Good one to start up from range, just that one loose one, which Holden was all over and onto very, very quickly. So yeah, where does the match go from here? Well, first and foremost, again for Durham, it's a couple of quick wickets at the start of this session. 2 reasons: try and get something happening. Middlesex have been slowed down this morning. This is the period when they'll think about quickening up before the second new ball comes. The next 24 overs try and up that scoring rate from 3.18 down at the bottom back towards 4 where it was overnight. Salisbury they go to first after lunch. This is interesting from Durham. I thought they'd go for one more burst from the quicks. Not that Rain and Salisbury are slouches, but Cass, Rushworth, maybe there's just a little bit in the ball. Get a quick blast out of them after the interval. Not so. There's the conditions and the scene in NWA. Glorious after lunch. And just as I say that, the cloud cover creeps over, but burning sunshine this afternoon. A little bit of a breeze, but again, the conditions are there for batting, and that's why the onus is perhaps on Middlesex here to try and get control of this afternoon, this session, and perhaps indeed this match if they do. Oh, thick edge from Robson. Down to the vacant third it goes. Really reaching for that one. A little bit of bounce. Just too far away from him. Maybe the shot of a man just getting himself back in after lunch. Robson moves to the 80s. But a little bit of doubt about the authenticity of that shot, Collar.
Yeah, I thought Salisbury bowled really well before lunch. He got taken off just before the breather to hand the ball back to Cass, who was the most threatening of the bowlers in the first stanza, but yeah, Salisbury had to wait. He only bowled 4 overs yesterday and got brought back for the 46th over of the innings. But shaped the ball away nicely up the slope and finding an early edge there of Robson, who will need to play himself back in. 19 runs away from a century. That'll be on his mind surely, or it will be soon.
Oh, that's nicer. Straight down the ground it goes. Hasn't quite got all of it, so it's going to keep Stokes interested from mid-off and flicking it back in. In fact, he picks it up and does the hard work himself. And look at that arm. To the he's just showing off now, isn't he? That throw to the keeper's end. But nice shot from Robson. Picks up a couple, moves to 83. I was just a little bit surprised that they went to Salisbury and Rain straight away. Even if it was a short burst from Cass, from Rushworth, just see if those feet are moving, see if those eyes are in immediately after the interval.
Did you catch the mass exodus of fans leaving Lords at lunch, Kev? I was watching at the bottom of the stairs. A whole bunch of Durham fans, not because of the cricket, but because they're all decked out in Sunderland garb and racing over to Wembley up the Jubilee line to meet their second commitment of the day. That playoff final starting in just over an hour, so they'll get to do the double today. A bit of cricket in the morning and then a massive game of football this afternoon for them.
Did you get a picture? I meant to look out the back and get a picture out that back window of what I assumed was going to be next, because they'd all be going out the north gates.
Yeah,
of Jubilee
they all were. There was loads of them. I didn't get a picture. I should have. Fair enough. As I said earlier, competing interests. There's a lot going on across the course of this weekend. So, and that great connection between Durham and Sunderland. So 166 behind. Middlesex are more than halfway there. They were 174 at the break, adding 10 runs the first couple of overs.
Top ball turn the over, 184 for 4.
And they're great conditions to bat in. It's not particularly warm, but the sun is out here at Lords. And the question becomes, what's the mindset going to be for Middlesex? They've got Holden, who can go at a really decent clip. We saw that against Derbyshire to start the campaign in that second innings, making a run of ball 82. We're nowhere near that stage of the game where they need to sort of artificially increase the run rate. But if they can go at fours for this session, remembering there's 70 overs left, let's say we can split the day in two. For the next 35 overs, if they can go at fours, that gets them pretty close to knocking off what's left of the 166 they're behind.
Oh, right up there.
And I'm not saying that'll be easy, but if that's the tempo they can go at without losing a clump of wickets, they might be set up really well for a proper dash after tea. They can liberate that hard-hitting lower middle order. Holman, who we've seen hit a 22-ball 50 in blast cricket. Very different circumstances, but he has got that club in the bag. Anderson, and then Roland-Jones at 10. Remembering that one of the 4 wickets to fall so far was the night watchman yesterday, so that lengthens the Middlesex batting lineup. So interesting how they'll play this. So 70 overs left. If they can spend the first half going at about 4 and over, that will keep the door open to what might happen after tea today with 4 sessions remaining in the game. Knowing, of course, they'll take tea at the usual time. But if we just split the day in 2 from here. Whichever day we were affected by that, I'm pretty sure they just went 2 hours and 10 minutes after. So that's, I think 4 o'clock will be tea. I think, regardless of. I didn't know this. Makes a very long session.
Yeah, I think the thing for Middlesex as well is they're nearly at the point in this innings where they don't worry about a collapse. But that's something I think Middlesex, that scoring rate falling this morning, it wasn't something that should have pestered them too much before lunch. That'll help matters for the hosts. Be a tough chase down the slope, this one. You rarely catch them when they get away, and Lees doesn't on this occasion. Slides with the ball over the rope, 4 it is. Just from around the wicket, that's the danger. With that slope as well, if you start too straight, then the batter's always going to have the confidence to go with that ball on the slope. Coming down, sliding down the slope to be clipped away. Yeah, I think 162 behind, it would have to be a horrible collapse from here for Middlesex to all of a sudden think, oh, we've just conceded an advantage back to Durham. Now, if they were to lose their last 6 for 100 runs, then again, they're close enough to that point. I said, even if they're just 30 behind, that's enough to mount some third innings pressure on Durham. So yeah, they are at the point where they can take those risks up the scoring rate.
Yeah, you're probably right, but yeah, I don't know whether they'll be quite so bold as to think they're out of the woods yet, because they still are 162 behind. I mean, there's still a lot of spade work to do to get to parity. And a collapse from here could change the game. A big session, as is so often the case in 4 or 5 day cricket, one bad session can change the entire complexion of the game. So they've got to safeguard against that, get themselves back in. And maybe it might be that if they're looking at going at 4s through the session, that they're happy to do so by going at roughly 3.5 and over for the first hour and then 4.5 and over for the second hour, or something like that. They don't need to put the foot down yet. They can give themselves the chance just to whittle that deficit away to the point where, and presumably that'll include a Robson century, so that personal milestone will be out of the way, and then think about the art of the possible from roughly the halfway mark of this third day. And it won't be easy either to lift the tempo when they've got Carse at pace, Ben Stokes always a threat, Rushworth, who's been excellent, and Salisbury, who's putting in a shift as well. We haven't seen spin, and Ben Raines, sorry, he picked up a wicket before lunch and he's been tidy, just 36 runs from his 13 overs so far, and I expect Travascus might come into the equation at some stage too in this middle stretch.
Yeah, that's going to be the key, isn't it? 21 overs until the second new ball becomes available, and that's why I thought that perhaps rather than Salisbury and Rain, they'd have one quick burst, even if it was just 6 overs, 3 from either end for Rushworth and for Carse, just to have a go. Tim Mercer doing the Times crossword there, no doubt.
The cryptic, maybe?
Just got back down on that one, Robson. Thought against Carse earlier he was getting himself in trouble just playing it a little too deep from within the crease. That one he's left them with hands on head again, but the bat was very much involved. it's a little bit busier after lunch. 6 of them up there at the moment, which is about capacity. Any more than that and it starts to become quite uncomfortable. You got De Carey's on the right, I think it is, and then Martin Anderson second right.
Yeah, Anderson's still sitting there in the training kit and the shorts, so he's not got his whites on, let alone his pads.
Yeah, Roland-Jones at 10 now because of the night watchman going up. So it's an awful lot of batting, and that means Anderson's coming in at 9.
He was batting pretty consistently as number 6 through 2020 and 2021. He's been shuffled around a bit in recent weeks, but he's averaging 45 this season.
He's certainly been as high as 5.
Yeah,
and I've got a feeling he was at 4 at one point as well.
And that reflects how well Holman's played when he's had his opportunities. Holman, when he made his debut here last year, end of the over, 59 gone, 189 for 4 with Durham still 161 ahead. He against Surrey, that wasn't it? His first class debut last year, Holman. He was carded at 9, which is very low for a man who has a couple of blistering half centuries in the blast and opens the batting for North Middlesex in the local competition here. He led the comp for runs 2 seasons ago during the pandemic, first year of the pandemic. So fairly useful at 7, then Anderson at 8. But they all shift down 1. So Holman at 8, Anderson at 9. Yeah, that's quite deep. Of course, we haven't even mentioned John Simpson having an outstanding season, the wicketkeeper.
Oh, that one goes down the leg side. Now, that wasn't too dissimilar to the one that got Hanscom. If you just watch how it, with that little bit of swing that Rain had, turning around Robson, who was following that ball down the leg side. Just watch his body shape on this one. There was one to Hanscom a few overs before it got him. That one just takes a little bit of the pad and trickles through to the keeper. For Hanscom, it took a little bit of the thigh guard or glove and dropped down onto the stumps. Loose from Robson on that one. Looking for the late cut. He's just stretching for it as it went down the slope.
Yeah, we saw him play that shot a couple of times at the very start of the day against Rushworth. On both occasions, he was lucky not to feather one through as it was there. But as soon as he had those 2 early plays and misses, he really tightened up outside the off stump. Left well, so that'll be a chance for him just to regroup. Well and truly in on 84.
Oh, that's great. That's brilliant from Rain. He's really bowled well here after stumps, after lunch, and what a wicket to claim. Sam Robson for 84. It's not going to be back-to-back centuries for the Middlesex opener, and it's a huge wicket at the start of the session for Durham.
Yeah, just a fraction fuller, that same shape, but yeah, Robson had to play at that, or felt he had to play at it. A little feather through to Eckersley, but you saw that frustration from Rain. The previous ball that Robson fended at, knowing how close he was, and that look of relief on his face, seeing the back of Robson for 84. So it won't be a 3rd century in this stretch for the Middlesex opener, but boy, he batted well. He was dropped early yesterday, so enjoyed that luck, but went from 41 into the 80s across the second day. And he leaves Middlesex in a situation here at 189 for 5, where even though they have got that extended batting lineup we were referring to before, but the game might open up for Durham if they can go bang bang with John Simpson walking out at number 7.
Having just followed the ball before with that late cut down the slope, really searching for it. He followed the next one on the front foot, and that's a big wicket for Rain and for Durham. He's just got a little bit going with that ball. Ben Rain, hasn't he, from the nursery end? I wonder whether they'd use the quicks to see if the feet were moving. Well, swinging a couple of wide ones down the slope's been enough. So yeah, here comes Simpson out at 7.
Having a great season, that unbeaten 104 against Glamorgan. Patient century, which Toby Roland-Jones, who's seen a lot of his career, said is the best he's ever seen Simpson play. 71 the following week against Leicestershire. That same score, 71 against Sussex as well in the first innings down there at Hove to lay a foundation. Missed out last week against Notts, but across the campaign, it's 292 runs at 73. So he's going well.
It's got to be the best run of form that he's had, really. I asked him at Cardiff, was that your best, the century? And he kind of reeled off a couple of others. Because I'd felt at the time and said on commentary that I thought it was. And Richard Johnson, alongside Roland-Jones, also said the same. Said that's the best I've seen him. But it was, it was completely out of keeping with the rest of the match at Glamorgan, that century from Simpson, and that was the mark of it. He was playing a game of his own. He's got a big job here to do. What Middlesex do have is that luxury of it being the 60th over. Just try to get yourself in now, and there's going to be some runs to be had for the next 20 overs or so, unless Durham can really get going with that wickets column.
Simpson's played 11 matches against Durham for only 365 runs at 23, a high score of 58. So it's not been a team he's been overly productive against. He's played 70 matches here at Lords, nearly 3,000 runs at 30, a couple of centuries, 1950s. Made 3 half centuries last year at 25, but overall it was a great summer for him personally, getting that opportunity with England. Played in 3 winning teams against Pakistan one-day internationals, and also lit up the 100, playing for the Northern Superchargers. So at age 33, still seen, if not the best gloveman in the country, in the best 2 or 3, along with perhaps Ben Folkes.
Yeah, I mean, batting-wise, he's got better and better in the last few years. He really has. He put some barren years behind him. We saw Robbie White get the gloves at one point. And he's a very, very fit man, John Simpson. He, he's always been extremely fit. Takes pride in the fact he's an athlete.
Yeah, I think with his wicket keeping, that's the end of a successful over for Rain. 189 for 5. Robson gone for 84. It was that catch down the leg side off Matt Parkinson, wasn't it? So, I mean, much bigger stage, international cricket, maybe millions of people watching around the world, and being able to showcase what a wonderful wicketkeeper he is. And it's this one moment, but it's a microcosm of many that we've seen of him over the years, wicket-keeping at Lords off-Broadway, and not having quite the same attention as the international game has. And, I mean, he was, I think, desperately unlucky not to play a test match last summer when they went to James Bracey to wicket-keep against New Zealand. And I suppose they saw the error of their ways by picking him for that one-day squad.
Yeah, and at his age, I guess, like I say, he's so fit. I just wonder, with the wicket keepers, it's the back, isn't it? You wonder how long can he go on for. We see bowlers going to their 40s now, Tim Mercer, and then Anderson and Broad, look at what they're doing with their career, and Roland-Jones will still hope to have a long career at domestic level as well. But for a wicket keeper, if the back ever starts to go, how quickly does it go, and can you ever come back from it having to keep for so long? You'd hope so, because it feels as though Simpson's in his prime at the moment. It feels as though he's finally reached a spot now where he's showing a wider audience what everybody at Middlesex has known for a long while.
Yeah, I suppose that fitness is in the genes with Simpson. Was he the 4th generation professional athlete? I say professional athlete, top flight athlete. I doubt it was professional when his dad was playing lacrosse for England years ago, played in the World Championships, and great-grandfather was a rugby player, wasn't it? I think I'm right in saying. So, yes, when thinking of his longevity, the fact that he's got great genes, that can only help. Simpson now 33.
Here's a man at the other end. As we said, he's only 24, even though he's been around for a long while. Max Holden. It feels, at the moment, again, as though his game hasn't been in a better place than it is at the start of this season. He had a couple of slow years where there was a real onus on him. Look, you've got to get those first-class runs, as well as he was forging his way in the white ball team for Middlesex.
Yeah, bigger picture with this game as it's positioned. Having Simpson join Holden might actually help in terms of the run rate. So if these two can get in together and form a bit of a partnership, they're more likely to be able to go at 4.5 and over than Robson. That's no reflection on Robson's ability to go through the gears, but more that he was settled into his own rhythm there, whereas Simpson's more predisposed to trying to score quickly, playing across the line and all the rest of it. in the best tradition of keeper batsmen.
That's guided nicely, just a single. Yeah, I mean, you were saying about Anderson going down 10. I've just had a look back through the scorecards and the notes. He started the COVID season at 5 in the lineup behind Robson, Holden, Gubbins and Eskenazi at 4, Anderson at 5, Simpson at 6. So he was at 5 for a good while there, which is where he batted when he got that 82 at Old Trafford, and you really sat up and thought, oh boy, this young guy who everybody's been telling us about for years, an 80-mile-an-hour kid, boy, he can bat as well. But he went up to 3 and 4 in the T20s.
That's right.
So he's never batted as high as 4 in first class, which I was wondering, did he? But it was actually in the T20s where he was batting at 3 or batting at 4 for Middlesex, and still will. End of the over, 190 for 5, but he's obviously coming in. The point being at number 9 in this match.
Yeah, there was those 2 games at Radlett in 2020 when Lords wasn't available, when against Hampshire and Sussex. And the first of those 2, he came in at 5, and I think he hit a 90 or thereabouts, and looked so good off the back foot, be it through point. He really crashes that square drive, doesn't he, and loves to pull and hook. So 92, it was his contribution there in the first home game of 2020. So you're having a guy of his capacity down at 8 means that they have that insurance, that's for sure.
And they score quickly, as you say, with Holman coming in at 8. Again, he's somebody that will score quickly. Anderson scores quickly, Roland-Jones for sure. By the time he's in at 10, this could be quite a lot of fun with Roland-Jones coming in at 10. We were having the conversation before, weren't we, about Roland-Jones when he batted at 9, he went up the order to 8. And the feeling for Richard Johnson all the way back when he was last with Middlesex, if you push him up to 8, you're going to take a little bit away from Roland-Jones' game. He's better at 9. He'll be swinging from the bottom of the pavilion steps when he walks out at 10.
Yeah, he'll have a license of sorts, especially if they can be in the black by that stage. Now, yeah, shouldn't get ahead of ourselves here. They're 190 for 5. Durham are in a good position. Durham are in the better position of the 2 teams to force a result from here, because they control their own destiny when they've got the ball in their hand. If they can go through Middlesex in this session, which they'll be half a chance of doing if they get 1 more wicket, then it might be Durham with a pretty healthy first innings lead, and then they can dictate terms and think about how they might play the second half of the match. And we saw a similar situation in the first game here against Derbyshire, where Middlesex were able to finish off the visitors in the middle session of the 3rd day. They had a lead of about 100 or thereabouts, and they put the foot down in the final session, ticked over at roughly 5 and over, and they were able to declare, giving themselves about 80, 85 overs to bowl out Derbyshire on the final day. Now, it didn't come to pass, but that might be a blueprint for Durham to follow here, if they can, that's big if, take the last 5 wickets relatively quickly over the next, say, 90 minutes or so.
Good to see the kids in. No football at home this afternoon, so I have them nagging, no, can we stay home? Watch football on TV at lunch and at dinner. Not the kids even do that anymore, do they?
Don't suppose they do.
Wide on the crease, Rain. Good leave by Holden.
So that's the one that hasn't moved. So he's bowled a couple of deliveries that have just shaped up the slope nicely away from the left-handers, and then now one to hold its line. So he has got it going both ways, Rain, since lunch, and that contributed to the dismissal of Sam Robson. Nice outswinger on the right part of the pitch. Robson had to present the blade. Feathered it through. Second caught behind of the day.
Just be a single. The end of the over. Holden moves to 35. 191 for 5. Yeah, what you fancy will happen now is maybe if these two can get in for a long while and settle down, then maybe not. But with the batting to come, whatever happens is likely to happen quickly now. It'll happen at a quicker rate in terms of the scoring rate, or Durham will get in amongst them. One of the two. And Of course, down at Hove, when Middlesex began the recovery in that first innings, they were 45 for 4. When batting second in the match, they got themselves into a spot of bother, and then the batting began with Holden at 5, Simpson at 6, Holman and Anderson. It was those 4, the powerhouse of the first innings, that got Middlesex back into contention in the game. So slightly better position for these 4 coming together now. These 4 coming together. Those that did well at Hove. 45 for 4 it was when they came together then. 191 for 5 now, one of those being the night watchman. But yeah, it's and that would be the hope for the neutral as well, is whatever happens now starts to happen that little bit quicker to set up the second half of this match. But Holden and Simpson, I think, while they're together at the start now, wherever it goes from here, this partnership, I think the beginning of the partnership, they'll have time still. Because Middlesex should still be thinking about going past Durham. These next 20 overs, till that second new ball, they can be very, very close, but certainly within sight at least of Durham's total. And then where does it go from there, we see. So that's why it's actually crucial that it is Durham that break this partnership quickly and starts make things happen themselves. But should be a fascinating passage here this afternoon, and it has been that kind of game, really, hasn't it? And again, if this was day 3 of a 5-day game now, we'd be saying this is set up beautifully.
Yep, point well made.
Been finding myself on that thought so many times this season so far, which is where I've just about come to it. That's short, and he's hooked it fine. Well played, Max Holden. It was onto him quite quickly, actually. He was tucked up a little. Got it away very fine of the long leg. Turned around the corner for the boundary. Moves to 39. Middlesex within sight of a batting point now as well.
Yep, they all count. And I suppose if they do elect to go full throttle through the course of the next 30 or 40 overs, not initially, but once they get within, say, 70 or 80 of the deficit, or of Durham's first innings tally, I should say, then yeah, the other batting points will come into the frame too.
That's a great point. So what is it? 47 overs after this.
If they use that as the benchmark, if they're still batting at 110, what would that leave today?
.195 for 5, end of the over. 18 left today if they're still batting.
Yeah, so what's that? So 63, 110, 37, 47, 64. Yeah, so they would get, with changeover, they'd get an hour or thereabouts. So they could bat through until 110 and pull out at that point. That would be the hyper-aggressive move, and say to Durham, look, okay, we're going to try and bowl you out. We're going to have an hour tonight, and whatever will be, will be. We're going to Wembley. No, that's already happened. That might be how they set it up. Hoard as many batting points as they can. In 47 overs, by that point, they would presumably be in the black. And then see whether Durham might be equal to the challenge. That might be wishful thinking. I don't think it doesn't feel like it has the energy of a game where teams are looking to set up a result. That might be slightly contrived if Middlesex pulled out early. So far away from that, of course. I mean, again, I've got to stress this point. We're talking from Middlesex perspective in terms of manufacturing a result, but the more likely scenario is that once Durham take another wicket or two, that they're able to dictate terms in a more forceful manner.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it sooner rather than later, aren't they? Otherwise, with the time left in the match, it then becomes that third innings wobble. Is there a third innings wobble or not? And we so often get to that situation that Durham's best chance, I mean, it may be that they're leading by 30, 40, 50 runs when they come out to bat. You know, we may well find ourselves in that situation, which you often do, as Simpson's angled that away nicely to get off the mark here and pick up a couple, that their best chances of winning the match is to be bowled out.
Yeah, quite possibly. And look, coming back to the point we made before lunch, it's Durham who are in 5th spot. Now, you know, 2 teams promoted, and there's not an awful lot of cricket for Durham to play in the second half of the season, remembering they've already played 6 games. This is their 7th game. It's Middlesex's 6th game. So they've only won one of them. If they want any chance of being promoted, I'm not saying they have to win this game, but I mean, if they weren't to, it does start to get to the point where they'll have to win. They'll have to clean the clock, won't they, in the second stretch, or near enough to it. So they might be incentivised to play in such a way that risks losing in order to win. The second time they bat, that is. So even if Middlesex do take a modest lead or reach parity or thereabouts before they're bowled out, I think it would stand to reason that Durham would be thinking from the get-go, look, okay, let's see whether we can bat for 50 overs and really go for it and back ourselves to bowl out Middlesex in 2 sessions or something like that.
I see him behind that one again. Simpson. Let's have a quick look, see where they are in the other games. Well, we've talked about it. It's been across the country. It's been a season of runs so far, hasn't it? In Division 1, Lancashire 10 for 1 in their second innings. They trail Essex by 278. Skittled for 103. So put straight back in. 4 wickets for Cook. Gave him a mention in that Loughborough game earlier today. 4 for him, 2 for Porter, 2 for Snater. It's on to the pads of Simpson, and timed nicely. Deep square's got a bit of a chase. To be a couple for Simpson, moves to 4. 199 for 5. Middlesex nearly at that first batting point. So Lancashire have lost Jennings. 4-0 in the match for Jennings. Essex, who had a century from Dan Lawrence in that first innings, 120 to him. Brown with 71. Snater with 72. It's not a bad match for him. He's got a couple. Adam Rossington. He was playing in that Northamptonshire side when we were going through that scorecard against Loughborough earlier, former Middlesex man. Run out for 21. 199 for 5. Shouldn't pause on ex-Middlesex watch when doing the scoreboard elsewhere, though, because it'll take nearly a session to get through the scorecard. 199 for 5 then into the 64th. Northamptonshire at Kent are 137 for 4, trailing Kent by 382. Vasconcelos with 71. He's just gone. Proctor and Keogh still there. Kent with 140 from Compton, 83 from Bell Drummond. A couple of 350s as well. Crawley leaning. And Stewart down the order. Grant Stewart. 5-19 for 9 declared their first innings. Oh, that pops a bit on Holden. Bottom hand off. Rides it to backward point. Very well played by Holden. Oof. We saw him guide a few from cast nicely down to the vacant third. Salisbury 5-6 miles per hour slower, not quite as tall, but just getting that extra bit of bounce on that one. Somerset are 12 for 1. They trail Hampshire by 57 runs at Taunton. Oh dear, now was that born out of the last one? We've seen De Carey, Stoneman, Robson all going to wafty drives.
Yeah, that was more in line with the shot that Stoneman played late yesterday, wasn't it? I think Robson sort of sits in a slightly different category because it was on the off stump as it pitched, but yeah, with Stoneman across him yesterday to Stokes and then De Carey's this morning also to Stokes. On both occasions he was able to get them driving to full deliveries and through to Weckersley, and Peterson with the first one. Better.
They've been met on the full indeed. Placed nicely in between cover and mid-off. Short boundary, 4 runs. Holden's into the 40s. And that's the first batting point for Middlesex. 203 on the board, 387 deliveries, 266 minutes.
Yep, so Middlesex started the week with 93 points. They were 9 clear of Notts. They're now up to 97. I know Notts have picked up a few points already in their game, so no noticeable difference at the top of the tree. Glamorgan 81 in third.
That's a lovely comeback from Salisbury. Down the slope it goes. Just looking at the comparison of the innings, which I'll come back to in a moment. Let's just see this one off the surface. Oh, that's the full ball, full toss.
Now we'll see it. Replays everywhere. Yeah, that's a good one.
Can't get enough replays, no problem with that. Both good replays. There's that little guide. No third in place. And away fine it goes. 4 more. Holden's on to 47. Inside of a third 50 of the summer.
I think, again, well played. We've seen Holden sort of willing to play outside of the line of his eye, which isn't always easy to do, but it can get you in trouble. But he's been able to do so with softer hands and thus deflect through 4th or 5th slip. A number of his boundaries have come through that region. He's now found the rope on 9 occasions out of his 47.
Pulled away. Just a single. He'll keep the strike at the end of the over. He's on to 48. Middlesex 208 for 5. I just wanted to go back to that comparison of the innings. One in terms of the wickets, but also in terms of the overs. So when Peterson fell at 183 for 5, just the other side of tee, it was the 70th over of the innings. So Middlesex in the 65th, 208 for 5. And one of those a night watchman. But also just those few runs ahead, 25 ahead with 5 overs in hand in terms of that rate. So they've scored a little bit quicker all the way through, but been slowed up.
Yeah, I think that's right. We certainly saw them bat with purpose last night, didn't we? They got through that really tough spot at the start, but Stoneman, Robson able to put the bad ball away, putting on 86 for the first wicket.
That's a lovely start from around the wicket. Yeah, and given the conditions last night and the bowling attack, Sloman's 40 odd and Robson's 84. Actually, given what they were facing last night, in the grand scheme of things, they're worth that little bit more, aren't they? Because Middlesex could have been in a real spot of bother last night had Durham got in amongst them quickly. It's
probably the most important moment of the game was Borthwick putting Robson down in hindsight. They got an early one there. I think that was the 4th ball of the innings. Great first over.
Scampered single here for Holden, moves to 49. Yeah, and there was echoes of the Nottinghamshire match when Hanscom put down Duckett at slip. And they'd have been 20 for 2 at that point. As it was, they got into lunch, just 1 down, Nottinghamshire. They did get Duckett pretty quickly after the interval, but the point being, you put a side in, you want to put that pressure on in the first innings. The first morning. And it just didn't materialise, and on they went to 415. And as you say, that Robson put down, it really felt like a carbon copy, not quite, but very close to what happened in the Nottinghamshire innings and how costly it was for Middlesex then, has been for Durham here. Just taking a slip out into a short mid-wicket. Simpson easing way into the offside. They're going to go very straight from around the wicket here, and that's why, just to try and block off those runs with a 5-4 field.
I think that it might be time to change it up here, and no reflection on the way that Rain and Salisbury have bowled since lunch. They've both gone nicely, but I think Cass, extra pace, Stokes, who, I mean, cliched as it is, stuff happens when he bowls, and then maybe the spinner Travascus. Just change the energy a little bit and rotate the swing bowlers or the seamers in Salisbury, Rain and Rushworth from the other end. The end that Rain's bowling from the nursery end. So maybe stick with swing and seam from the nursery end and all-out pace. Give Stokes a chance to run downhill from the pavilion. He's not done that yet. And likewise Cass, who before lunch looked every bit an international bowler.
Yeah, because they won't particularly want to hang around for 15 overs and wait for that second new ball now, will they? They need to try. And the reward's there, isn't there? If they could get past these two, then it won't be that prolific 60 to 80 over period for a batting side. Shots. Great shot by Simpson. His first boundary, straight to mid-off. Brought the bat down beautifully on that.
Yeah, you know when John Simpson's in good form, it's when he's driving like that down the ground. It's his best shot. Be it on drives or off drives, when he gets on the front foot and times it in that direction, yep, he's in good nick.
We talk about his golf swing, don't we, John Simpson? I'll tell you what, he'd give you an almighty uppercut as well, wouldn't he? Such a strong bottom hand. Wherever he's hitting that ball around the park, the bottom hand's in play an awful lot, and he doesn't hit it up in the air. You know, you think of bottom hand play, and His players scooping it a lot. He really punches that ball.
Well, it's a big feature of his white ball game, isn't it? Like down the ground, when they're setting fields for him in the blast, they've always got a long off and a long on outside the circle, even if it means at the expense of, say, fine leg inside the circle, and they have to make that judgment. They never give Simpson the chance to strike down the ground without risk, because they know that's where he's at his strongest.
So look at those other scores again elsewhere. We got as far as Taunton, didn't we? They're 2 down now, Somerset, 15 for 2. Renshaw and Lamond be gone. Abel and Banton together. They were skittled for 211. 2 for Abbas, 2 for Holland, 3 for Abbott, 2 for Fuller.
Is that a double failure for Renshaw then?
27 and 11, yeah. Barker's got him second time around. Abbas picking up Lammonby.
Just an absurd attack, isn't it, Hampshire's?
Well,
you look at it, I mean, they've got... every bowler they have got would open the attack in every county in the country.
Yeah.
Barker's been a great signing over the last few years. Up towards 500 wickets, 5,000 runs. Fabulous cricketer.
That's a good shout, actually. Down at Glamorgan, when Roland-Jones was out bowling Shaheen Shah Afridi, we looked at that point and thought this has to be the best opening attack in the country. But I guess Abbott and Abbas probably just nudge him into second. Yeah,
I think that's reasonable. I mean, Middlesex have got this this production line of seamers, which was added to so splendidly by Shaheen, who's different gravy, right? Like you kind of always can't think of him as a county bowler. Like he was only ever going to play a few games in this stretch, and did so with great effect for 3 wins. But yes, it's not like Shaheen Shah Afridi will be a year in, year out proposition due to his international schedule. That's where the fact that Mohammad Abbas is out of favour with Pakistan, such an asset, because over here, I mean, he's set and forget, isn't he? It seems remarkable that a bowler of his international record isn't part of the thinking for Pakistan right now. I don't think he was in the squad for the Australian series. Going with Shaheen and Naseem Shah.
Taking the single, and there's the 50. Another one for Max Holden. The 24-year-old's had a fine start to the summer for Middlesex. Highly regarded young bat. 97 balls, 9 fours for Max Holden. And to go with the 82 first up against Derbyshire and an unbeaten 80 down at Sussex to see down that chase. And also the 58 in the first innings, so a 4th of the summer now for Holden.
Yeah, it feels like he's turned a corner this season, Holden, averaging 52 before this innings. Effectively picking up from where he left off. And it shouldn't be underestimated that the degree of difficulty in that 18 not out against Notts last week here when trying to hold on and save the game before the rain came. Absorbing more than 100 deliveries for that. So he's got multiple gears to shift through and up and down as he needs to. Nice compact play out. Impressive the way he's worked the ball behind point in this innings. You can sense that by the fields they've set for him. They know he's dangerous there. And a player with such a pedigree, really, having made so many runs as a junior, England 19s captain and all the rest of it, and just having not quite found the cheat codes to county cricket. But this year, yes, looks to have turned a corner after a dismal 2021. So, Max Holden, the informed set man, 50 not out from 97 balls into the over, 214 for 5.
I think a lot of 24-year-olds, if you'd have said he's 24, he's got 3 centuries. What's that now? His 13th 50. At 24, you'd probably say, yeah, it's not bad. But he's played 58 matches, 105 innings, and an average of 27. Nice shot straight to cover. Yeah, there's no way that Max Holden should be averaging 27. He's a much better player than that. But because he's young, we've seen that Manhattan probably from him. Quite a stark contrast in the Manhattan from him.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the difference this year, isn't it? The consistency. So those 4 scores above 50, a couple of 80s, one of those unbeaten, but also has got starts a few times as well. The 35 against Derbyshire on opening day, it doesn't look like much now in hindsight, but he came in at a tough time when Derbyshire were right back on top in that game. And just gave them a bit of stability at an important time. I say right back on top of that. They weren't sort of threatening to storm the Bastille or anything, but they just taken 2 quick wickets. In came Holden and played assertively and got to 35. Out reverse sweeping, which was unfortunate, and drew a bit of scrutiny. But you know, my sense is that he's ready to take the next step now, and he's taking it right now.
Yeah, I was just looking at how many. He's only played 16 List A, but there wasn't any List A in 2020. Last year, just down to the, 8 List A games. Good take. Sharp work behind the stumps from Eckersley. But yeah, he's only played 16 List A's and holds the List A record for Middlesex, beating Strauss's 164 at the Oval, 166 he got down at Canterbury with Ross Taylor, where he's got an average of 44 in List A cricket, just 1 not out in 15 innings. So that's a pretty genuine average. That's a pretty good one. And again, his 2020 average isn't bad. 27, 1 century and 2 50s. Again at 24. Oh, won't get there this time, Eckersley. Buys it is, yeah, down the slope. Harsh on the keeper, that one, because again, here at Lord's, it's more harsh than anywhere else, isn't it? Especially around the wicket to a left-hander, and that slope's taking it away.
Yeah, it's happened twice now with Rain getting on that angle, and yeah, just enough offline that it would have taken a superhuman effort from Eckersley to drag that back. No chance.
So yeah, the point being with Holden, if you were to just look at the wicket, at the centuries and the 50s column, and say he's 24 years of age, have a look at that, you'd say, yeah, actually, that's not bad for a 24-year-old. He'd still want it to be better, though, because that was his reputation, that was the regard he was held in through his youth, and indeed through that stint at Northamptonshire.
It's often been said that his best cricket was when he was on loan as a teenager. That 100 he made against Durham, his first-class century at Wantage Road back in 2017. Yeah, and every chance to get his second here. Put in the hard work, initially batting with Robson, and now useful stand emerging with Simpson, this pair. Can tick the board over quickly too.
End of the 68th, 219 for 5. Yeah, I was trying to rack my brains just to think, is this his best run for Middlesex? I think it has to be. As you say, at Northamptonshire, he was doing all sorts and everybody was talking about him. This time with Middlesex coming back, he's hit the heights all right, but just in terms of consistency, this has to be his best run. As I say, I feel for him a little bit, because I think Max is a classic example of the challenges a modern-day young batter faces, in that he desperately wants to be in that T20 side. We've seen him do it in List A, and now in T20 he's started to get it going as well. He's put some really good performances together in the T20. Something's got to give, hasn't it? And I remember David Milan, the same thing happening to him, scoring loads of white ball runs. Could barely score a run in red ball. So I think Max has suffered that a little. Change of bowling up at the pavilion end. Bryden Cass is back to bowl the 69th. What's this ball got left for him?
Yeah, I think that's the right shout with Cass here. Just when it's starting to drift a little bit. It means he won't take the second new ball, but we know that Rushworth will take that. Perhaps in combination with Salisbury, the man that Cass has replaced. And also Ben Stokes. Can they get Cass and Stokes to offer a point of difference here? Stokes only bowled a couple of overs before lunch. Might have been 1 over before lunch. So there's 1 over today. Hasn't been seen in the 50 minutes since lunch.
No ball called. 2-2-1 for 5.
So a blast of pace. Maybe some spin, Travascus. We've just not seen spin. I'm not saying it'll be super effective, but purely as a point of difference, asking different questions, having these 2 left-handers to set up again, I think that's all part of it. Or the decision-making process for Borthwick anyway.
That's cut hard and cut for 4. Holden moves to 55. That's set up sweetly for him. 2-2-5 for 5. Oh, that's nice. Really nice. Wasn't that wide. Wasn't that wide at all. That was sweet. Out of the middle. That would have felt good for Holden. Just got that run rate going up again. It slipped down to 3.1. Just about to hit 3.3. So yeah, plenty hoped for this young man still. Long career ahead of him. How high will it climb? Let's have another look at that cut from Holden for 4. Oh, we haven't got the shot we were looking for. It's all right. The one that we did see, Cass, from behind Cass, told us all we needed to know about the line of it. It wasn't a simple put away. But he's seeing it well. That was actually a little bit wider, lower down the bat, and not timed in the same way, just a single out to deep point. Ben Rain patrolling out there. So let's finish off those scores elsewhere. Just say that Hampshire first innings were 18 for 2. Somerset now trailing by 51 runs in their second. Hampshire's first innings, 280 all out. End of the over here. Simpson in behind that one, 2-2-6 for 5. Nick Gubbins, 36. Holland's 49, and a top score down the order from Anya and Donalds of 57. Barker and Fuller getting runs as well. They do bat a long way down as well, with Kyle Abbott at 10. Overton and Siddle 4 apiece. It's not a bad opening pair either, is it? Craig Overton, Peter Siddle, Gregory and Davey and Leach. Some good bowling tacks about this year. Division 2 as well. Especially here at Lords for Durham, with their 5th bowler. He's back into the attack, Ben Stokes. 2 for 30 from 8. What impact can he have? He's got a deep square and a long leg, Stokes. Deep backward points and 2 slips. You fancy they'll ask him to play the battering ram again here. Solid line of length to begin. Another Division 1 score that we didn't get to. Warwickshire all out for 244 at Headingley. That top score of 96 from Burgess, Corden bowled Patterson. 3 for him, 3 for Thompson. Yorkshire, they lead by 154 runs with 1 wicket remaining. They're 398 for 9. 145 from Lythe at the top. Only Bass go, or 2. Brooke also went past 50, went to 82. So looking good for Yorkshire against the defending champs at Headingley. In Division 2, Derbyshire 75 now, 75 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Nottinghamshire by 23 runs in the Brian Clough Derby. Oh, had to be watchful of that Holden. He was wary of that full toss, how quickly it was coming out of the hand. It was a slower ball, so it dipped on him. You could see, fortunately for Holden, he'd had it pretty much all the way. Very, very watchful. particularly slower, but it certainly dipped on him a little at the end. 80 miles an hour from Stokes. Yes, that match at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire. Derbyshire all out 260 with 51 from Guest, 57 deploy. 2 for Broad, 2 for Pattinson, 3 for Patterson. Nottinghamshire, top score of 86 from Duckett. 358 all out, 4 for Connors, 4 for Potts, not that Potts. Check that one, Simpson. He'll keep the strike end of the over. 70 gone. 228 for 5.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
So former Middlesex player, watch Billy Godwin's got 26 in that second innings for Derbyshire. Trailing by 23 runs, they're 75 for 2. And Worcestershire against Leicestershire is the last game. Nice clip by Simpson. They'll look for a couple here. That's deep mid-wicket. They've taken 2. Simpson's into double figures. Simpson on to 11, Partnership's on to 41, so that tells you a little bit about how Holden's been going. There's the top tier of the pavilion post-lunch. Anyone snoozing? The bottom left, there's a couple of candidates. One perhaps on a tablet device, watching the stream maybe. Good pace. Good wheels there from Cars. 86 miles an hour. It felt all of it, that one. Down the slope. Pushed it through nicely. Ties and jackets. A few jackets off. Everybody in proper attire. Well, nearly everybody. At least he's wearing the right colours in the bottom left. Up the outside edge, Simpson gets a single. Again, 86 miles an hour. He's got it going, Cars, even with Solder ball. 71st over of it. Did just wonder about the deployment. Should they have gone when that ball was, what, mid-50s? Just after lunch, should they have thrown it straight to Cars? See if he could blast out a couple before it gets that little bit softer. It'll be Rushworth taking the new one up at the pavilion end in just under 9 overs, you'd have thought. Lovely ball. Let's finish the over from Cast down the slope. On the spot, angled across Holden. Had to play at it. Just goes off the surface slightly down the slope. Holden had done pretty much everything right. It was just that fraction slower there. Just caught it at the bottom of the screen, 72.8. It did feel as though he'd taken the pace off it slightly. Just went for a slightly fuller line. See what it did on a slower pace. He'd still be pretty happy though. Partnership approaching 50. So that last game, Leicestershire 60 for 2. 29 from Hill. There, 3. They've just lost another. 69 for 3. Ackerman's gone. Second for Pennington in the innings. Leicestershire trail Worcestershire by 360 runs. So Worcestershire are in a fine time of it at home. They bowled Leicestershire for 148 in the first innings. Nobody made it out of the 20s. Although 5 did make it into the 20s, but nobody out of 148. It sounds like an Andrew Sampson one, that, doesn't it? How many have made it into the 20s? What's the lowest score with 5 batters all reaching 20? I think we had this a few years back where, what was the lowest score with all reaching double figures? I'm sure, it seems to ring a bell in a Middlesex match a few years back, all reaching 20. That was shaped away a bit, out of the hand from Stokes. Up the slope, went early out of the hand by the look of it. Perhaps a little bit of reverse swing for the England captain at this stage. So yeah, Worcestershire had 225 from Azhar Ali, didn't they? 127 from Haynes, 577 for 6. They reached. Oh, just drawn into that one. Simpson on a fuller length from Stokes around the wicket. Just took a bounce through on the way to Eckersley as well, which is just something to watch on the last couple of days here, whether the bounce gets a little bit lower. How the pitch plays on that final day, that's the other thing. So far it's been a beaut, and we haven't spoken of that much in terms of low bounce.
Yeah, we saw that one ball take off, didn't we, before lunch from Bryden Cass, which I wouldn't call it volatile bounce, but one that really trampolined. But I can't really identify any others that have had much of that about it.
Yeah, and it hasn't been a match for the ball trickling through to the keeper. It's gone through pretty consistently for them, hasn't it? At the start of the season, keepers are well accustomed to having to just stand up tall and wear it on the shins, wear it on the pads, not knowing what's going to happen with the bounce. That's nice for Simpson, but that's a great stop. In the covers. Mohamed Rizwan down at Hove, that was actually almost majestic watching him do it. The bounce was a little up and down there, which you get from the Cromwell Road end anyway when you're running down the slope. The trajectory of the surface, or the gradient of the surface, can affect dramatically the trajectory of the ball on pitch. And sometimes some of the bigger lads get it to climb despite the decline that they're bowling down. But you'll of course get the ones that skid through. That's taken around his toes again by Exley, just looking at that one at the end of the over. But Rizwan was a master of just standing up tall and saying, fine, it's going to bounce again, I'm just going to let it hit my pads. Didn't batter an eyelid at all. 231 for 5, end of the 72nd over of the innings. The partnership's approaching 50 for these two, of which Simpson's only contributed 12 so far, so that tells you a little bit about Holden's gone, how he's gone since Robson departed.
I learned a bit more about the risks of wicket keeping last week in Dubai when I was doing the Fair Break Women's T20 Invitational, so the first iteration of that new tournament, which is run by Hong Kong Cricket and was held in Dubai because of the quarantine restrictions in Hong Kong right now. So it's a new T20 comp where women from full member nations and associate nations come together. I think 36 nations were represented. It was a brilliant concept and it worked really well. But they had, whilst they were there, a research project running alongside it from a university in Australia. It's called, I think the organisation's called Breast Research Australia. And one of the interesting findings was that wicket keepers historically have taken a lot of balls on their chest but I've never really thought too much about it until recently with women's cricket, that we don't really have protection for women when doing the job. And it isn't just women either, as was explained to me. Like, where the breast tissue is, for women and men, goes a lot higher than we think, up towards the clavicle. And thus it can cause quite significant effects with the ball hitting you on the chest. And how often do you see a wicketkeeper being thudded in the chest? It's probably more of an occupational hazard for a keeper, front on, than it is for a batter, where you can wear chest protection on the left-hand side if you're a right-handed batter. Those traditional chest guards that became quite fashionable in the 90s against the West Indian attacks, and you still see a lot of players turn to. But yeah, I hadn't really thought too much about the risks for wicket keepers, because we usually think about their shins, don't we, and that's why they wear padding there. But yeah, the chest, the balls that thud into there, that's more of a risk than I perhaps understood before. Just one of many ways where there are subtle differences between men's and women's cricket that we don't always necessarily capture. And yeah, the wicket-keeper position and what's required to protect keepers is one element there.
That's cut away fine by Holden. Single down to deep third. Moves to 58 Holden. 232 for 5. Ooh. 88, that's the quickest of the match now, isn't it, from Cass? With the older ball as well. He's really got some pace going with this older ball here.
Crowder involved as well. I can hear through my earpiece there's something going on in the crowd, but
teams are heading out at Wembley, perhaps?
Quite possibly, actually. It's 3 o'clock on the dot, so that might well be reflecting the fact that Sunderland are taking the field if any of the supporters didn't make it to Wembley, staying at Lord's. That was sharp too. Yeah,
as we say, the speed might be down slightly because of the shorter pitches we've been discussing. Just below 85, that one. What was the other one? It was just kissing 88, wasn't it? But he has this older ball. He's got it going. Yeah. I mean, only his second game back too. He'll only build into it through the season. I suppose we'll see him at full tilt in the Vitality Blast starting this week. Often when only having to bowl the 4 overs with the white ball, you can see the pace up a gear or two again. Sharp, lovely by Simpson. Goodness me, that was almost at the boundary rope before I'd even checked to see how far it had gone. It was popping over the rope in a flash, that one. Beautiful timing. Yeah, that would have gone for 8. He absolutely slammed that, thudded into the Middlesex Cricket sign there in front of the tavern stand. Moves to 16. Partnership's now worth, what, 47? Between these two, which again Holden has the vast majority of. So trailing by 114, it's pretty much what we forecast when we came back from lunch about an hour and 10 minutes ago. That they would probably tick on at a similar run rate to what they did before lunch and then reassess halfway through the session. Yeah, we're an hour out from tea, so this might be where they think about where they're at now and where they might be when they walk off in an hour. If they were to go at 4 and over, maybe 4.5 and over, to be generous. Now they've got to start. Yeah, they'll be not quite at parity, but within sight of it by tea. And of course, they'll have a second new ball to deal with before then. That's 7 overs away. So presumably 7 with the old and roughly 8 with the new between now and tea. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club. Association with the sponsors eToro in the top left. So I'm Kevin Hand alongside me. Taking up the mic with the lead commentary, Adam Collins. Thanks, Kev. Yes, Ben Stokes to go again at a ground he so adores. 2 wickets already. 3rd over of his spell, round the wicket. Got to tell you something real quick, just because I just finished off the scores elsewhere. Oh yes, please do. And then you kind of flick back through, don't you? See, just anything happen quickly. I already said Somerset had lost 2 quickly. They are now 25 for 5. Barker and Abbas going about them. 3 for Barker, 2 for Abbas. Renshaw, Lammonby, Abel, Banton, Hildreth. The entire top 5 have gone. Still trailing by 44.
Waft. Genuine movement from Stokes. Up the slope around the wicket. That's classy stuff from the England all-rounder. Watching it slide down. Got that angle. And it started swinging before the ball pitched and just kept going. Went miles. That's with a very old ball too, into the 74th over with it. Gives a sense of when these Dukes balls stay relatively fresh, they keep swinging all the way through their life until the 80 over mark. Oh, Waft again. That was a sloppy shot. That's a get out shot. No footwork to speak of. So Stokes in the game here. Now have to balance out what I was saying before with, yes, Middlesex, if they were to go at a decent tempo between now and tea, they'll open the game back up to maybe a creative final session. The same applies for Durham. If they have a good hour here, well, it's game on for them. They've got the second new ball coming. Or squeezing out a full delivery here. If they get one more wicket before the second new ball comes, if they can have some fresh meat in Anderson when Rushworth comes back with the second newie from the pavilion end, that will present another opportunity for Durham, but that's why this stretch of time is important for both teams. Can Middlesex score at a better run rate, and can Durham break up this partnership? There's something there for everyone at the moment. It may not look like it to the naked eye, but this game's still alive. Can either team grasp the opportunity?
The ball's doing enough, isn't it? That's the thing, and it's doing it at pace. This isn't a slow pitch. We talked about that ball being taken at low down by Eckersley. But there's enough lift in this surface. There's enough pace. And there's certainly enough that's happened both through the air and off the surface across the game. Even today through the air we've seen a bit.
More movement to finish, but well wide of the off stump. So 74 gone, 6 until the second new ball. Maiden from Stokes, 236 for 5. As they look to take a drink. I'm not sure if that's a scheduled break. It looks like it might be. So we're halfway through the session, although I'm fairly certain that we'll take tea at 4 o'clock rather than 32 overs to go, purely owing to the fact that they added half an hour. That was how we did it when Derbyshire were here, first round of the season. There's still 53 overs left in the day.
Yeah, so that'll put us at roughly 40 overs for the final session. 40 overs for the final session, maybe just a few less. Depending if you see a little bit of that man in the foreground there, Travaskis, which we still haven't seen.
I think this might be the time, mightn't it, with Travaskis not being used to this point. 74 overs gone. If they can burgle a wicket, just with something different, doesn't need to be plan A at this stage. They can afford to be a bit funky here. The run rate that Middlesex have been going at today, just on 3, not even 3. They were going at close to 4 yesterday, and that's pulled back to 3.2 by this stage of the innings. I mean, they can live a little, and so they will. Here is Travaskis. So that's taken them 74 overs to give him a twist, and he comes on with 7 wickets at 34 in the season so far. Took 5 for 128 against Sussex a couple of weeks ago. Or 3 weeks ago, sorry. He didn't play against Glamorgan last week. He was overlooked in favour of an all-seam attack. Played against Middlesex last year in the Royal London Cup game at Radlett. An eventful day at the cricket that was. Picked up a wicket in both innings against Leicestershire in the second round of the year. Has 23 wickets in first-class cricket, so you'd probably call him at this stage a batting all-rounder, but the one spinner Durham have got. He was their main spinner for a season there in 2019 in all 3 formats, but better known for what he can do with the white ball in his hand. Hasn't played at Lords before, or against Middlesex. On the advance, catches the call, but it's out through wide long on. Spinning away to the rope, won't quite reach it long side of the ground. Salisbury on the chase. Through for a few.
So this is the conundrum really. Did they bowl him from the nursery end and say, right, do you fancy trying to take on that short boundary? 50 partnership for these two. Really well batted, and Simpson's just started to get into it now, hasn't he? 19 of that 50. Having seen Holden score the vast majority for a while.
up against Holden here. I suspect they would have played England 19s together, Travaskis and Holden. Reverse sweeping straight away. Makes contact. That was the shot he played quite a lot against Derbyshire in the first game of the year.
So they haven't given these two left-handers to have that. They haven't given them a chance to have Travaskis, the left armer, bowling it down the slope into the pads of the left-handers, hitting to that short boundary, bowling from the nursery. And they've gone from the pavilion, where Holman, although right arm leg spin,
bit more flight there.
he was bowling Stokes, wasn't he, when Stokes hit it down to long on, which is where Salisbury's just come in now from a deepish mid-on, not quite the deep mid-on that Roland-Jones was when they picked up Stokes. So that's going to be on the mind here. He talks about burgling, buying a wicket at this stage. 75th over. Pair of relatively set batsmen.
End of his first over. 4 runs coming from it. So they're 110 behind. 5 overs until the second new ball.
Does one of them, to both of them, or either of them, go for Travaskis at this stage and try and go down the ground?
Stokes, his 12th over. Straight past the edge. That didn't move as prodigiously as we saw a couple go in the previous 2 overs. And Holden, in the end, followed it with his hands, just inside the line.
A couple of thoughts here for the batters. The second new ball is 5 overs away. Now, how do you approach that? Do you think, right, second new ball, Rushworth, Rain, Stokes, Cass, Salisbury?
Yorker length.
They'll be hunting wickets hard, won't they, Durham, when that second new ball becomes available. So do they think, right, we need to score some runs before then, get Middlesex 4 overs time, just past that second batting point into the high 200s. Still trailing by 110, get it below 3 figures. Or do they think, actually, we need to settle in now until the new ball? We're set. Let's take on this new ball ourselves.
Can't find the gap.
And at this stage now, I'm starting to lean towards that. You know, they've done all the hard work. There's no point in giving it away in the next 4 or 5 overs, upping any sort of rate here. Take on that new ball. It can disappear just as quickly as it arrives, so they can reap the benefits of the new ball. You know, they're seeing it big. Got a long way until tea. Deep into these spells now of all of the Durham attack. So potentially even just sit in for that second new ball. Let's take it on. Holden, formerly an opener, and Simpson has played that role for Middlesex over the years as opener.
Yeah, I think they'll be mindful of how important it is that they don't expose a new player to the new ball as it's taken. Like that M word, isn't it? Momentum. If you can get one just before it and then take it and get another straight away, well, the game will change in the space of 10 minutes. Stokes putting in a shift here around the wicket. Up the slope, but angling away. Neglected to mention yesterday that it was Ben Stokes' first wickets for Durham in first-class cricket since 2018 when he picked up Stoneman last night, which says more about how infrequently he's available for county duty, of course. It's not, but he did have 3 innings without a wicket to start this campaign against Worcestershire and Glamorgan. This is the third of the stretch where he's been available for. Really wide approach here from Stokes. Look at that. Old school. And past the edge as well. Now that's what I mean when he has a laugh as well, Stokes. He knows. We might get a look at that again. End of the over. 240 for 5 to score. How about the angle? Oh, unfortunately it doesn't quite capture the entirety of it. He started out a long way away, and yeah, he enjoyed being able to just create something different there. We'll go round the ground, shall we? Sunderland, Wickham. No score. In the F1s, we've got qualifying just starting in Barcelona. In Australia, there's a change of government. What else? You've done the county wrap. Lot going on this Saturday. Got screens everywhere. Travisca, second over. So 5 minutes left in Q1 of the F1s. I'll keep you updated. We can do it all here from Lords.
I thought you were going for the Derry Girls season finale, though.
We didn't get there last night. Cause after going to the tavern for just a couple of drinks, I got home and my partner's assessment was that there's not enough time to watch it. Go to bed. And she's away for the weekend too, so it might be one for Monday.
Oh, Sunderland 1-0 up against Wickham.
Oh, there it is. I missed the goal. Have that.
Let's see if there's a little cheer here at
I'm
Lords.
waiting for it. Let's wait for the cheer through the effects mic. It'll come through in a sec, I'm sure. So they've scored in the 13th minute.
Oh, yeah. Let's have a look at the away dressing room.
Yeah, away dressing room. They know.
Smiles.
Will they pass a signal down? Shall we yell out the window? I'm not against yelling out the window, you know. Test match special box next to us, the BBC. Might see what I can do here. Might say to Daniel Norcross, who's on the tools here, to say that Sunderland have scored in the 13th minute.
They've all gone inside to watch the TV.
Sunderland have scored, 13th minute. Back and forth between the boxes. We're going to have a little cameo from Norcross here, I think, in a moment.
We're getting news from next door, he says. Yeah, that balcony. They didn't get the big screen working next door, so have the live stream running next to them. I think they've got it on now, so maybe if they look at the balcony, they'll see there's only one person watching this cricket match at the moment.
You can forgive them. We better go back and monitor what's going on the balcony. A couple here behind square.
No prizes for guessing who the only person is on the Durham balcony watching the cricket. Oh, he's been joined by somebody else now. James Franklin, the coach. Tank, he wasn't interested whatsoever. They'd all piled inside. He wasn't remotely interested.
Well, you saw Brody last week, didn't you? The Instagram story he posted where he was, fair to say, not watching his team bat in the second innings. He was glued to the television in that away dressing room, watching Forest in the semi-final, first leg of the semi-final.
Somerset clearly want to get off and watch Durham as well. They're 46 for 6 now.
What have you got on your second screen? Let us know on the YouTube comment page. There's some speculation going on there at the moment about how Middlesex could set the game up. Peter D thinks Middlesex would need to take some risks and seriously up the tempo to give either team a shot. But there's zero need for Middlesex to do that when they're top of the table. I agree with you, Peter. They don't need to do it. It's whether they organically will lift the tempo because they've got two aggressive players in the middle. It's there for Durham who need to move the game ahead. Stokes enjoys doing that. Full straight on the boot.
I guess because they bat 10 Middlesex, there is an element of, well, look, 100 behinds. With Roland-Jones to come at 10 and Holden and Anderson still to come. Anderson, again, a batter who's coming in at 9 in this match, who's batted as high as 5 for Middlesex in the Championship, 3 or 4 in T20. There has to be the thought for Middlesex, just bat once here. So just bat and bat and bat. I just found a bit of bounce, the older ball again. Hit high up on the back leg there, as you can see. 80 miles an hour from Stokes. Yeah, there has to be the thought that, look, why score these runs in the second inning? Score them now, and then Durham, you know, just keep them under pressure that they'll be behind for a long way. They're not going to have a massive first innings total here, are they, Middlesex? But try and put that kind of third innings pressure on.
So Stokes up at 80 mile an hour just then. Hasn't bowled too many balls in that range, normally in the high 70s. Pulling out, taking on deep backward square, underneath it. The catch is put down over the rope. It hung in the air. Ends up carrying for 6. It was Bryden cast down there at long leg. Middlesex bring up their 250. Holden got a good bite of it. And Cass, yeah, he got there. I think he's misjudged it. He was worried about the rope and didn't make the last step to his left. Or sorry, I should say to his right. Had he gone further to his right, I don't think the rope would have been an issue.
Fingers to the skies. He'd have taken that pretty easily if he had his line right. He had his line wrong on it, didn't he? That's a costly put down by Cass. As I say, I think if he's in the line of that, he just had it wrong all the way, didn't he? He had the boundary rope wrong. He had the line wrong. And in the end, he had his hand position wrong as he spilt it back over the rope. He only just went over the rope.
End of the 78th over. So 2 more with this old ball. 252 for 5, and they've missed their chance with Holden. I think he just made that look a little bit harder than it was. And look, it's never easy when it's hanging in the air close to the rope. I don't want to make it sound like it was a straightforward chance. It wasn't. But nevertheless, it is a drop catch at an important time. Middlesex get their deficit under 100, into double digits. They trail by 98. And we still have 40 minutes left in this session. Travaskis will be the man who bowls the final ball of this stretch before they, or at least from that end, before they get the second new one. Here's the drop catch. Talk us through it, Kev.
I think what it was about it was when you see where he is now, you're thinking, right, he's going to take it over his head. He only just spills it over the boundary rope. It's only just cleared the boundary rope. There's a chance it may not have even cleared the boundary rope if he hadn't have got both hands to it. Maybe it was dropping onto the rope itself. So that tells you that, you know, there were 2 things that he had wrong. One, where the rope was, where the ball was, that line. If he was stood in line of where the ball was coming to him, then, you know, he's got every chance of just standing there and taking that on his chest with his fingers pointing to the skies.
Bit of a collision there. So that was in the follow-through. You often see it, of course, but where the ball was angling towards both of them. They're able to share a laugh. As I think they played England 19s together, Travaskis and Holden, where Holden was captain. So they know each other well, I'm sure. Slows his pace down to Simpson here. So Q1 complete in the Spanish Grand Prix. Vettel, Alonso, Stroll, Albon and Latifi are out. Aston Martin no good. Williams no good. Off the inside edge. We're providing a holistic service on the Saturday afternoon of the Middlesex Stream today. We've covered the leaders' speeches in Australia. We've covered the football at Wembley. Got the F1s in Barcelona. It's all happening at Lords. 1 over before the second new ball. Round the grounds in Division 1 and Division 2. Defending again. So in all probability, that'll be Travaskis' spell complete. 79 overs gone. 1 run coming from it. 48 overs remaining on the day. 79 delivered. This partnership now beyond 50. And we have 37 minutes until the tea interval here on the third afternoon. So Stokes, 80th over. It's bowled well through this spell. I think they might have left it a bit late to get him into the attack. It enabled Simpson to settle before he had to get through this interrogation with Stokes around the wicket nursery end, getting a number of balls to straighten and beat the bat of the two left-handers. Hasn't had one yet find the edge in this spell, though. Nicked off Stoneman over the wicket yesterday, and a right-handed to Carey's this morning. Easy single. 2 out on the leg side, deep backward square in front of the tavern stand, and a deep mid-wicket under Father Time. The 1 wicket of the session, Eckersley, the wicket keeper. A safe chance from the bowling of Rain, removing Robson for 84. Just didn't quite settle after returning from lunch. A play and a miss and an edge in consecutive deliveries. Batted well though. Wider of the crease. Nearly squares him up. Hand off the bat. So the second new ball presumably will be taken by Rushworth, who's warming up beneath us here in our commentary position. They're at mid-off. Rushworth going through his calisthenics, 35-year-old. There he is. Knocked over Ethan Bamber, the night watchman, last night with an excellent piece of bowling. It was the outswinger past the edge, then the off-cutter through the gate, taking out his middle stump in the final over of play, or what became the final over of play. Bad light intervening. That's gone over the wicket-keeper Eckersley. What's it come off? Down to the rope for 4. I think it's byes. Yeah, it is byes. Just a misjudgment there from the wicket-keeper. And 4 to the good for Middlesex. Now trailing by 91. As Kevin Hand joins me, and he's delivered me not only a fresh cup, but a couple of tea bags of the fruity stuff that I enjoy. The Flavour Infusion Super Fruity. That's my tipple at this time of day.
I'll tempt you the biscuit as well.
Oh, the chocolate chip biscuits. They are highly sought after in the Lord's Media Centre. They're the ones that go first.
So they used to have a batch here. They weren't biscuits. They were little... You either got a shortcake, a shortbread, tiffin, chocolate tiffin, flapjack.
Few oohs and ahs, but that's off the thigh pad. So 80 overs gone. The second new ball is due with Middlesex 90 runs behind. And there are still 47 overs left today and about half an hour until tea. So this will be the next important passage of play. We've seen it drift over the last half an hour or so, but the next half an hour might prove decisive. If Durham cannot get moving, the degree of difficulty for them winning the match, well, it'll go through the roof. As for Middlesex, if they can counter-attack against the second new ball and lift the run rate, they might be in a position to dictate terms later on today. Of course, such a long time to go because of the rain yesterday. 104 overs all up. They're just getting the second new ball out of its packaging now, and Rushworth will take it as expected from the pavilion end. So, yeah, all eyes on how this plays out. This could be exciting and should be important. If it drifts, then, well, it'll almost certainly be a draw. If Durham can get moving or Middlesex can get moving, the game will open up. And for that, over to Kevin Hand to call the next passage of play.
So yeah, they have they had an amazing amount of these little, they were tiny little square things in a packet. No prize for guessing which one was gone even before the start of play. It was mainly the then Middlesex analyst who turned up first thing in the morning and picked through this big they weren't nicely laid out in order. It was a big mound of them. And he'd pick through and find the chocolate tiffin, put them all in his pocket. That'd get him through the day upstairs. So if you got there at about 10 to 11 in the morning, you had a chance. You had half a chance of getting a chocolate tiffin, one little square of it. Durham will hope to be full of beans with this second new ball. They need to be. Nodded the head from John Simpson, left alone. Outside off, around the wicket straight away, Rushworth. It feels like an awfully long time since we've seen Chris Rushworth with the ball in hand. It's the first time this session. They went Salisbury to Carse, to Travaskis in the afternoon session to this stage, and yeah, burst of it now. Up to T. We keep saying we think this next little passage will happen quickly now. Hasn't quite happened that way. And I think for Middlesex, again, if we take the night watchman out of it, 260 for 4 does look a very good score at the 80 over mark. It's just a shame we are such a session ahead because of the time we've lost to rain in this match. If this was just approaching lunch on day 3 as opposed to chasing tea on day 3, then Middlesex will be feeling pretty optimistic about this match position. Scooped a little, but in front of cover. Stokes will just keep it in. They've taken just the single. Just threw it a little early, stretching for it slightly. Maybe expecting it to come on a little quicker. Only 74 miles an hour, a slower ball by Rushworth standards. Usually nudging 80. And yeah, just threw it slightly. There'll be a few eyes on the football in that dressing room as well. Just for the joy of it. Oh, what have they found? Spikes in on it quickly. No surprise there. Sugary sweep by the looks of it. 74 miles an hour again, that one from Rushworth. He was definitely hitting 80 with the first new ball. Aye, now again. It's almost as though Holden and Simpson in this over have just played it as though they're expecting that ball to reach them a little quicker. 75.8, that one. Almost scooped that one into the onside, much as Simpson nearly did it into the off a couple of balls previously.
Got a message in here from Colin asking, well, saying rather, he's thanking us for the update on the F1s. Asking whether we think that Durham haven't quite exploited the fact they've got Stokes here this week. Yeah, possibly. I would have used him more earlier on. Interested to see whether he continues on here with the second new ball, or whether they go to Salisbury or Rain. Try and get some eyes on it here. So Stokes bowled a spell of 5 overs there and looked good. He had the old ball moving around. The question is, will they keep him going? It's unusual for Stokes to bowl very long spells at the moment, because obviously he hasn't got loads of miles in the legs. Hasn't played more than 2 games in this stretch, so it will be a change. It's going to be Salisbury.
Bit of a surprise, Salisbury.
He did bowl well from the pavilion end, and I suppose he did take the first new ball, so that's what he's there for.
Got 3.5 and over, hasn't he? So they went Salisbury, Carse and Travaskis after lunch from the pavilion end. He comes straight to the nursery end with the second new ball. Again, gets through at a decent pace, doesn't he? That wasn't quite the first over that we saw from Rushworth yesterday evening, was it? All of those, look at that, all down 75 or below. Everything was up around 80 from Rushworth last night. Oh, not a bad start from Salisbury. Very full length.
Yeah, I thought he was a bit hard done by Salisbury not getting an earlier chance today. It took him about an hour and a half to throw the ball to him. His figures don't reflect how well he bowled before lunch. None for 50 from 14.1. Question in here from Peter. How many overs are there today to make up for the lost overs yesterday? Well, that's 8. Extra half an hour, so 104 all up. 45.5 to go. It is a long day. the 104 overs. It's a full 7 hours once you fold in the extra half an hour or thereabouts it takes them to get the overs in. But Durham are going okay. They're ahead of the over rate by 1 according to the scoreboard at the moment, which is monitored by the match referee. There's an ongoing discussion taking place between the umpires through the walkie-talkie with the match referee about allowances and all the rest of it. And if they are behind the over rate at the close of play, they still have to bowl their overs, but that's when the point penalties come into play. So I've always found that's an excellent way of keeping the fielding teams honest. It's not crude. It's not as though you have to bowl the overs by a certain time or you're in strife. They do have allowances, and it's dynamic, the process. They add, I think it's a minute for every dismissal, and then they show discretion at other parts of the day. But with all that accounted for, if you're still running late, you get docked points, and I think that's a sensible way, having an in-play penalty, because we've seen that fines simply do not work at the international level. And World Test Championship points have, I suppose, have been a bit of a disincentive for teams playing Test cricket in recent years, but not too much of a disincentive either, because you often see that the team's still copping a modest penalty on that ladder, and unless you're going to finish first or second, then it means nothing. For they're the only 2 teams that make the final. It's not as though there's a semi-final or a top 4 or anything like that. Team 1 plays Team 2 in the World Test Championship final. And really, that's where we saw the most absurd over rates last year at that final at Southampton between New Zealand and India, where both teams were miles behind their over rate for the entire match, and it meant nothing. There was no penalty issue. They were playing in the final. Now, some people don't care about this. They think that we get too worked up about over rates, but shot. Squeeze through. Yeah, so not suffered that last week when they were behind under over 8, losing 4 points. I mean, you look at it on the board right now, that's the only points that both teams have won. You effectively wipe out those hard-fought or hard-earned batting and bowling points in one fell swoop. So I think it's a sensible way of approaching that process.
Could you give them a point for being +1? Now that would really get them going.
Well, that might change. That might have unintended consequences. If you're chasing points late in the season, you might just bowl 2 off spinners and away you go, something like that. But yes, I sometimes get accused of being a little bit obsessed with over rates. It's not that I think it's the only thing that matters, but it's not nothing either.
Better start to the second over from Rushworth. Lovely ball down the slope. No, I'm in full agreement. I think most, certainly fans are as well. I mean, the great frustration is you see a slow over rate and then the bad light sets in, and how many overs have you actually seen in the day?
Yeah, there's a spectator component to it. And there's also the fact that you can, as a fielding team, kind of abuse the situation. You can take longer to bowl your overs knowing that the penalties are so borderline irrelevant. And you can game it a little bit as to when you get the second new ball, for example.
Oh, it's edged, but it's safe. And Rushworth's just onto a better length here in this, and a better line in this second over with the new ball from the pavilion end around the wicket. Simpson hadn't particularly gone anywhere with that one. Well, he was going to mid-on, wasn't he? That ball's ended up flying down to the vacant deep third. Simpson's on to 30.
Almost a leading edge, the way that came off the back of the, or yeah, nearly the back of the bat. Over-rotated.
Perhaps just playing the older ball there, was he, John Simpson, with that line looking, as you say, that bat came down. And the bat was looking almost wide of mid-on, wasn't it, when that ball flew off the back of the bat, the outside edge. Just 2 slips in place. That's better. Just drop the single, rotate the strike. That's something to do against the second new ball, isn't it? Just get up the other end. Share the burden, share the workload. Yeah, that when team slowed down. Steve Bucknor, wasn't it, against Pakistan? When Nasser and Was it Thorpe at the other end? I think it was.
In the dark. Yeah, sure was. Karachi. 2000, a while ago now, 22 years ago.
Good, very good from Rushworth. Yeah, it was a strange first over from him, bearing in mind what we saw from him last night. Straight onto the spot, and everybody was raving about that first over yesterday, even a tame one. First up with the second new ball. That's nicely played by Holden, only bring a single. Just over the top, controlled, steered. End of the over, 268 for 5. No trouble looking over the back of the Warner and the grandstand and the pavilion as we were at roughly this time yesterday, worrying about those grey clouds that were ever rolling in.
Yep, they'll get all the overs in today. Well, I say that, it'll take them to about 7 o'clock for that, won't it? So they might not, but they should. There's no nasty weather on the radar that I saw at lunch. They have got the lights up. They're erect. Which we were debating how long it takes to get them up earlier in the season. We had the problem where the light tower that sits above the tavern stand was unable to get up in the first game of the year. And there's only so many days in the year they're allowed to be put on, if I recall correctly. There's a sort of hard and fast number, isn't there? Maybe they're clear of that now. That certainly was the case for a time.
I think it was down at Hove recently, where there was only a certain number of days. Was it Hove? Oh no, Glamorgan. Glamorgan's only allowed a certain number of days still. And Essex. Essex you can kind of understand in the... they've got the Hayes Close end, haven't they? The Hayes Close estate behind one end of the ground. You can kind of understand the amount of housing around there, but the Cathedral Road at Glamorgan, it's a fair old way. You've got the park on one side. You've got the park and the bowling green on one side. Then you've got the riverside, which is followed by an even greater part of the park.
Isn't it a bit like moving in next to a nightclub, though? I mean, if you move in next to a live music venue or a nightclub and you complain subsequently about the noise and you try and get the joint shut down, isn't there a similarity here to being a bit bothered by the light towers going up at a sporting venue?
Yeah. I guess it's which came first, though.
Yes, I grant you that, but I mean, if you're living next to a cricket ground, I mean, the very nature of that, I mean, the grounds were there first before the tenants, surely. It's not as though there's a new venues we're talking about. Yes, they might be elderly residents, but they were still cricket grounds when they moved in. It's not as though, you know, Chelmsford went up 20 years ago.
But again, Sophia Gardens, it feels as though you couldn't hit a cricket ball to one of the nearest houses. In fact, I don't think you could. The nearest one's at Cathedral Road, and to get out to Cathedral Road, you've got to go out the back of the ground, out to a roundabout, turn right past the pub, and all of a sudden you finally find a house, but you're still not allowed the floodlights on all year round. Thick edge, and it's past second for more. Simpson just riding his luck a little here into the mid-30s. A couple of edges against this new ball. You have to ride your luck, of course, as the big scoreboard here has given those runs to Holden. It was definitely Simpson, though, wasn't it? He's moved to 35 now. You'd expect that this new ball for Durham would be challenging that edge.
I would have thought at Cardiff you're more likely to pop a ball into the River Taff the way that Chris Cairns did all those years ago than you are to end up popping one through someone's window.
Absolutely. Yeah, there isn't. It was mad. I couldn't believe it because they didn't go up. Obviously, in the Middlesex game when they were down there, went off for bad light and the floodlights weren't turned on. It seemed crazy. There was just not a house anywhere nearby. End of the over, 84 gone, 273 for 5.
Let's go around the grounds, so to speak. Well, Sunderland are still 1-0 up in the 42nd minute. I've tried to sort of keep an eye on the second screen when I've not been watching a ball. It doesn't look like it's been an overly eventful game. No other chances beyond the screaming goal that was secured for the Northeast team in the 13th minute. They've just finished Q2 of the F1s.
Oh, he's gone. Much, much better from Rushworth. He's grown into this spell, and he's got one to lift off a length to Holden, who departs for 71. Middlesex for 272 for 5.
Yeah, Rushworth, we talked about how important this second new ball passage might be, and Holden, who's looked good, just fending at a ball. He could have left it on length, but we've seen throughout his innings he's been keen to work the ball behind point, and he's been able to keep it down for the most part, but extra bounce with the second new ball. That's what's done him there. You see that reaction. A well-made 71, fourth half century of the season. Middlesex 273 for 6. They're still 77 runs behind, and now they get a good look at the Middlesex lower order with the second new ball. Only 25 deliveries old. They have a window here, Durham. Can they go through it?
That's a huge wicket, all right, Holden. He'll be so disappointed he hasn't been able to get to 3 figures for the first time this season. But he's done enough. He's done more than enough, I think, the young man. Start the summer well. Match-winning knock at Hove. Some crucial knocks here, there and everywhere. That was certainly one as well, which just brings Middlesex towards the Durham total. They are still not there, as you say. And as Luke Holman walks out, one lower than usual at 8. The all-rounder has a huge job to do alongside Simpson. So when he broke through a couple of years back, I would say, I don't know whether he's going to be a better spinner or bowler. At the moment, it would appear... Spinner or bowler? Spinner or batter? At the moment, it would appear his batting has pushed on that little bit quicker. And there's Simpson telling him exactly that. Just lifting a little. Just lifting a little. So watch out for that. But as you say, quite rightly, Collar, I think Max Holden will probably just be a little bit disappointed that he fended it a little, because on length alone as well as line, he was probably safe on that one. Rushworth even around the wicket to the left-hander. But this is a much better 7 deliveries than the first 6 that he sent down. Chris Rushworth, he just looked a little rusty in that first over, having started the first innings so well. A wicket to start his 3rd over with the second new ball. 273 for 6. Right up there. First ball. Cool customer. Luke Holman, we've been talking about that with the ball. But he doesn't get ruffled too much. They won't want him ruffled now. They'll want him to just settle in alongside Simpson. We mentioned how it was Holden, Simpson, Holman and Anderson who got those runs down at Hove in the first innings to put Middlesex into a decent, well, into a stabilised position, having been 45 for 4. That's what they need to do again now, these 4 middle order batters. That one lifts up towards the splice. Played quite coolly by the 21-year-old Holman again. Closing on tee as well, so that'll be a disappointment to Holden that he couldn't quite get through to the interval, but that's obviously the big target now for Simpson and Holman. Look at that. What a way to get off the mark for Holman against the new ball. New ball? What new ball, he said. Calm as you like.
Yeah, well, he is an opening batter at club level. Has batted inside the top 6 for Middlesex in the Blast, so there should be no concerns for Holman. Yeah, you're right, there is that sort of ongoing debate. Is he a bowler who bats or a batter who bowls? I mean, the fact that he took 2 important wickets on afternoon 1, Borthwick and Stokes. Certainly helps on that measure. Yeah, as you say, the 82 at Sussex. 45 against Leicestershire. So a couple of contributions in the season so far, averaging 47 with the bat. With Wallaluita missing with that sore shoulder a couple of weeks ago, Holman gets his chance and he's taken it so far.
Last ball of the 85th. Simpson will keep the strike with the single. 279 for 6, so just short of tee. Second bowling point for Durham has been brought up. Middlesex 21 runs shy of a third batting point. It was a scramble to the third batting point for Durham, wasn't it? 2 sixes struck down the ground from Cast to move them past 300 at the very last moment with just a ball to spare. Middlesex should be there comfortably for perhaps even 350. A couple of the ground staff finding a sun trap down below us, although the sun's just passed in at the moment. They're the only ones allowed into the Compton stand, the lower tier there. Tempter for Simpson, left well alone. If Simpson could put together a score here on a personal note, I think that would put beyond any doubt that this was his finest run for Middlesex, innings after innings. 3 consecutive matches going past 50 at least once. Going to 3 figures in one of them. Oh, look at that go. And that's hurts Eckersley. Slams the glove down into the ground. That really shot through. Quite a full length. Don't know if it hit a foothold and then really spat out of it at pace from Salisbury. Let's have a look. It was pretty full. No, nowhere near a foothold. Just went through at very, very good pace up the slope. Maybe it was that, just the incline. Taking it with a bit more carry as well as the pace. I'll keep an eye on the speed gun when it rolls through the numbers in the bottom right of your screen to tell us what the second ball from Salisbury went through at. Simpson comes down and prods away at the surface. He thought similarly. The wicket-keeper's union. Yeah, that wasn't too nice. Starting 2 straight, that's lovely. Just a little tuck around the corner from Simpson. Delicately done. He moves to 40. Just about to get excited, Salisbury. It might have just pitched in line. Had Simpson have missed it, but length as well on it. I think he was happily sitting back. Very distinctive clip from the Middlesex keeper. Nicely over the top of that one. Just a single. 284 for 6. One's come of the over for Holman's face. 78 that one from Salisbury. Again, we'll just keep an eye on that bottom right. They do put the figures along the bottom to tell you that second ball of the over. See how quick that one went through, because it certainly spat up at Eckersley.
Yeah, so speaking of the bottom right, so they trail by 66 now, Middlesex. They've made 110 runs in the session, losing just 1 wicket so far. So they have gone at a pretty decent clip compared to how it was before. I wonder whether Holman might be given a bit of licence here. I mean, he does play that way. The ball should still spit around quite quickly, given it's a new rock. They could have Simpson just play the way he always does, and Holman to might maybe just put the foot down. I know we're close to tee, so that might be a matter for after the short break, but into the over 284 for 6 rather. Just thinking about where the game might get to in 41 overs time at the close of play. I mean, in order for Middlesex to have a genuine chance of forcing a result from here, you would think they're going to have to maybe not bat once, that's probably overstretching the point, but have a decent lead and get there in a pretty rapid time. They're going to have to put scoreboard pressure on Durham in the second innings. And it might mean that they do risk opening the game up to Durham in the process, but they might have reached that point that you were referring to earlier today, Kev, where they're close enough to parity that they've effectively done the job. But the risk is extracted from their perspective. I don't think we're far from that point, and to that end, it might liberate Middlesex to play in a fashion that would give them the chance to take the ascendancy themselves. I mean, difficult to forecast what they're thinking from our vantage point, but yeah, I just ponder about where Holman fits into this.
One way you could look at it, I guess, is the actual time of the day itself. So there's 40 overs remaining. You said it's going to be 7 o'clock. That last hour this evening is going to be pretty tiring for Durham. If Middlesex has still got wickets in hand at that point, short boundary.
Absolutely. They'll be knackered.
Especially if John Simpson's still there, but Anderson, Roland-Jones, there's any number of them, isn't there, who can clear those ropes, and Luke Holman. And Tim Merton, before I'm going to clip around the ear from him later. There's certainly the chance this evening for Middlesex. Just grind them down. If you play it in a game of 2 halves in the evening session, 40 overs, circa 40 overs to bowl. Give yourself 20 or so and then say, right, the second 20, we're going to go hard at them. Because the worst case scenario for Middlesex tonight, I guess, is that they start to go hard now, lose a couple of quick wickets. I suppose it's not the worst case scenario if Durham are batting again tonight. Because there is a long way to go, 40 overs. There's every chance Durham are batting again tonight. Do they pull out and have a few overs at them, as you say, if they go a little bit quicker after tea? And then say, do you know what, we'll have the last half an hour against
that'd be maybe the perfect outcome. With Durham having been out in the field for a pretty long time by that stage.
That's a lovely ball. Comes back over the wicket to the left-hander, just slides it down the slope.
Well, you know, let's play that game, shall we? So if Middlesex, remembering they lose 2 overs for the changeover, if they pulled out with 6 overs to bowl this evening, that gives them 40 to go from here. 6 is 34. Take 2, 32. That gives them another 32 overs after this to bat in that scenario. So 32 overs at 4.5. Which I'm going to calculate because I don't want to embarrass myself. That's 144. Subtract 66. You know, that's a lead of 78. I mean, if they pull out it with a lead of somewhere around there, that does give them the chance to exert a bit of scoreboard pressure. I mean, it's a long way from there. I stress that point, but they've earned the right to think about it. Whereas I don't think that was the case a couple of hours ago. Nicely bowled again, past the outside edge to finish. It's going to be hard to score quickly with Rushworth bowling this nicely. 284 for 6th. We're 7 overs into the second new ball, and we're about 1 over until tea if our calculations are correct. And the reason we say that, obviously, it would be 32 to go normally, but first game of the year, they went sessions of 2 hours and 10 minutes to make up for the lost time in the previous day. So that's what we're expecting today. And if we're wrong, well, so be it.
There's just part of me that feels, I wonder, I don't know, I'm not sure about it, but if they were to say, look, let's get out after tea, bat for 20 overs properly, then go at them hard for 20 overs, perhaps even just come out in the morning and have another little go at them and just keep them behind for as long as possible. So push this first innings as far as they can.
Yeah, that's the alternative approach, isn't it? You bat once and you back the fact that with Holman and Simpson, then Anderson, then Roland-Jones, if you can let the good times roll, if they are scoring quickly, then sure, that would stand to reason. I suppose the way I'm seeing it is that it's improbable they'd get that kind of momentum. In turn, they're better served letting Tim Merton have 3 overs with the new ball under lights deep in the day when they're exhausted and see whether they can prize out 1 wicket tonight.
I mean, what you won't want to see in that scenario is Middlesex still batting tomorrow, but batting at this tempo
Yeah.
in the first half an hour, even if it's Roland-Jones and Anderson together. You don't want to see them just prodding it around by that point half an hour tomorrow. But if somehow it did go well this evening for 40 overs, take it another 8 overs even into the morning, just get that little bit further ahead so that Durham are almost thinking they're not going to be in a lead until after tea tomorrow. Oh, how's that got through everything? That must have been mightily tight to the top of off stump.
Yeah, this is the natural response to what we're talking about, isn't it? An excellent little mini spell between Rushworth and Salisbury, who've gone past the edge a number of times now, at both ends, moving it both ways. So, yeah, this kind of bowling, no matter when it comes in the innings, is going to be tough to lift the tempo without considerable risks being taken, especially Holman, who's only faced 8 deliveries. 3 slips and 2 out on the leg side, protecting the short boundary.
Ow, where's that gone? Backward of point, they'll get 2. He was searching for that one. Holman wasn't sure about it at all. 2 balls to go the over.
Into the last minute of qualifying at Barcelona. No time for Leclerc yet, leading the World Championship. He's going to have to get going in the next 40 seconds or he's going to be starting 10th tomorrow.
It's a good leave by Holman. Purple sector, sector 2, I've heard from the back of the box. Now, bear in mind,
he's back at the top now, Leclerc. He's banked a 3/10 of a second lead over Verstappen.
Bearing in mind that I started in F1, I have no idea what that meant from Ollie at the back of the box.
I want to learn more about your F1 days. End of the over, 286 for 6. What was your job in F1 land?
I started working, that is T, on day 3. I started working, we can save it till last, it's not that interesting story, I can tell you it now. I started working in that old-fashioned kind of runner job for the Formula 1 correspondent for the Daily Telegraph, so that was good fun.
Brilliant.
I learnt a lot. He wrote a few books and a good few journeys working on his own particular news desk. End of the session here, though. Middlesex's session, Middlesex's day.
Yeah, 112 runs added. They lost 2 wickets. Robson just after the lunch break for 84, caught behind from the bowling of Rain. Nice piece of bowling. Robson didn't get quite settled again after the long interval. And Max Holden for 71. Again, well bowled. Rushworth, extra pace, extra bounce with the second new ball. Eckersley completing his 4th catch. Partnerships of 73 and 84 completed in that middle stanza. Middlesex still trailing by 64 runs, but they do have 4 wickets in hand, and they did implement the night watchman yesterday, so they've got a longer batting lineup than otherwise would be the case. Simpson, 41 from 82 balls. Holman just got started. He's 7 from 11. This pair have added 13, and that might be the right time, Kev, for us to take a cup of tea, a bite to eat. I suggest you do the same, and we'll return in about quarter of an hour for the final session on day 3 of the Middlesex Live Enhanced Stream. The home side, 286 for 6.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. 4:21 restart here on the third evening. Still 39 overs to go. So late old finish incoming. Nearly 7 o'clock. Where will the game be by then? Middlesex 286 for 6. With Max Holden out just before the interval for a fine 71. And either side of that session, or just either side of the intervals in that session, Sam Robson the first to go. Brilliant 80 from him. Fine 71 from Holden. They've put Middlesex into a decent position here, but there's still a lot of work to do in this game. Still in the first innings at tea on day 3, and still 4 wickets standing in the first innings at tea on day 3. The live enhanced stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club. Myself, Kevin Hand, and Adam Collins. Holman has 7. Simpson will have strike on 41. Could he be eyeing another century this summer? It would be a third match out of 5 where he'd have reached at least 50 if he can do so. I'll take you through the first passage. After tea, it will be Adam Collins.
Thanks, Kev. Yes, this pair have put on 13 when the 6 wicket fell. It was 273 on the board. This could be an interesting session. It'll need to be. That game needs to speed up. Rushworth to begin. And immediately on the front foot and taken a deep point. Well, how about that? Wicket first ball of the session. Ben Rain round working to his right. And Simpson falls for 41. How about that? Talking about the game speeding up. A big old slap there from Simpson. And a wicket right away. 286 for 7.
Well, that's a turn up for the books. First ball after tea launched. Was it a signal of intent from Middlesex? Very first ball after the session, or was it just that little bit of sleepiness, getting your feet going, getting your eyes going, getting your head going again after tea for a batter? James Franklin in the background, a big hitting left-hander as he was. Ian Simpson shared a few big stands over the years, but not to be for Simpson to go to a 50 again.
Well, I think it's exactly as you identified. I reckon that is Simpson going at the first ball would suggest they made their mind up. This is the time to put the foot down, and instead of starting in style with a boundary, he departs for 41, and it does open the door to Durham. If they can get busy here, 3 wickets to take, and it is Martin Anderson walking out at 9, so a player who has batted fairly consistently in the top 7 for Middlesex, as high as 5, so because of the night watchman, he comes in a position lower than what he was carded. But if they can wrap up these last 3 wickets quickly, it does give them an opportunity here to take matters into their own hands with the bat in this long final session. It'll be a session of 39 overs. Still a lot of cricket left in this game.
Does that slow these two down at all now? The next pair, now that the wicket fell first ball of the session, is that going to take a little bit more time out of the game? We'll have to wait and see. The answers will be forthcoming pretty quickly, won't they?
It's a good question. I suppose if Simpson and Holman come off, as we foreshadowed before tea, and they look to put the foot down, well, yeah, maybe they just let it ride. But now, yeah, the dynamic changes immediately in that they'll be mindful of that number in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Anderson, his first ball. Rushworth has 3 slips. Off the seam, back down the slope. Nice start to the new man. Martin Anderson, who has played a few games this season, coming back from that side strain. Made 30 against Notts last week. Made 55 and 44 not out against Sussex in that excellent chase down at Hove. He was a big part of that towards the end. Missed out against Glamorgan in his first game, but yeah, averaging 45. Took a wicket with the ball in the first innings of the match. Punching hard off the back foot is Anderson, out towards the rope at deep extra cover. And it reaches the rope, which means that Martin Anderson has recorded 1,000 first-class runs. in this his 30th match, and what a stylish way to bring up that milestone.
Well, again, two that can really do some damage. But with both Holman and Simpson, he just felt that the pair, Holden, and Simpson, he felt the pair of them were just on the verge of this is the point where they can really take control of things. But now with Holman on 7 and Anderson on 4, do they try to rebuild or they just keep going? I guess there's an element of maybe the chat at tea was, look, they've got a second new ball in hand. You've got 5 bowlers who've bowled really well in this game. There's every chance they're going to get at you. Ben Stokes is charging towards the slips at the moment with a message for Scott Borthwick at second. Back off he goes to mid-on. A little something to offer the skipper from the New England captain.
Well, that previous ball just held up a little bit. Anderson was through the stroke before it arrived, just about. Yeah, jagging back again. Quickie shingle.
Forecast fine for tomorrow. That's important as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It means that there's still quite a bit of time in the game. I mean, it feels like it's drifting, sure, but just that wicket to start the session does open things up a bit for the visitors. They picked up a wicket just after lunch. Robson fell in the second over after the break, so I make that the third over after the break for 84. And we said something similar. It was like, well, if they have a big session here, then maybe the game changes, but the game's never really got away from them in terms of scoreboard pressure, going at just 3.3 runs and over. End of a successful over, the first after the tea break. Simpson gone for 41, and Rushworth has 3. Bamber yesterday. Max Holden with a nice piece of bowling with the second new ball. And John Simpson his 3rd. That partnership of 13 was broken from the first ball of the session.
We've had a tweet from a mathematician, engineer, chief data scientist, all in one, this isn't 3 separate people, with regards to the ball losing speed when it hits the wicket, from Ant Newman, who says the ball loses speed when it hits the wicket, therefore the shorter the delivery has a shorter delivery. Wait, hold on a minute, I think this isn't just me, it is the tweet. I thought I read it correctly the first time. The shorter the delivery has, the more distance to travel after the pitch, reducing the average speed compared to a ball released with identical impulse in terms of magnitude, but pitching fuller. There we go. We needed a mathematician to sort it out for us.
Okay, makes sense. So Rain gets the first opportunity after the break from the nursery end. He's taken 2 for 47 into his 19th over. Rain bowled Hanscom in the morning session behind his legs. And that nice piece of bowling to Sam Robson on 84 found his outside edge just after lunch.
Oh, I see where the error was. There was an erroneous "the" in it. A shorter delivery has more distance to travel after the pitch. Which therefore reduces the speed, which makes an awful lot of sense, but it still took a mathematician to tell us.
So 2 slips and a gully, you might call it. 1st, 2nd and 5th, thereabouts. 4th, maybe. Either way, 3 in the cordon. Middlesex 59 behind. Short ball taken on by Anderson. Long leg about 15 metres inside the circle. Bryden Cast doing the work out there. We'll see him again soon, I'm sure. He hasn't taken the second new ball as yet. They've started with Rushworth and Salisbury and turned to Rain after the break. I'm sure it'll be Cast soon. And then Stokes presumably as well. Stokes dropping back to deep mid-wicket. One of 2 men out on the short rope, as has been the case most of the time with the left-handers on strike at this end. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. 3 slips.
So this is a bit of a demo for the T20 for 2 all-rounders. A opportunity for the pair of them to showcase their talents here. Holman will be up against Nathan Souter, Tilan Walaluita and Mujibur Rahman to try and get hold of that ball. He's a big hitting batter, as I think you said earlier, didn't you? A couple of years ago here at Lord's, in front of an empty Lord's. Gave us a glimpse of what he's capable of. Anderson, I was surprised that he didn't play much in the T20 last year, because I thought that was going to be a chance for him to hit himself back into form. Struggled with the bat early season, didn't really play any of the T20s, but I just thought it's made for him. Get out there, swing without any pressure. A couple of sweet connections for Anderson, and all of a sudden, like the old Gilchrist adage, you know, forms are nonsense. You just got to hit one out of the middle of the bat and you're away again. Although, easy to say when you're Gilchrist.
Yeah, they had a shocking blast season too, didn't they? Just 4 wins, finishing 8th Middlesex. They also finished 8th in the Roland-Jones Cup group they were in, end of the over. 90 gone, 292 for 7.
I was about to say, you didn't need the word short in that sentence, did you? A blast in that sentence.
Yes.
They had a shocking season.
Yeah, full stop, that's true. But yeah, in the blast, they used a lot of different bowlers, a lot of different combinations. Ethan Bamber was getting games in the blast team when he wasn't the year before. Blake Cullen used the opportunity well. I think Tim Murtagh got back at one stage, didn't he?
He did. He did.
Sam Robson returned to blast cricket for the first time in 11 years. So they were, a bit all over the place, but as you say, Anderson didn't get much a lick of the ice cream. Rushworth, his 23rd over, starts now. Bit of in-swing there. Yeah, Anderson looks like the kind of player who could have a real go of it as a T20 player, because he plays so well off the back foot, which means that, well, in the short form of the game, he can slap the ball over the top of the covers and equally get inside the line and pull it hard over square leg. They're his best shots. Likes to square drive. And likes to punch, as he does there. We saw him get off the mark with a shot similar to that, where he pierced the gap. He was compared to Mark Waugh by Stuart Law a couple of years ago, Anderson, in terms of the elegance that he can display when in top form, the timing he has. Big rap. But I see where he's coming from, because Anderson, even though he's coming in at 9 here, he does look like the kind of player with a high ceiling. Not a lot of footwork there. Spitting out from the inside of the bat. Takes a look at it.
So no Shaheen Shah Afridi for the first 3. Oh, they're all inside now. Look, how long's left on the football? That's the away balcony.
Yes, it's the 74th minute at Wembley. Looks like they're about to make a change here, Wickham. They've got a piece of paper out there, going to change their formation. Well down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it.
Yes, no Shaheen Shah Afridi for the first few. He was meant to play this game as well, but's gone back early to Pakistan. So I guess that really shapes the bowling attack straight away, doesn't it? With Blake Cullen will be right up there. Tom Helm, if back and fit, that'll be one of the questions at the end of this match. Looking ahead to Thursday. Roland-Jones, Anderson, and 2 spinners.
I wonder how they'll set up that blast team, Middlesex. As you say, Mujib is the overseas.
So Mujib gets that role straight away for the first game,
Yeah, they had a host of overseas players fill the second spot last year. End of the Rushworth over. 1 run coming from it, 293 for 7, still 57 behind. So any attempt at lifting the scoring rate immediately after tea was stopped the moment that John Simpson was caught at deep point from the first ball of the session for 41 from the bowling of Rushworth. Yeah, so Mujib will be a certain starter. Last year they had Daryl Mitchell as the overseas. They had Paul Sterling as the overseas.
have Chris Green last year as
Chris
well?
Green as the overseas spot on, took a hat-trick in his first game, didn't he?
He did, down at Canterbury. Was it the last 3 balls of the innings as well, as I seem to remember, or the last 3 wickets?
No, I think that's right. Last 3 balls of the innings, and he finished with a 5 for, but 5 for lots. Very good T20 player, Green. Nice sound at the middle of the bat there, but picks out mid-off.
They've focused a lot on the bowlers, Middlesex, over the years, as they're overseas to try and fill slots, but especially with the absence of Paul Sterling now at the top of the order, who had to choose between Middlesex and Ireland. He chose Ireland, and the Birmingham Bears have picked him up as overseas this year. But Darwin Milan passing as well. They've had De Villiers in, they've had McCullum in as batters as well, but overall I've always felt it's big hitting batsmen that Middlesex have lacked. Young Joe Cracknell's come in and made an impact. Quite literally thumping the hole up above the scorer's box. So Cracknell's made a big impact there. Who opens the innings? Eskenazi has batted nicely. Holman.
Yeah, Eskenazi, 2 bumper seasons. There was that magical week in June last year where he was untouchable. Made a century here at Lords, albeit in a losing effort, wasn't it? Last ball of the night against Essex in a thriller. There's Father Time. Just beneath that's where Cracknell smacked it into the power, wasn't it?
We'll frame in now. You just see a little dot there just above the scorer's. Second one up, isn't it? Just above the scorer's box.
It was when they were playing on a surface around this pitch, might have been 1 or 2 over. Very, very short boundary to the tavern stand side of the ground, where Eskenazi hit one over the top of Father Time just about. Out of Lords, out towards the mosque or thereabouts.
Jamie Overton, I think it was, wasn't it? That it was the Surrey game. Cracknell thumped it against that tower.
Yep. Yeah, Cracknell was super impressive out at Radlett too, wasn't he? A couple of high-scoring games. There were always high-scoring games, seemingly, at Radlett. That's where Middlesex will start their campaign against Gloucestershire on Thursday.
Which food outlet has he got that from?
Then they go to Southampton on Friday to play Hampshire. Swing and a miss. Couple of days on from that. So next Sunday, Glamorgan back at Radlett. And then on the 3rd of June, Sussex at Hove. As for Durham, they start on Thursday at Grace Road against Leicester. They play Northants at Wantage Road on the Friday. So back-to-back away games. Make that 3 away games in a row. They're having a Midlands trip. Warwickshire at Edgbaston, their 3rd fixture. And then they return home for Worcestershire the following weekend at Chestiller Street. Just in front of slip. Lucky he got the bat down though. That might have taken out his off stump. Good piece of bowling to finish there from Rain.
They're missing John Simpson, aren't they, right now?
Yeah, over the wicket back towards the off stump. Yeah, they are indeed. Simpson would help with knocking off what's left of that deficit. 56 runs behind still Middlesex. 3 wickets in hand.
It's just slowed them down, this wicket. And again, whether it was the purpose, first ball of the session, or whether it was just getting the head back into the right place after tea. Whatever the chat was at tea for Middlesex. 2-0 Sunderland.
I doubt there'll be anyone on the Durham balcony after that. 2-0 up in the 80th minute. There you go. Catches the call, but he's nowhere near it. There it is, the balcony. And if we can peer inside, I'm tipping that all eyes... No, we can't quite see. There's a television in the back right-hand corner of that room. And you can see there, I'm not sure who's got the vest on, but obscured slightly, but looking over his shoulder and presumably seeing where the second goal's been recorded. There's Ben Stokes doing his thing, signing a few autographs. The England captain. Ooh, that's closer. Turned down by umpire Saggers. Nice finish there too, that second goal. Yeah, outside the line of the off stump.
Probably on pretty safe ground talking about the Middlesex T20 campaign at the moment, bearing in mind most eyes from the northwest are on matters elsewhere.
Yeah. Northeast, you mean? You'll get in trouble for saying that. See that? An Australian picking you up on English geography.
I was talking about northwest London, watching Wickham, see if they can make a comeback.
Fair enough. Well, Sunderland have lost from better positions at Wembley since 1973, I'm tipping. I know they've lost in every possible way at that ground, both the old Wembley and the new Wembley, so it's not over until it's over, that's for sure. So scoring in the 13th minute and the 79th minute. A few stops up the Jubilee line. Shirts off in the Sunderland end.
Were they ever on?
Inside part of the bat. Still plenty there for Rushworth. Completes, no, one ball to come.
That wicket of Simpson, it hasn't done the neutral or Middlesex any favours here, has it? So slow, kept that run rate, which Middlesex just managed to push up to about, what was it, 3.8 last night. Slipped down to 3.1. They got it back up to about 3.3 before the fall of the last two. That's Anderson's shot. Doesn't get it away on this occasion. Usually if he's given half a chance to drive, that ball departs quickly and doesn't have any catching at all.
His broader responsibilities as England captain. A few selfies, few autographs. That wasn't possible, of course, for 2 years when the players were tucked away in bubbles. But always good with the fans, Ben Stokes. Nice movement again from Rain. Just after past the stumps, it shaped into the gloves of Eckersley, who had to adjust to move to his right.
I'm not wrong that he's a fraction down on pace in this second innings, this second new ball.
Yeah,
he was up around 80, wasn't he, Rushworth?
Yeah, they've been out there for a while, haven't they?
Apologies, sorry. I was still looking at the speed gun from the last over, which were down for the last 6 deliveries of the last over.
Yeah, well,
they were all around 75 from Rushworth.
Well, I think both points are true. I think Rain's a fraction down on where he was earlier too. You could expect that, 94th over. At this stage, just trying to find a way to get this dealt with and get their feet up.
Carr seemed to be quicker up towards the 80th though, didn't he? He was picking up pace with that older ball.
Well, we still haven't seen Cass with the second new ball. Might be the right time. Bit of shock and awe. Get him on from the pavilion end. I'm sure they will. Rushworth must be coming towards the end of his spell. He sent down 7 overs either side of tee. Yes, and Middlesex's run rate was up at 3.27, I think it was, at the tea break. So just dropped down a notch after they lost John Simpson. So they've added 10 runs in nearly 6 overs since tea. Ooh, plays inside the line, playing a miss, looking to punch through cover where there's a slight gap. maybe a little bit extra bounce as well.
We talked about tomorrow morning, Middlesex. There's no point in them being out there first thing tomorrow morning for half an hour, 40 minutes, just pushing the ball around. You know, if they're still out there, then they've got to be swinging the bat hard. I'd say at this point, we talked about perhaps even splitting this evening's final session in two, didn't we? 40 overs, 20 overs. Okay, let's just keep it going, get close to that parity, and then for the last 20 overs tonight, really open up and get going.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be in that position now, though, unfortunately. Like, I just don't sense that that's the way it's trending. That would have required them, you know, knocking off the remaining 66 runs, I think it was. No, sorry, it was 64 runs, wasn't it, at T. Getting rid of them quite quickly and feeling liberated enough to go after the bowling for a little stretch. But now it's just about trying to inch up to it by the looks of things, with Holman and Anderson both getting set. That'll help, though. Up the slope. Collected just inside the rope. They get back for a third. So 51 behind at the end of the 94th over. 299 for 7.
I think he's played that quite nicely, Holman. He's got such a languid style, hasn't he, Luke Holman, with the bat and with the ball as well. Usually shrugs most things off. But yeah, both are capable, these two, of stepping up the rate, but maybe it is. Creep to parity. Take another 13, 14 overs to get there, wouldn't it? There or thereabouts. And maybe they'll think about a 10-over dart thereafter. These two and Roland-Jones next. If they can slap it to that short boundary often enough in a 10-over burst, it will leave them actually perhaps even half an hour tonight.
Sun's out at Lord's for this final long session, so it's just past 4:45. 33 overs left. If they get all the overs in, we're going to be here till about 7 o'clock, I reckon. The question is, will they be able to do so before the light fades? But this time of year, nearing the longest day, they should be okay, I reckon. Stabbed away. That's a 300. Polite applause from those who are in for this Saturday afternoon at headquarters. It's taken them the better part of 100 overs to get there. We're into the 95th here, but another point added to the right-hand corner of the board for the home side.
So 15 overs to get to 350.
Well, that should be a consideration.
I think it has to be, doesn't it, in a match which is, at the moment, the draw is the most likely.
Overwhelmingly. So marginal gains, yes, but they can't. You know, they are duty bound, I think, to treat that seriously. And if they were to get there, it'll mean they've reached parity. So, yes, the incentive is clear. And if they get to 110 overs, where were we at there? That'll mean that we've got another 18 overs left in the day, I think it'll be, maybe 17. And changeover, you know, two overs for changeover. If they were to get bowled out at around 110 overs, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, I think that's spot on, actually. I've started to change my mind a little bit about the trajectory.
Deep third in. Wasn't completely in control of the shot there, Holman, but no one there at third or fourth.
So 33 overs left today. We've got to the 300 now. Start thinking about the 350. Forget about the match for a minute and think about the 350 from a Middlesex perspective. That's going to put them to parity. It's going to give them a fourth batting point. Then really let rip for a little while. Maybe have half an hour at Durham tonight, which gives them 2.5 sessions to bowl out Durham. And a session tomorrow evening to knock off what's left. So
yeah, yeah. I suppose you're right. If they're all out, you know, let's use that as the benchmark. We're sort of changing the goalposts every half an hour with how we're trying to keep
Simpson's fault.
Yeah, exactly. How we're trying to keep the game alive a little bit here. But all out with 15 overs to go today, having reached 350 even, let's say. Yeah, that's enough time for a fair bit to happen in the final hour of play in terms of wickets falling. What it will mean is that Middlesex have control of their own destiny again with ball in hand rather. End of the 95th over, 303 for 7. They trail by 47. Which, yeah, as you say, it might mean that tomorrow will be 96 overs, won't it? They don't get to add extra time on the final day. So it would mean with, in the order of 110, 115 maybe overs left in the game, if they were to split that in two, if you like, and say, well, if we can bowl them out in 60 odd, we can have a chase in 50 odd, well, okay, that works. Well,
there is that. I mean, so often on the final day at Hove, that 370, it was a case of get to T, see what's left, bring it down to a T20, bring it down to 20 overs, see what's left.
What were they left at T that day?
Oh, they were miles ahead. They absolutely did it in a canter in the end.
No, they got their 7 overs early or whatever. No, 3 overs early.
Yeah, without ever really putting their foot down.
Yeah, but that tea time final day, what was it a...
I can't remember exactly, but I do remember, again, the emotion of it, the feeling of it was Middlesex have got this. Barring a collapse, there's nothing that's stopping them here. And the run rate was very manageable. I don't think it ever went much over 5 and over. But so... Again, another way to look at it from this position is to rewind from stumps tomorrow. So take 20 overs off the end of the match tomorrow night. And let's say Middlesex are left with, because they won't be sets by Durham, are left with 140 to chase off 20 with a short boundary. What would Durham have to reach if Middlesex could get ahead tonight? We talked about 70, get 70 ahead Middlesex.
Well, if they end up in a situation where they're bowling out Durham, with half a day to go tomorrow or something like that, in all probability, I doubt Durham will have had a dash. I mean, they might come out and go, look, we're going to try and go a 6 and over and turn this into a 50 over game for them, and it might come off. But yeah, I don't expect they'll be left with even that many in that scenario. It'll mean their bowlers have done well enough to restrict Durham to say 200 odd, and 200 odd in 50 odd overs is it probably never will get to a stage where they have to go to run a ball, or it shouldn't.
I just get the feeling that there's still going to be a pressure point in that Durham third innings. There has to be, because again, if you can chase 140 off 20 overs, which you see commonly done now at the end of a match,
yep,
then Durham have got a lot of batting to do. I need to be careful. A lot of batting to do, even to push it to that scenario. That's assuming Middlesex can get circa 70 ahead. 60, 70 ahead with a throw of the bat. Get to parity here, get to 350, and then see if Roland-Jones, somebody can come off with a one of those classic 9-10 or 8-9-10 as it is here. Mercer as well, 11. One of those classic end of innings, as Luke Fletcher did. Fletcher's 50 coming in at 11 in a first innings total of 415. It changed things. If Middlesex were to get to 415 this week, a pretty useful lead of 65 at the end of the first innings.
Well, it feels like if that were to happen, it's going to require one of these two players, probably Holman, to say, right, I am now playing aggressively and trying to score a boundary and over. It's going to take a distinct change in attitude, and maybe that might come when Rushworth's out of the attack. Remembering this second-year ball's only 15.5 overs old. It's not easy out there. Catching cover now in position. Anderson retains the strike. He's 11, 304 for 7, so just 1 run coming from the over. So yes, this is precious time that is not being used particularly productively by the home side as far as that objective is concerned. But the other side of it, as we continually return to, is that there is the opportunity for Middlesex to let this play out and become a draw, and they'll stay top of the table at the end of this stretch, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Sunbury shotgun sat down in the background. Toby Roland-Jones, the next man in. It's the coaching staff with Mark Stoneman on the left.
Sunderland but seconds away from going up to the championship. They're into the 96th minute. They're 2-0 up, waiting for the referee to call the whole thing off. Here's Bryden Cass, who's at last brought back, and that is the win for Sunderland. They are promoted to the championship. They win 2-0 at Wembley. There'll be a lot of very happy boys on the field right now when that news is relayed. Not least the captain, Scott Borthwick, at second slip. I wonder if we can tell him. Is there a way of getting down to the field that information? I wonder whether they'll send a little signal out. That was Niall Quinn on the coverage, jumping up and down. I think he's been the owner and the manager of Sunderland. I interviewed him a couple of years ago. He was the very first Irish footballer, Gaelic footballer, to come over and play Aussie rules back in the 80s before he decided to stay with association football and signed with Arsenal and then Man City and all the rest of it.
Did not know that.
Sunderland, but yes, he was the first Gaelic footballer they tried to bring out to Australia, and they sent him a contract, and he didn't even know the contract had been sent to him because he was overseas at the time, and Arsenal got there first, and he decided to leave Gaelic football for the round ball stuff instead of coming out to Australia. Fascinating man.
Never knew that. Looking a bit glum second from left there, the Newcastle fan. Stoneman, bragging rights of being 2 divisions above Sunderland's gone for now. Newcastle safe, they are, aren't they? Newcastle are well up, aren't they, in the Premier League?
Put down. We saw one catch taken in that corner of the ground to start the session. Salisbury was under that one. Would have been a similar mode of dismissal. Caught deep on the offside. Got to the contest. The little uppercut there from Holman. Trying to use the extra pace that Cass delivers. Not to beat.
Third put down in this innings. Robson.
Nothing wrong with that. Makes a thud when it hits the boundary board. That'll hurt for Durham. Drop catch followed by a boundary. Different batters, but nevertheless the board ticks over to 3-10 for 7. So the uppercut followed by the pull shot. Maybe they've made the decision that it's the extra pace of Cass who they will attack. They're 40 runs in arrears now.
It was interesting because I say the others, certainly Rushworth before Cass here was down at 75, whereas up at 80 before. But yeah, those drops. There was Holden at deep backward square leg, wasn't there? And now Holman as well, the third of the innings. All pretty costly in very differing ways. The last two more similarly, of course. But 3-10 for 7 into the 97. So 30 overs. We've effectively got a session left of day 3 now. 30 overs to bowl. Where does it go from here? 20 overs perhaps for Middlesex, have a thrash, get something of a lead. If they were to go, if they were to go really well and end up going at 5 and over, because bearing in mind the tail do score pretty quickly, they're taking risks like Holman and Anderson have done there, and if Roland-Jones comes in, if they come off, that's the if, isn't it? If they come off, which they have done over the years, and all of them, 8, 9 and 10 are all batting at least one position lower than they can. And in Anderson's case, he's nearly 4 positions lower.
Well, exactly. Anderson's coming in 4 positions lower than he's been carded for Middlesex in the past. So that's worth noting. They're sending back backward point 3/4 of the way to the fence, expecting Holman to keep swinging here. Instead takes a single to one of the 2 men set out on the leg side rope. So we might see a little bit of milking of the field, well, milking of the game a little bit. Hard to know. I just haven't seen. Yeah, there hasn't been like a clear sign that they're going to have a proper crack.
The thing is, they need to have a proper crack. We're talking 20 overs to score 100 runs, which will give them a 60-run lead, and will give them half an hour tonight at Durham.
Well, that requires them to go at 5 and over.
So that's turning the singles.
But they're just not threatening to do that. My point is that we're not seeing the sort of purpose and intent to going at 5 and over. You kind of can't just do a singles, is my point. You need to be hitting boundaries. And notwithstanding the pull shot or the hook shot that Anderson played in the previous over, they've been few and far between over the last hour and a half or so. Probably since Simpson and Holden were together, they got a bit of a move on for a time there. But since then, it's been modest pace.
And the other thing is the 350, which we mustn't lose sight of for Middlesex, the 4th batting point. So what is it now? 39 runs.
So a second catching cover in position now, fraction straighter. Oh, indecision, sent back. The direct hit would have been gone.
Not sure the run was there.
It was at the captain Borthwick that got a look. Let's see the replay. I think it was. Yes, Borthwick dancing out from second slip, took the ping, and it would have been a celebration to match those we're seeing at Wembley from the Durham captain.
Thought you were going to say to match Luke Fletcher's of last week. Did you see that when he ran out
Yes.
to Carey's?
Did I see somewhere that Fletcher set some history last week? The first time in professional, in first-class cricket history where a player made a half-century in the first innings at 11 and in the second innings opening.
Yeah, I think the wording was quite precise. At 1.
Oh, at 1. Sorry,
So
right.
I wonder, has somebody done it at 2 then? But no, I'm not doubting you, but it just suddenly
not from
occurred.
me.
It suddenly occurred to me that I think it was Andrew Sampson,
It
wasn't
would
it?
have been a Samo stat, no doubt.
That
He's
it
the
was
one
the
that,
first time at 11 and 1.
Yeah, he's the kind. His database can crunch. I could never work that out, but there's one issue with his database, is that you can't use it on a Mac. You can only use it through his legs. Now the direct hit comes belatedly. Don't mind that from Ben Rain. Went straight through his legs and hit middle stump. Let's see that again. Yeah, Anderson just on a...
I hope that hit what he was aiming at.
I think it did. You could see where Anderson was shuffling
Sure.
forward and just ball watching, as it were, a little bit. And then, yes, had he not had his wits about him, he could have found himself short of his ground there. I remember a moment at this ground where a ball was pinged back at a batter, involving a player out there at the moment, into the 98th over, 311 for 7, 39 behind. It was where, in a one-day international here in 2015 between Australia and England, Mitchell Stark was bowling, and Ben Stokes had the ball piffed back at him, and Stokes put his hand up, and the debate was whether he was entitled to touch the ball when he did. The argument was that he was out of his ground and the throw was maybe on course for the stumps. I mean, whether it was or wasn't is neither here nor there. It's the fact that the attempt was being made to run him out of his ground. Hand went up. He said evasive action. The umpire said, actually, handled ball, you're out of here. And Lords, as one, just started booing. I've never heard Lords boo quite like that. Steve Smith captaining the Australian team at the time. I suppose he got used to fans booing him in years to come. No ball signal there by umpire Saggers, adding 1 run to the Sunbury's column. It was quite a controversial way to end that one-day international. I think Australia snuck over the line too, which added to the frustration for the home support. Leading edge doesn't go anywhere.
The 350's pretty comfortably in sight here for these guys. Oh, was it a leading edge? He's taken the glove off and had a look at the fingertip there.
Yeah, my first impression was leading edge and not going far. That must be because it was, glove, not blade, from our angle behind the batter. Yeah, that's...
Don't be a nasty one. Middlesex don't need another injury right now, do they?
That might require a look by one of the medical professionals on the balcony. We'll see.
from a wholly selfish point of view, the match doesn't need an injury to Martin Anderson right now, does it?
Oh, it's shaking, isn't it? You can see that finger quivering. Yeah, that's not nice having to put the glove on after that. So there'll be an opportunity for Cass here. Yeah, he's signalling upstairs. I'm not sure if that was a I'm okay or...
It looked like one painkiller, please.
It's not going to do an awful lot in the short term, is it? A painkiller. He'll tough it out. Short again. Great response. No ball 4. Bang. Love that from Martin Anderson. Gutsy cricket. Rocking back. Probably expected the short ball from Cass, who's bowled that with good effect through the game. Into position early. We've talked about how well Anderson pulls, and yeah, the sound told the story, didn't it? That thud smashing into the Middlesex sign just beneath Father Time. Good cricket.
A little bit of blood there we just saw, I think, on the end of that fingertip. Just be the fingernail. But is that blow and indeed the no ball and 4 here just going to ignite things a little bit? They're only 30 runs away now from the 4th batting point, which again has to be at the forefront of their mind.
So Anderson into the 20s, second boundary. Looking to drive. Nice response from Cass to sense that in all probability Anderson was going to go again. Bit of a tempter, the away swinger up the slope and nearly feathered through to Eckersley. He's already taken 4 catches back there.
I think he's planning on being there for a wee while, because I'm sure he has just signalled painkiller, hasn't he? I think he's just said something to the mouth and then a drink.
Yeah, I'm not right. Yeah,
I think he's he's planning on being there for a wee while. As you say, it'll take it 30 minutes or so probably to kick in, wouldn't it?
Or maybe he's wagered that he might have to retire hurt, or yeah, that's not a great sign for Martin Anderson. That's his bowling hand, of course, as well. The index finger on his bowling hand. It's not good. I'd expect it if it were broken. You know, if you're broken a digit, he wouldn't be batting on quite like this. But short again. Nope, full. Driven away. That's square drive of Martin Anderson. So hit to start the over. Couple of boundaries. One through square leg. And then that square drive we saw him play so well in his breakout season in 2020. Jumping on the front foot here. Yep. Love watching him play that stroke.
Oh, is that what the game needed? To make Martin Anderson angry.
I was going to say that Swedish aggression. Are they known for their aggression? I don't think so. There's another short ball, and Anderson loves it. Gets all of it. Into the mound stand it goes. This is a big over for Middlesex. Again, he could have foreshadowed the short ball coming. Just propping there. Not a lot of footwork, but it doesn't need to be when you can pick up the ball like that. 20 rows back. Bang.
No reason not to keep going now for the 350, but just keep going non-stop at this point, I think, for Middlesex.
Absolutely.
Anderson's, the blood's clearly flowing.
17 from the over so far. Last ball of it. Fully. And put away as well. Make that 21 runs from the over. Couple of sundries. 19 from the bat of Anderson. He's up and about. He's gone through the 20s. Quicker than pick your author, pick your painter. Quicker than Picasso. 334 for 7.
Great stuff. That's Anderson at his best, all of this. It really is. A very, very good over. All of a sudden, 11 overs with the bonus points in play. Durham, of course, still need 2 more wickets for maximum bowling points. Here's the treatment for Anderson. Let's have a look. He's poured some water all over the finger. He's going to get it strapped now. So it looks up towards the fingernail on that index finger. And it looks as though he was blowing it for a while. So it looked as though it had a little darker colour around the top, whether it was little bit of blood. But what that does do now as well is, 56 runs. Sorry, 66 runs for maximum batting points for Middlesex. And again, with the game, from a Middlesex perspective here, the game's pretty much safe, isn't it? I mean, it would take an extraordinary collapse from them tomorrow evening. So 66 runs, 11 overs.
Yeah, I agree. And there's two parts to this. Well, one, what we discussed just an over ago about not really seeing intent about striking boundaries. Well, there's that. So that box ticks. Yes, they're looking to find the rope. And granted, it might have taken the whack to Anderson's finger to inspire that. But, whatever it takes. And because of it, 350, well, close enough to that. 400, possible. And if they can get a run on, it does open up the opportunity for Middlesex to pull out at some stage later today. And then it might open the game up. What is certain is that Durham here have to bounce back straight away. They can't let this drift for them. I'll be interested to see how Holman approaches this as the man back on strike. But Anderson, after a painkiller, bit of magic spray, bit of a bandage, he'll continue. 28 overs left.
He likes to feel bad on ball as well, doesn't he, Holman? But it'd be interesting, though, if he does just think, do you know what, Anderson's going well. He has got a throbbing finger at the moment. He's clearly in pain with it. He's just had a bit of strapping put on by the physio there, as we've seen. Partnership's 48 from 67. So we're talking about they need another 66 for the maximum batting points in the time here.
Stokes returns. First spell with the second new ball. The 100th over of the innings. Stokes picked up the wicket of Stoneman yesterday, just before stumps. He only got one in, but after Stoneman hit a couple of boundaries, he tried to make it three and chased a wide one, caught a slip. Peterson, great take to his left. And then this morning, returned and found the outside edge of Josh De Carey's, the first of the Middlesex wickets to go today. Holman in behind it respectfully.
We talked about pressure points, didn't we, in the match? What's to come? Will there be a pressure point on that Durham innings? There will be, surely, at some point, whether it's right at the beginning. Let's say they go out to bat trailing by 60. There's a pressure point if they're a couple of wickets down early on. There's equally a pressure point even if they do knock off those 60 runs and they're 240 for 6 at some point tomorrow. Are they far enough ahead if there's a mini collapse?
Holman's turn, finds the gap. Just a couple though. Salisbury does the work beneath our commentary position. Message in here from Emma Harrison on Twitter. Stressful day at work. Arrive home now to Middlesex against Durham on the live stream. 50 partnership up in just 51 minutes and 70 balls. And Adam Collins is giving his English co-commentator Kevin Hand geography lessons on England. All is right in the world. Thank you, Emma. Duly noted.
I'm going to need...
You can keep the comments coming in on Twitter. So that's Middlesex_CCC. I'm Collins Adam on that dreadful platform. You're Kevin P. Hand?
Kevin Hand BBC.
Kevin Hand BBC. What do I think? Kevin P. Hand. Kevin Hand BBC.
That's the name bit, isn't it? And then there's the
okay.
handle, yeah.
My apologies. Kevin Hand BBC.
I'm going to need to lie down in the dark room now, aren't I?
Of course, the YouTube comments, keep them coming. We've got one here from Anna Forsyth, one of my favourite correspondents, checking in from Wine Country, British Columbia. Glad to see Robbo has showed some form in front of the England captain. So are we, Anna. So are we. Another single for Holman. So deep backward point in addition to a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. Patrolling the ropes at this stage, the 100th of the innings. We'll probably have an influx of supporters from the northeast finding us soon now that Sunderland have done the job at Wembley. Our colleague from the BBC, Martin Emerson, sending selfies through to Kev from Wembley, where he's been watching the football, and he's going to return to Lord's now to do the end of play wrap up, would you believe? If I were him, I'd sack those off, get Norcross to do them and go to the pub. Last ball. Anderson has one to play, out towards mid-wicket, end of the over. 100 gone. We'll take a break with Middlesex 13 runs behind. They're 337 for 7.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
For the next stretch, lead commentary brought to you by Kevin Hand BBC. That's his Twitter handle anyway.
Thought you were going to say Kevin, Mr. Geography Hand. North, south, east. Never eat shredded wheat. Is that what it was?
Yeah, okay.
It's the Australia version of that.
We're helped by the fact that there's Western Australia. So that, in my mind, always helps me align. Even now, I'm 37 years old and I still do that. Right, where's West Australia in relation to what I'm looking at? Speaking of West, there's a plane flying over the pavilion, going from east to west at the moment. As Liam Trebaskus bowling from the pavilion end, or about to bowl from the pavilion end. He sent down 3 overs earlier with the old ball, and he'll bowl over 101, replacing Cass, who I think he got 2, expensive, and straight out of the attack.
Here he comes then. Oh, the left-hander on strike, and he's gone straight through him up the hill first ball. And it's going to go away for a very useful 4 for Middlesex. 4 byes, went through everything. 341 for 7. Middlesex are 9 runs away from their second batting point. They've got 9.5 overs. Look at that. Whoa, that was close. That also bodes well for Holman tomorrow, doesn't it? So again, shades of Stokes here yesterday. This was the end that Holman around the wicket to Stokes, the left-hander, had him picked up at deep mid-on. I mean, it's almost a T20 now, isn't it? 4 first of the over. Pressure's on the bowler. They've got their boundary for the over. But yeah, there's some deep expanses. Reverse sweep being an option. LBW's out of the equation as soon as he goes in. So there's that short boundary to one side. There's vast expanses to the right there towards the Warner stand, towards the grandstand, just out of shot. So you've got a mid-wicket, which you can see. There's a deep square in position as well. It's a long, long way back there, but I guess that's to try and get around and cover a few bases. Reverse sweep again. Oh, look at that. It's a projectile off the middle of Holman's bat. 345 for 7. So Middlesex are comfortably going to bring up, well, barring a collapse, the 4th batting point. The 5th batting point has to be very much in mind now. And with that, a pretty useful first innings lead just to try and put some pressure on. We talked about 4:15, didn't we? If Middlesex could have that Fletcher moment that he had for Nottinghamshire last week, just try and push Middlesex on a little bit towards the end of the innings. And it was so frustrating, that those Fletcher runs, because it did just change the complexion of things at that point. This would certainly just aid the 3rd innings wobble that Middlesex are hoping Durham will have in this match. On to cover the over as Anderson comes on to strike. So Anderson is going to have to hit against the spin to the short boundary. But we know driving is big for him. Mid-off and mid-on are pretty much up. So he's got the option to go down the ground as well. Travasca's going to come around the wicket. So that means he's going to ask him to try and drag it from outside off. Deep mid-wicket's in place. If he skies one doing that. Deep backward square leg as well. Yep, keeps it outside off. Cut away, just a single. Anderson moves to 35. Middlesex 347 for 7. Holman 24. And this partnership is what, 61 now. Middlesex needs 53 from 9 overs for maximum batting points.
Yeah, which we wouldn't have expected even 20 minutes ago. It's just been the intent that Anderson showed, especially from that cast over, which was enough to get him taken out of the attack. And Holman's trying to ride shotgun with him. We've seen some signs there. 26 overs left today. And Middlesex will bat for at least 9 of those, provided they don't get bowled out, that is. Let's see whether Anderson can make a statement against Stokes. Only faced 1 ball from him in the previous over. Deep point, deep backward square and a long leg. And we said this, didn't we, when Anderson bowled to Stokes on day one, that Anderson's a young player with a high ceiling. Hasn't delivered to the extent to which you think he'd be in England contention anytime soon yet. But if he can flick the switch with ball or bat, because he does both disciplines, he'll be someone they're having a look at. A bloke that bowls in the 80s and can hit the ball the way he can, why wouldn't he be? I stress not now, but if he had a couple of good years. Up against Stokes, it's a great opportunity to show what he is all about.
In the air, but fine of Gully. 4 more, there's the 4th batting point. 351 for 7 and a lead for Middlesex in their first innings, deep into the 3rd day.
Yeah, frustration for Stokes. That's just flown away towards the tavern stand, and Middlesex into the black. It's taken until 20 past 5 on the 3rd day to have Middlesex take the lead in the 102nd over. But yes, with 25.4 overs left today, 96 tomorrow, and Anderson batting like this, there is still a small glimmer of hope that something might come of this. Exciting. Strap in.
It's drifting down. Be a comfortable leg by. Brings Holman onto strike. How much pressure does Holman want to take off Anderson here? I don't think at this stage of the innings, having now got to the 4th batting point, I did wonder a little bit whether the two of them would start slogging when they were approaching the 4th, but having got to the 4th, is there any reason for Holman not to start teeing off as well?
I think it's limited downside, considerable upside. I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen from here? They're bowling in half an hour. That's the worst outcome, right? And even if they were bowling in half an hour, if these 3 wickets fell in the next, quarter of an hour, whatever it is, all that means is Middlesex get their opportunity to start trying to take the next 10 wickets they require. I just don't see this as being a situation where the team batting second, whoever it is, can let it drift along. Either you put the foot down and, as you pointed out, grab the last batting point, or you get bowling.
He's upset with himself. Shakes the bat in his hand, Holman.
And that's not to say you'd pull out at this point, but simply that you can bat with a fair degree of risk, knowing that how did Durham win the game from here? Well, they would need to go out and bat at 5 or 6 and over, declare, and bowl Middlesex out on the final day. That is very difficult to do. They may not even try and do it. They might be more inclined to play for the draw themselves, especially if they lost early wickets. And if they did lose early wickets, if they lost 1 or 2 tonight, then it's Middlesex who can apply scoreboard pressure in the morning, knowing they'll have a good 50-odd overs to finish the job, to give themselves a realistic chase on the final afternoon and the final evening. So, yeah, I think right now the most important number on the board is how many overs are left today. It's not really about the lead or, peripherally the batting point, but it's what damage can they do in as little time as possible before they get their bowling boots back on. And I think 400 is very achievable inside 8 overs, but I wouldn't be obsessed over it either. I think they should just let this play out the way it plays out. Travascus bowling to the short boundary against Anderson. Now this is an opportunity.
Oh, no, thank you. They thought about it, didn't they?
So you have to hit against the spin, but no one at cow corner, mid on up. They're giving him that. Deep backward square, man just in front of square. They're about 40 metres from each other, if that, probably 30 metres from each other. A lot of space there, and there's even more space in the seats. 60-yard boundary. If it's in his arc, he should go.
Comes down the track, drives, and get it sit straight of mid-on. Moves into the 40s. Anderson's on to 43.
Yeah, what clever batting. With mid-on up, they're giving him that to go over the top, but Anderson's done the calculation that it's likely to be full, gets to the pitch. Nice straight drive.
Looking at that corner of Lord's. If you have a look, straight down the ground there, square of the wicket, even cow corner. It's all tucked away nicely, the square, isn't it, for Anderson's scoring arc. Cuts a single out to deep point, but the areas that he likes to score is pretty much you know, down the ground through the covers. Big driver of the ball. And we've seen him hook and pull. Got a sweet pickup as well. So pitch position is certainly there. Holman's hitting against the spin as a left-hander to this boundary. So again, his scoring positions. I mean, there's a lot of areas on the onside to hit gaps, hit spaces. Oh, ow, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt. That's slammed into that left-hander, Travaskis, the bowling hand as well. I mean, if it had caught that, that would have been a stunning, stunning one-handed catch. We saw it in baseball recently, didn't we? The glove was just stuck out to one side. Watch this. Absolutely slams it. Ouch. Umpire's done well as well. Who is there? That's Saggers down there, isn't it?
Yeah. Can we slow that down side on? Have we got that shot, Ollie?
Nickname Neo.
Didn't quite get the umpire, unfortunately.
Oh, it's just out of reach. High up the outside edge. They'll run a couple.
Go for three.
They
Get Anderson back on strike.
Think about it, but they come. Modern.
Good work.
Martin Anderson. 8 off the over. 1 to come. Middlesex are 360 for 7.
I reckon this will be Travaskis' final delivery. I reckon they'll dance with the one that brung them. They'll bring Rushworth back, or they might go to Salisbury, who hasn't bowled as many overs. He bowled well from the pavilion end. On that basis, this might be the one chance for Anderson to try and pop one into the tavern stand from the left arm spinner. Long on drops back.
Right up towards the block hole, didn't he? Anderson takes the single down to long on. 361 for 7. 7 overs with bonus points in play. 2 wickets needed for Durham. Maximum bowling points. Middlesex 39 runs away from that 5th batting point, which is very much in reach now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well bowled to finish there by Travaskis. Keep the comments coming in on YouTube. One here from Oren Smith, who's enjoying the commentary. Good game so far. Where do you see Anderson ending up in the long term? And what do you think his peak will be? Because he's got huge talent. I think he could play international cricket. I've been saying this for a couple of years. He's not the finished product, clearly. But if you bowl as quickly as he does, and you can hit the ball the way he does, it's just a great combination. He's yet to really dominate a game or a season, but the way he bowled against Surrey on the televised game on Sky last year, he bowled them out in the session. And the way he batted in 2020, I know going back a bit here, and even at the end of last season in the divisional stage, I think there's enough there that he could be an option as an international all-rounder, but it's going to take him starting to boss games the way that he's bossed the last 20 minutes or so to get his name in lights. And yeah, the side thought I've had is I wonder whether he might use the Swedish team as a springboard as well, because he is eligible to play for them. I know it's associate cricket. I know it's not necessarily the same or even close to the same standard as some of the higher associate nations, but he's got eligibility for that national team. We've seen players do that before, go away and play. I mean, Tim David's the best example, the Australian all-rounder, playing as well as he has in associate cricket for the last couple of years, and that's helped bolster the case for him to get the opportunity with Australia, which presumably he will later in the year. So yeah, there is more than one way to skin a cat. And the fact that Anderson hasn't really been on the pathway either. At Middlesex, yes, but he didn't play England 19s or anything like that. He's had the double back stress fracture 3 years ago.
Nice shot. Lovely shot. And that's one short of 50 now for Anderson. He's very nearly there, and what a wonderful 50 this will be. That hammer blow to his finger as well, that really hurt. To do that against Stokes as well.
Yeah, I said before, if he can show a bit in front of the test captain, well, that's showing a bit. He's crunched that delivery. On the up, through the covers, past cover. Lovely.
Straight into the Charles Tyrrett side as well.
Make a nice, yeah, they make nice clothes. I'm wearing their clobber right now.
Now, I think that's just going to be leg byes. don't think there's any bad involved, is there? The umpire signals the pad. Yep, likewise.
Oh, there we are. This is the Charles Tyrrell polo shirt and the pullover. Got the trousers on too. This might be a bit game trying to put the legs up. I won't do that. But they're a nice pair of chinos, promise you.
Holden resists again.
There's some scepticism in the comments about whether this game can move forward. Paul Morris says the pitch is too good to bowl a side out quickly. Well, we'll see. I mean, we just don't know, do we? I mean, it's I wouldn't say the pitch has been too good to get lateral movement or to have it go through. We've seen balls move off the straight throughout days 2 and 3. Not so much on day 1, but yeah, swing and seam have been a factor.
Tim Murder and Toby Roland-Jones at Lords. They don't even need to roll back the years, do they? Because they're still doing it.
Did it 2 days ago. Took 7 between them.
Short down the leg side, put away. Holman moves to 31. 370 for 7. 6 overs for Middlesex. To score 34 runs.
Make it 30. Yeah, this is good batting, isn't it? And it does put Anderson back on strike. Will they be bold and stay with Travaskis? I just can't imagine they will. If I was... Yeah, my prediction has come true. It's going to be Salisbury, who's been the least used of the Durham seamers, and yeah, bowled a really nice spell from the pavilion end before lunch. So I'm not surprised to see him getting a second opportunity down the slope.
Leads 20. We're focusing on the next batting point for Middlesex. Just how far can they go, this partnership? We're going at nearly 10 and over since that big over for Anderson. So you can see which one that one was. That was the cast over that went for 23, the 99th. So they started that over on 321, the 99th. So in the last 6 overs, they have scored 49 runs. Run rates climbed to 3.5, back towards where Stoneman and Robson had it yesterday evening. Here's Anderson on 49. And it's back to Salisbury. Travaskis is done, as Colo was predicting. And there's his 50. Lovely, lovely stuff from Martin Anderson. Batting in a fair amount of pain after a horrible blow to that finger that he's been labouring with for a while, but it also jogged him into life to kick on. 50 from 53. 8 fours, 1 6, and a 7th first-class 50 for the 25-year-old. Second of the season for him. After the 50 in the first innings. Down at home, in fact, third, of course, because he got one against Derbyshire, didn't he? Third of the season.
He's a really good cricketer, Anderson. I bang on about it a fair bit. Friends of mine hear me say things like, I think Martin Anderson will play for England over and over, and they sort of raise an eyebrow and say, what, the guy that averages 20 odd? I mean, yeah, forget about his numbers for a minute. You've just got to ignore the spreadsheet with this guy. And again, it'll take some time because he's not been putting in the repeat performances, but he might have just not did a similar to Max Holden, turned a corner this season. You know, the runs at Sussex, both innings, wickets in every innings he's bowled in this season. Had a side strain to start, but bowled at pretty decent pace, I thought, on day 1, up in the low 80s.
Chopped away, just a single taken. Holman's 32. Yeah, for Martin Anderson, well, where does this all go now? Middlesex are what? 28 away with 5.5 overs for maximum points. They lead him by 22 already.
Well, I think the original plan that we sketched out before, well, might have been about an hour before tea, might actually come true, in that it may well be about the 110 over mark they can make a decision, which would give them a good hour. Because I would think from Middlesex's perspective that the harder of the two tasks will be taking 10 wickets, not the chase. I mean, they've got batting for days at the moment, and the track's good. It'll be tougher to take 10 wickets. So the sooner they begin that bit, probably the better. Of course, wouldn't suggest for a heartbeat you do it now when they've got an extra bonus point sitting right on the shelf, 28 runs away from. But I wonder whether 400 would be the right time, regardless of where they're at. The alternative view is just keep pushing as hard as you can, really put the foot down. I would see that too. But if you press fast forward to the final session of the match, there'll be no reason why they can't do that then. The tougher bit is going to be claiming 10 wickets. And when is the best time to bowl? Probably against a team who've been out in the field for a day and a half. Well, not quite a day and a half, but a fair slab of time. They'll be tired.
Lift from Salisbury still. There you go. There's still something in this pitch as well, isn't there?
There is. And as you pointed out before, end of over, 373 for 7. That lead up to 23. As you pointed out before, Mercer, Roland-Jones, I mean, you don't want to give them 2 overs each. You want to give them a spell each. And then Bamber, wicketless in the first innings. Holman, you want the option to go, right, we're going to try leg spin for 2 overs before stumps, if required, if they want to mix it up. Bit of natural variation. Tall leg spinner, so he can get the ball to go straight on. We see that in T20 cricket when he plays in the blast team, Holman. And if Anderson's up to it with his finger, noting that he has a pretty big bandage on his index finger right now on the right hand, then maybe him too. You just want to give yourself a bit of space. So, yeah, I would, if it were me, I'd be reaching 400 as quickly as possible and getting out of there.
Yep, I can definitely see the merit of that. Trying to think about the second new ball tomorrow. They're not going to be, I don't think that there's any equation where Middlesex can think at what stage does the second new ball become available.
No, I don't think so. If they're thinking second new ball, like that shouldn't be an input, because if they've got to consider that, then they won't have sufficient time to make runs in the 4th inning. So it's probably one bite of the cherry tonight, freshen up, put the feet up, watch a rom-com, bit of pasta, sometimes lager, sometimes cider, whatever it is, then come back tomorrow fresh, firing, knowing you've got one job, 10 wickets.
Stokes around the wickets at Holman. Just a tickled single.
Yeah, they might watch the finale of Dairy Girls if they haven't caught up with it. Maybe they're a This Is Us fan. Goodness me, the penultimate episode of that the other night packed a punch. They'll lose a few liquids from the tears they'll emit.
I'm going to start that tonight, Cotter.
It's the first episode of This Is Us is one of the all-time great pilots. So strap in for that.
We could have a very long day ahead of us tomorrow.
You could go the other way. Nothing too heavy, you know. Don't watch The Departed or something like that.
Short, hooked away. Just a single for Anderson, moves to 53.
Yeah, something easy on the telly. Big bowl of pasta. Bed by about 11:15. Something like that. Get 8 hours sleep. And get into it. But yeah, I really think that bowl soon.
We're through the 106th. They haven't gone after Stokes yet.
I mean, I suppose they're probably thinking we've got 4.5 overs to get it, no need to rush. But on the contrary, with Anderson batting the way that he is, I mean, he may as well keep going. I appreciate that they're professional cricketers. They're not going to give their wicket away for nothing, but when the declaration may be imminent. if we've tapped into the thinking in the dressing room over there. They might be thinking something completely different, by the way. They might be on a very different wavelength, but we're seeing some medical attention sought here by Martin Anderson. Is it that problematic finger?
Yeah. The strapping come off maybe from the finger. The physio went out and put some strapping on it earlier. No, just change your gloves. Physio was poised, Pete Waxman, just in case he was required. Come of the over, so 25 balls, score 23 runs. Should all be very simple for Middlesex, especially with that short boundary. But the wicket now might change it if they do swing and pick out a fielder. Oh, that's beautifully played, just a single. Deep cover will get around. Timed it sweetly. Moves to 54. 378 for 7. End of the 106th. Somerset, last time we checked in, they were wobbling hard, weren't they? They've been defeated by Hampshire, who won by 10 wickets. They went out to chase. How many? Hampshire, 1 without loss. They, which it took them 4 balls to get. They won by 10 wickets. Somerset all out for 69. Nobody got into the 20s. Davis top score with 19. 6 for Barker, 6 for 27. 2 apiece for Abid and Abbas. Big win that for Hampshire. Yeah. Somerset batting first, 211. Hampshire 280. And Somerset all out for 69. Lancashire holding on just about against their sixer, 145 for 4, still trailing by 143. Dane Villas just gone past 50. Phil Salt with him now. Couple of shuffles to the pitch and clipped through mid-wicket for 4. Anderson moves to 58. 382 for 7. Lovely use of the feet. A swashbuckling whip from Anderson, clipping through mid-wicket. We've talked about his driving. Such a good driver of the ball down the ground. Bringing that bat face down as he does, he's going to have a good whip on it as well, isn't he, through the onside. Oh, look at that now. Just talked about his drives. Lovely on drive. Moves to 62, 286 for 7.
What did they say earlier? Went through the 20s quicker than Picasso. Who did he go through the 50s quicker than? There's the 100 stand as well. 112 balls. This pair of batters so nicely. Quicker than Kerouac? Something like that. 62 from 62. Gotta love Martin Anderson.
Mind you, he went pretty slow, didn't he? For varying reasons.
Yes. It's probably a better option than that. Who was the Soviet cosmonaut? Might have been early 60s anyway.
Oh, it goes straight through him, coming back down the slope.
I actually feel a bit for Salisbury. I think he's bowled really well. Both of the spells from the pavilion end, he's been able to move the ball both ways. And from the nursery end, he's been able to pitch the ball up and invite the drive and beat the bat. Bowled well with the second new ball. They really did tie Middlesex up. Doesn't feel like it now, but the way this session started, well, either side of tee, it was Rushworth and Salisbury had them in a straitjacket, which brought a couple of wickets.
And he's got him. Gets that one through. Salisbury strikes back. 386 for 8. Anderson 62. Wonderful innings. But Salisbury manages to get back at him.
Yeah, he's earned that, kind of bolstering my point from the previous delivery. You know, through the gate, that's classy bowling, especially against a guy seeing it as well as Martin Anderson was. But the Anderson innings, getting them to within 14 runs of that final batting point. When he arrived at the middle, it looked like they wouldn't get the previous batting point. They were limping along, but that over of 21 taking down Bryden Cast, getting him taken out of the attack. Between times having his index finger taken off. It was a gutsy innings. 10 fours and a 6 out of 62. Yeah, lovely stuff.
14 runs, 1 wicket. Toby Roland-Jones walking down the pavilion steps. 1 wicket for maximum bowling points for Durham. 2 wickets to finish the innings, of course, but with the bonus points being the point. 14 runs required from 19 deliveries as Roland-Jones will walk out to face. Can Middlesex do it without the loss of a further wicket? Certainly get into that scenario as well of 400 and, well, either 400 and swing for 2 or 3 overs and just rack up a few more. I mean, they're very nearly there, Middlesex, so as soon as they get to the 400, maybe get past the 110 to deny Durham a point. You never know come the end of the season. What can this man do? We've seen some incredible innings over the years from Toby Roland-Jones with the bat to, well, of course, the most famous of them was to revive a dead match at Scarborough and set up Yorkshire's first innings defeat in their 150-year history at Scarborough when he and Merter sent the ball all around the north-east coast of England, up in Scarborough, and then go and bowl them out on the final day. It was an extraordinary performance by Middlesex. They don't quite need Roland-Jones to do something similar here. They've already got a lead of 36. The scoreboard pressure is slightly on Durham already. Just how much more can they pile on, and can they get these 14 runs? Ooh, cop bad on it. If he didn't, they were all about to go up. A fair old step across from Roland-Jones. He'll keep the strike off the mark first ball, but Anderson's gone for 62. Bowled by Salisbury. Dipping one back down the slope. 387 for 8 now. And again, you know, everybody riding off the draw. Merter, Roland-Jones, the slope at Lords, where clearly the ball's doing a bit off the surface here. There's a game to be played. Yeah,
Salisbury's Hill. I'm desperately sorry for that. It's day 3. It's late.
And you're in a good mood today.
I'm in a pretty good mood today. That's true.
Sunderland are up.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, you could do worse than getting on my coattails tonight, wherever I'm going to end up. Get on the bandwagon. There's going to be a few Australians about tonight. There's going to be quite a few Australians about tonight. After the change of government. Just put out a smoke signal, I'll find you. You find me.
Oh, down the leg side. So Trafalgar Square tonight is going to be full of Sunderland fans and Australians. Yeah, I think the Australians have congregated in Camden, so not far from here. I'm going to jump on the 274 and this is straight over. You've been researching this in between overs, haven't you? No, yeah, I've got a fairly good idea of where my compatriots might be. No run. Nearly a mix-up. Holman was about to charge down. This could just put the squeeze on here, you know. These 13 runs now. 16 balls. 13 runs. 1 wicket for maximum bowling points for Durham.
saw Roland-Jones dismissed in pushing for a bonus point at the start of the year, or a batting point I should say. He tried to pop Thompson on the moon, didn't he, first ball, and got himself out, but it was the right thing to do.
Low full toss, he'll feel he's missed out there. Attempted Yorker from Stokes. Stokes isn't a bad man to be bowling right now in terms of, so he'll bowl this, the 108th, and he'll bowl the 110th.
Yeah.
So Middlesex may need to try and do it off Salisbury. Oh, sharp. He's etching off these deliveries, isn't he, Stokes?
And the Sunderland, the Durham fans who are in are loving it. They're making plenty of noise in the Edrich stand, Mound stand, in the Sun Trap. Lots of noise now. Really firing up Ben Stokes.
Do you think Manny have made it back? Still be there, surely, won't they, inside the stadium?
It's good stuff. Big gap at mid-wicket.
It's the legs, big appeal, not out. Height would have been a problem.
Anyone that says that international players come back to domestic level and they don't quite care as much, watch this Ben Stokes appeal. He is furious. Now, I don't think that was out, and nor does Nigel Long, but Stokes dismayed.
Was that the noisy lot?
That must be it, yeah. I think that a lot that were making sandwiches at lunch, weren't they? Didn't they have the picnic out earlier?
It was also civil, wasn't it?
It was very civil.
What went wrong?
Yeah, they're having their week at Lords. They're enjoying it. Good on them. Great to have them in.
Low full toss, not put away by Holman. That's a very good over from Ben Stokes. 388 for 8.
So, runner ball required, only one leg by there.
Runner ball required, but Stokes has just bowled effectively a maiden, hasn't he? So, 388 for 8. Holman and Roland-Jones need to do it off this over, you'd fancy. The rowdy lot at the bottom of the mound stand, I think. Nice clip. Now, that's going to go down the slope. Mid-on is Stokes, and he'll be kept interested. No, he's not. Mid-on is Rain. They've taken 2. 390 for 8. 10 needed from 11 deliveries. So all that noise is coming from about 15 of them there. Goes again and gets it away for 4 this time. Middlesex nearly there. 394 for 8. Roland-Jones onto 7. Taking that from a pretty straight line. Just outside off, I think. Inside edge. Goes very fine. They've taken 2. 396 for 8. So three balls left of this over. 4 runs needed. I said they might need to try and do it in this over, and it looks as though that is exactly what Roland-Jones has decided to do. So with 4 needed, Durham have 9 deliveries to take 1 wicket for maximum bowling points. So they got 1 slip in place. Deep squares back, long legs back. Didn't release. Deep third is back as well. I suppose there's no real... I suppose they could drop everybody back. Long off, long on back. Especially for Roland-Jones. Put them all back and say, look, you want a single fine. Oh, he's chipped it up. Short of mid-off. He pulled out of the shot. He realised he was through it far too early. And nearly dollied it up. Not particularly going for the big shot, I think. Maybe he was going for a big booming drive and then just checked it, pulled out. Yeah, if they dropped everybody back and said to Roland-Jones, look, fine, have a single. Try and score the 3 you need off Stokes. That's clipped away. And that's the 400. Middlesex have maximum batting points. Roland-Jones moves into double figures. 400 off 653 deliveries, 455 minutes. 400 for 8. And fine, fine work from Roland-Jones. Anderson 62, setting it up. Holman 34 as well, doing a great job. Now what do? They lead by 50, back to the match situation. So they block out for 7 deliveries, deny Durham maximum bowling points, and then swing and keep swinging. Overs running out on the match though. Edged. And didn't carry, or did it? No, it didn't. He's certainly not out either way. There perhaps goes the last chance of the maximum bowling points. Let's have a look. It was loopy. Oh, he's put it down. Shelled it. Shelled it. Oh dear. 400 for 8. Roland-Jones survives on 13. Luke Holman will have strike. Can Ben Stokes find a wicket with these last 6 balls, which they're going to try and change the ball? Stokes has just tossed the ball to the umpire and is looking for a change of ball for these last 6 deliveries to try and find maximum bowling points. So they did it against Salisbury, as we thought they probably needed to. That ball is not going to go through, so there's going to have to be a delay before this final over with the bonus points in play.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know why they're not declaring, to be honest with you. But I just don't see.
I'd fancy block 6 balls, deny them that last bowling point, and then just swing for the last 2 wickets. Just, I mean, if you get 30 off 2 overs, great. You know,
I mean, they can deny them the bowling point by declaring now.
But to take block 6 balls, for they might end up really wishing that they had 6 more balls tomorrow. I know, but block for 6 more deliveries and then swing. So say, right, we're taking 2 overs, 12 deliveries, just swing. You might get 30 runs, and all of a sudden you're leading by 80 rather than 50, and it's just that little bit longer before Durham are in the lead. That would be my take. If I was sat there, I'd go with that.
Yeah, I see that perspective. I do. I just think that. Like, I don't think chasing runs tomorrow is going to be what defines whether Middlesex win this game or not. I think it's going to boil down to whether they can take 10 wickets in a timely enough fashion, and where they are right now, they would lose 2 for the changeover. They'd have 16 tonight. That's a proper hour. That's a proper stint. And they're already in a position where losing the game from here is so improbable. Look, yeah, sure, Roland-Jones can make quick runs, and we know Holman can do likewise, but they're not going to bat once. Like, they're not going to be in a position where they get to a big enough lead where that's improbable. So I sort of fall on the side of deal with the tough bit first, which from here is going to be the 10 wickets. I mean, chasing after tea tomorrow, this track's not going to get any worse. I mean, maybe, yeah.
Maybe they'll start swinging now.
Oh,
let's see.
They'd be mad. Honestly, they'd be mad not to. Now they've come this far. Got to keep going.
Single for Holman. He moves to 35, 401. 5 balls left for the bonus points in play. I guess I fully hear what you're saying. Absolutely. And I like the idea that tonight you'd almost get you'd get 5 bowlers bowling tonight in that hour.
Yeah, that's kind of
unless Mercer and Roland-Jones were going through them this evening.
Well, that's kind of my point. I think you want to get. I think you
yeah.
want to give yourself flexibility to, if it isn't necessarily playing the way you want it to, you can turn to spin for an over.
I like that.
You're not just bowling a perfunctory over of Holman before the close of play. You're like, well, okay, we'll give you 2 or 3 if it hasn't worked out.
Yep, I like that. I guess what they're thinking is an 80-run lead, let's say. I never know, maybe it'll go really well. 90, 100. It's just that little bit longer that Durham are behind, and if they're 2 down behind, 3 down behind, 4 down behind before they've knocked off the runs, then that adds to the pressure on Durham tomorrow. Oh, goes after it. Ned Eckersley would love to be celebrating that wicket right now. Yeah, I like, though, also what you're saying about throw that ball around tonight, and you'll have a few of them to try and have a go at it. But I guess they're thinking is stay out there and hope that you have Durham 3 down before they've even reached parity. 4 down before they've reached parity. And if parity could be 80, 90. Oh, it goes up in the air and he's got away with it. Leading edge, straight back over Stokes' head. It wasn't particularly a high-risk shot. Single taken. Oh.
Means a lot to Stokes, doesn't it? Desperate for a 3rd wicket.
You can see the funny side at the moment.
He's enjoying his cricket here, isn't he? You can tell. Been a joy having him out there.
Holman's played it pretty cutely all the way through, hasn't he? He's left and left well alone. Stokes is going to have to bowl at the stumps here. He can't bowl it outside off. Holman's left everything alone outside off stump from Stokes. And he's batted extremely well. Take all the match situation out of it, and even if you put the match situation into it, he's batted nicely. Holman, he's just got on with what he's doing. He's let Anderson go hard at the other end. So Stokes over the wicket. Oh, I think that was a slower ball, wasn't it? Felt like it took a lot longer to get to Holman. Perhaps just seeing if he'd play all around, wasn't it? No, it wasn't.
I think it was the off-cutter, fingers down the seam, but yeah. Still up over 80. Stokes bending his back, no doubt about that.
1 ball with bonus points in play, and then you would imagine surely Middlesex will just absolutely swing for every last ball that comes their way. If they don't do that, then I will definitely be jumping up and down as well, Colin.
Well, I hope you're right. Well, I'm sure you're right. It wouldn't. There's no point being there. They're only depriving themselves of an opportunity.
There's no point doing it slowly after this ball. If you're going to do it quickly, because it could take a long time to not do it. All down the leg side, gets away for 4. And, well, salt rubbed into the wound there for Durham. 406 for 8. The bonus points are done. 2 bowling points for Durham. To go with the 3 batting points, Middlesex have 7 points in the match. Eight points in the match for Middlesex. 3 with the ball. Right, here is where we hope the fun begins. And you're going to take over commentary, Colo.
All right, let's do it. There are the lads getting stuck in. Made plenty of noise. So still 16.5 overs left today. It's going to be a late finish. Monster day here at Lord's. 2 out on the leg side. Deep third. Swing and a miss. There'll be a 10-minute changeover in there too, you'd assume. So yes, this will be a sort of 7:15 finish or thereabouts. Maybe even a bit later. Could be 7 if they're a bit tardy.
I sense we're delaying you from something here, Cotto.
That's the way it goes. I'm at peace with it. So Roland-Jones. Can he get one over mid-wicket? He tries. Ends up with the sweeper Lees. .36 extras in the innings as well. So Stoneman 41, Robson 84, Holden 71, Simpson 41, Anderson 62, the major contributions. And extras. Now just 1 slip for Holman. Still 2 out on the leg side and 2 out on the short rope on the offside. Finds a gap at cover, but just for 1. So yeah, they'll be looking to find the rope, but it won't be easy because they can manipulate the field here, Durham, and they should. There's nothing in it for them other than trying to manage the game as best they can at this stage. They've coughed up all the batting points. That's frustrating for them, but reflective of a pretty good day for Middlesex. Hedged, albeit only for a single. Collected at deep third by Bettingham, who's on fielding, which is interesting given that he wasn't fit to play this week. Gosh, I could have done with him, Bettingham, but hey-ho. Yeah, he's got a back injury, we were told before the game. Bettingham and Dixon both missing this game. End of the over, so 4 singles coming from it. Not quite what we foreshadowed. 16 overs remaining today, 4:10 for 8.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
So the lead's 60, and we're 2 overs past the point where Middlesex completed the batting point part of this job. And from here, well, we don't quite know what the plan is. We thought they might start swinging. That hasn't been the case. It won't be easy against Stokes. Bowling to Holman on 41. Where'd that hit? Was it inside edge onto the thigh pad? Ooh, maybe it higher again. It's usually Ben Stokes getting hit in the groin. He's got a certain reputation for it. Ouch. I won't repeat what Ben Stokes said when he was hit there in 2019 on this ground against Australia. And a 3rd wicket for the England captain. Holman picking out Rushworth at mid-on. Finishes with 41 important runs. That partnership of 100 that he put on with Anderson gave them a chance of reaching 400 by the end of the 110th over, and so they did. 4:10 for 9, looking for any signal from the balcony they might pull the troops in. They won't, they'll keep going, so Middlesex aren't going to declare. They're going to wait until they're bowled out. Luke Holman. young man with plenty of talent. Picked up 2 wickets earlier in the match on the first day. And 41 to his name after coming in at number 8. And here comes Tim Murtagh. Average is 6.76 with the bat last year. Only batted a couple of times this year, Murtagh. It actually gets worse, I'm afraid to say. High score of 2, total runs 2. Was against Notts last week, the only time he's batted. Oh, my apologies, he made a duck against Derbyshire as well. So the days of Tim Murtagh being a useful lower order hitter are probably gone. Although nobody can take away his Test half century in India back in 2018, 2019 it might have been actually. 11 half centuries, high score of 74 not out. Back when he was playing for Surrey against Middlesex, long time ago. Facing Ben Stokes, couple of slips. It's nothing to do with it. Understandably, staying leg side and just trying to play him through the offside. Has got 4,287 first-class runs, Murtagh. Played his 250th first-class game last week. Bowled so well in the first innings, finishing with 3 for 43 from 27, but 3 for 18 from his last 17 overs of that innings. Right back at his best. And it's the same again. Staying still, trying to slap, no contact.
Well, at least we know it will definitely happen quickly now with these two. There will be no doubt left at all. There'll be no runs left out there at all. So it's almost like the opposite here of when you finish a 2020 innings. Now, this wasn't the case the other day. Who was it that hit the 140? They smashed the runs everywhere in the IPL.
KL Rahul possibly, or with Quinton de Kock. Yeah, I think it was Quinton de Kock that made the 140, wasn't it?
Because usually when a side ends up none down at the end of a 2020, what they say is you've left runs out there.
Left runs out, yeah.
9 down. There's going to be no doubt there'll be no runs left out there if Middlesex declare, will there now? We're not going to get to that situation. It's the complete opposite. Middlesex is going to go all the way through, and they are going to swing to the very last with that man, the club captain.
Yeah, and sort of without banging on about it, in practice they've added 10 runs in 3 overs since the point when they could have withdrawn. Last ball here of the 112th. Murtagh, bat on ball. Keeps the strike. Off the mark. 4-11 for 9. And it will continue looking towards the balcony. I don't expect they're going to declare. Why would they if they haven't as yet?
I hope that was off the mic as well from me. Oh no, he's kept the strike. I think
61's the lead. And the only reason we're saying that is that even if they lose an entire over once the first ball is bowled. So even if Murtagh were... So you're sort of hedging that Murtagh will make enough runs here to make it worth their while to have burnt an over. And time is of the essence.
Having used, as you said, what, 3 overs to score
11 runs.
11 runs.
And they've effectively used 4 now. The minute the first ball is bowled, or the moment they've scrubbed 4 overs. Look, Murtagh might take Salisbury down here, and good luck if he does. But yeah, it feels like that the overs were probably more important than the 11 runs on face value that they've added so far. We'll see. You might get Roland-Jones back on strike. It's going to be Salisbury going over the wicket, changing angle at the left-handed Murtagh. 2 out on the leg side, 2 out on the offside. All behind square.
That's best case scenario, isn't it? A single. Gets Roland-Jones on strike, and now straight back down the ground. What have we got? Long on is going back. And there we go, deep mid-wicket's going back as well. That's what they've got to do. This should all be about clearing the ropes now, this over for Roland-Jones. Clear the ropes or get it, or, you know, let them clear the stumps up. One of the two. I think the fact that Richard Johnson sat on the edge of the balcony at the moment says, get on with it.
Had a pop. Doesn't get all of it. Gets off strike. Roland-Jones, important runs when he came to the middle. Collecting 12 of them in the 109th, which meant they didn't have to take it all the way to over 110 to get that last batting point. Not for nothing.
Salisbury's just got to hit the stumps here, really. Three balls. Middlesex would love 3 boundaries here. The balcony's looking pretty packed now, all in their whites, all ready to go. Richard Johnson and Rory Cootes leaning on the dressing room door on that balcony, looking out.
Thick edge down to the rope for more. So Roland-Jones does make it into the 20s with his 3rd boundary. Wasn't much pretty about it, but it doesn't matter. If you're going to swing and swing hard, even when it comes off the cue end of the bat, I think that might have been right off the toe, and it gets the lead up to 68.
He's going to keep it outside off, isn't he, because of the short boundary, so whether it's worth Roland-Jones stepping across here.
It's probably a single if they wanted it, but it makes more sense for Roland-Jones to face the last ball here. Swing, miss, end of the over. Are they going to keep going? Well, I see feet on the balcony. It doesn't look like they're going to pull the pin. No, we'll go again.
Simo's got the pads on, hasn't he? So they're ready to go. But what are they thinking? 80 runs? Is that what they're thinking? 80 runs, get it up to 80. Just keep that pressure on them.
Well, I mean, it can't be a number, can it? Because why would it be? They're batting till they're all out, and so it goes. So just think that, yeah, even that over there, productive as it was compared to the previous couple, they've added 18 runs in 5 overs. Well, sorry, 4 overs, when I suppose they are, as you point out, trying to just get as many as they can, and on the basis that it's runs they don't have to get tomorrow. The problem being is I'm not sure whether these two can take Stokes downtown. We'll see. He's up against Murtagh here. 3 out on the leg side. Murtagh. That'll do. Forget what I say. Tim Murtagh, 2 runs to this point in the season, and he's just picked up the England captain and the world's premier all-rounder through mid-wicket for the most classy boundary. Well played.
Clearing that front foot. What I really don't want to see now is Stokes drop a bouncer into Mercer. The bowlers' union's long gone, so he's got every right to do so. I'd just rather not see it happen.
That was in his swinging zone, wasn't it? When it's on the stumps for Murtagh, he's more of a chance. In the previous over, Stokes was outside the off stump, and Murtagh isn't moving his feet. He's staying as still as he can. Field spread everywhere for Stokes to Murtagh. Who would have thought? Bowls him! That's that. So the second ball of the over. They're all out for 422. They'll take a 72-run lead into the second innings, and Stokes will finish with 4 for 72. Off stump, out of the ground. Good response after Murtagh mowed him through mid-wicket from the previous delivery. Gone for 7, Roland-Jones not out, 21. And after getting that final batting point, they added 22 runs in what works out to be, in effect, 5 overs, because they lose the extra 4 balls. Play to resume at 6:29 p.m, upon which time we will have 11 overs. They'll lose 2 for the changeover. 11 overs from 6:29, so they'll play through till about 7:15, provided the light stays true, and it should. Nice sunny evening here at headquarters. Call of the card. Stoneman 41, Bamber Nort are out last night. Today, De Carey's caught behind for 4 from the bowling of Stokes. Hanscom bowled by Rain for 14 in the first session. They went to lunch at 174 for 4. After lunch, Robson nicked off just after the break for 84. A good partnership between Holden and Simpson worth 84 that got them all the way up to tea when Max Holden was out just before that interval. Caught by Eckersley, the wicket-keeper. Nice piece of bowling from Rushworth. Then after the break, first ball after tea indeed, John Simpson picked out Ben Rain at deep backward point, having a slash at Rushworth. He made 41. Then an even 100 between Anderson and Holman, taking it from 286 to 386 in the space of 16 overs. Nicely played. Anderson hitting 62 from 64 balls, 9 fours and a 6. Might have been a couple of 6s in there actually. Holman and Roland-Jones got them to the bonus point, or the final batting point. Holman, the penultimate wicket, caught by Rushworth at mid-on from the bowling of Stokes for 41. And the final partnership of 12 between Roland-Jones and Murtagh ended when the number 11 was bowled by Stokes for 7. Stokes 4 for 72 from 21.2. Rushworth 3 for 60. Rain 2 for 54. And Salisbury with the other wicket 1 for 98. Middlesex lead by 72 runs. We'll take a brief break here at Lords and we'll return for the third innings of this game. Durham walking out 72 runs in arrears in about 8 minutes' time. Play to resume in a minute from now here at Lords with 11 overs to be bowled. Tim Murtagh, nursery end, lock and load. They've got 72 runs to play with Middlesex after being dismissed for 422. Murtagh was the last man to go for 7. And a packed cordon in weight. 4 slips. Bowling at Alex Lees, the England man. He made 44 the first time around. Short leg as well. Can Middlesex make something of this game? They'll have to make an inroad or two before tonight completes, or before play concludes tonight, I should say. They're going to have to be in a position where they come back tomorrow with their tail up. I don't think that it'll be the kind of day where they can come back none down and the game could drift very quickly. On the other hand, even 1 wicket, but maybe a couple, and it's just about game on if they're good enough. Not often you'd see Murtagh bowling with a short leg these days.
No, I just wondered a little bit towards the end of that innings about the pace of the pitch, that we just were starting to see, because we saw a few more leading edges than we were seeing prior to that in the match. I just wonder whether 1 or 2 stop him. I guess they'll look for a little bit of inside edge here onto pad, looping up for a in-swinger from Murtagh. He's got those 4 slips, the wider 4th, all in position for the one across the lefty.
Hanscom, Robson, Holman, the 3 slips. Carey is at 4th. Holden racing around from point. Who's in there under the lid? Stoneman, it must be.
You'd expect him to be targeting the stumps a lot here, Murtagh as well.
Bamber at mid-off. Roland-Jones mid-on. Off the mark, Lees. Yeah, there is a sub-fielder, Daniel O'Driscoll. He's going from deep backward square to deep backward square. I think it's for Anderson. The Carey's is at 4th. And then, yes, Holden over at point. So, yeah, it must be for Martin Anderson with that finger injury. It's worth them playing it safe with that. Had a dashing 62, but after copping a bad whack to the finger, courtesy of Bryden Cast.
He's a wicket keeper, O'Driscoll. Surely he should be in the slips.
Interesting, isn't it? Over the years, you've seen wicket keepers out in the field, and sometimes they end up being great slippers, but not always. Like Johnny Bairstow is far better out in the thick of things. Josh Butler, when he has been in the field and not wicket keeping in the Test team, there was a Test here against India in 2018 when he put down 2 catches in quick succession. Also took 2. It was a busy boy at second slip that evening. Wickets galore. They bowled out India in a session, quick single, but they're through. Remember Adam Gilchrist, when he first came into the one-day team for Australia, they'd pop him at first slip and he couldn't catch anything. Despite having a brilliant pair of hands, of course, with the gloves on.
Tom Helm on the balcony. He's had a side strain, hasn't he? No sign of Martin Anderson, whether that's him deep at the back of the dressing room, maybe in the whites. But Helm there and with the whites on, meaning that he's around today to run drinks and the like. All the others will be off playing club cricket today, won't they? So I hope that means good things for Tom Helm ahead of Thursday in the T20, that he is going to be okay from that side strain. The fact that he's obviously asked to run drinks around today means they're not worried about him making things any worse at all.
Four slips. Catches the call, caught behind. Roland-Jones gets a wicket first ball. Jones has gone for one. Simpson moving low and to his right. Excellent bit of glove work. Middlesex are up and about. Having a fine final session here at Lords on day 3.
This becomes a very long 11 overs now for Durham, doesn't it? That's a beautiful ball from Roland-Jones. Good to see. We saw him bowl a few of those in the first innings, didn't we? And he just sat back in the mind. It was when he got a few to do it off a shorter length, just finding a bit of bounce. But Jones, wow, turned around by that one. Yep, can't believe it. Looks back, yeah, how did that happen? Beauty.
Yeah, what a beauty, as you say, Roland-Jones. 4 for 72 in the first innings. And they're away here. Their job, 10 wickets. How quickly can they do it? Can they manufacture something from this one? There's still 70 runs in the black. The man who formed the Hawk Lovely partnership to start this match is standing with only 1 with leads. He's gone, having faced a small balls.
So Peterson wanders down the pavilion steps. They're missing their 2 leading run scorers this season, but Lees, Peterson, Borthwick and Stokes, 4 of the top 5. That's a mighty 4 names they've got in there. Jones, we saw some decent stuff from him in the first innings. What this will do as well, I was going to say it when I said that Mercer will be bowling at the stumps, which will allow Durham to score off the stumps this evening, get some runs on the board, knock off that first innings deficit. We talked about Durham potentially being 2 or 3 down before they knock off the runs. If they do, there's big trouble. The early wicket, you'd have thought as well, will slow Durham right down tonight, and for a fair bit of tomorrow morning as well. If they can grab another one tonight, Middlesex, then it's going to feel like a long, long way to tea, which is about where they'd have to get to feel safe tomorrow, Durham. It's a great start. It was a great ball to do it as well. That wasn't a loose shot. That wasn't poor judgment from Jones. It was just an outstanding delivery from that man.
Packed cordon for Peterson to look back at before facing up to Roland-Jones. Mark Stoneman by his side at short leg. Shadows lengthening. Squeezing out. A full delivery from middle stump and off the mark. Peterson was out just after tea on day 1. Batted well for 48. Was caught by De Carey's backward point from the bowling of Roland-Jones after a period where Mercer and Roland-Jones were able to put the brakes on, and it resulted in a wicket, 1 of 5 that Middlesex took on the first day. To think where they were then, the visitors, 256 for 5, effectively at lunch on day 2 after the rain. They've done really well here. Stepping back and viewing it from that position, they took 5 wickets in a session yesterday in order to get batting, conceding 350, but from where they were, that wasn't a bad effort. They take the lead, they get all the batting points, keep calling them bonus points, all the batting points, and now they give themselves this precious window before stumps day 3, and with a decent enough lead. His first chance at Lees. Leaving on length. 76 mile an hour. So not rapid anymore, not these days, but the deeper he gets into his career, Kev, the fuller he is bowling for the most part, and thus the more he's bringing the stumps into play.
And that was the big argument about the first half of his career, really. Did he bowl too short? He, Stephen Finn, Middlesex in general.
Nice. That channel.
Yeah, he bowled a heavy ball. Always found that extra little bit of lift. To find that extra bit of lift, it does need to be a slightly shorter length. Put it on that fuller trajectory, you're not going to find the lift as much. He still finds it, though. That's what I was mentioning about that dismissal of Jones, that we saw the ones yesterday that lifted and went through batsmen, and that was a great sight for him as well down the hill.
Ooh, another opportunity. Brilliant from Roland-Jones, and even better from Simpson. Low and to his left, that's a screamer. And it's the England man, Lee's gone for 1. Roland-Jones has 2 and an over. And Middlesex have really opened up this game after tea on day 3.
How has John Simpson caught that? That is a stunning grab behind the stumps from Simpson. Absolutely world class. The phrase used to describe him by Jack Russell, his mentor. Look at the smile. You don't often get that much emotion out of Simpson, I tell you, and you can see there he knows he's taken an absolute perler, and it blows the top of this order wide open.
Oh yeah, that's some response. Roland-Jones knows it. Caught Simpson, bowled Roland-Jones, but that does not tell the story. It is a pearler of a catch from the man that got an opportunity to play for England last year on the basis of being one of the best glovemen in the country. On his day, the best gloveman in the country. And that shows why. The first catch was a good one, having to move to his right. But the second one, 1 mitt, full stretch, going forward as well. Outstanding wicket keeping. And still 9 overs left on this third evening. How will Durham play this?
You've got to be greedy Middlesex tonight now, haven't you? Just bowl at the stumps, bowl at the stumps, bowl at the stumps. I think those first few balls of Mercy just angled across Lees. He'll set them up from the nursery end, but they've just got to keep hitting the stumps ball after ball tonight, because the pressure is going to crank massively on Durham now. 69 runs they are behind with 8 wickets standing. And we talked about two down overnight. If they could have them 2 down overnight, then Middlesex would be feeling mighty happy about the match situation going into the final day. Well, with 9 overs to go this evening and Roland-Jones bowling the way he is, if Tim Murtagh comes to the party, Durham could be in an awful lot of trouble. So Borthwick, bothersome Borthwick.
Yeah, 15 in the first dig. Murtagh's turn to Peterson. Oh, edging as well. Was he put down? Did it carry to Holman at third? Had to come forward. Might have just half volleyed in.
Felt like he did everything to get his fingertips underneath that Holman, and maybe in doing so, even if it did carry.
Hard to tell from the reverse angle. It was close. One last look here. Yeah, inconclusive. Murtagh in the game.
The trajectory off the bat is my feeling that did carry. I reckon that one probably did carry low to the shins.
Shot. The counter punch. Keegan Peterson. He was player of the series for South Africa against India earlier this year.
Middlesex had the luxury of bowling at the stumps to say, but runs won't matter at all, no matter what they are down tonight now, or what runs they have on the board. It's that wickets column. They've got 2 of them. Very nearly had a third.
Yeah, even if they just picked up 1 tonight, I think it would have done wonders for confidence. The fact that it's 2 in a hurry, and it's Roland-Jones, 6 for the match already, 25 for the season. Make that 26, sorry. Ooh, waft. Can't be playing at that Tim Murtagh nursery end.
You can see they're all ready to pouch, aren't they? 4 slips, short leg, pretty advanced. Mid-on, he's almost a straight mid-wicket. Holman's defence as well, that slip cordon are pretty well advanced. I reckon they're there to say, right, I'd prefer put it down than it falls short. I do think we saw a little bit of that as this third day has worn on, that one or two just weren't quite carrying through to the keeper. Edges that were just going to ground, even though they were going to vacant second or third slips at that point.
So another lively over. Nurta finding the outside edge of Peterson. Did it carry the third slip? Probably. Hard to tell for sure, but in any case, he's in the game. Now we're back to the real quiz. Toby Roland-Jones. And he'll get a chance to have a proper crack here at the captain, Scott Borthwick. 15 in the first innings. Out to the spin of Holman, bowled between lunch and tea. He's made 329 runs this season, just over 30. Couple of 90s last 2 weeks. Here's Roland-Jones, Corden, ready. Oh. Gosh. Nearly blew his foot off. Just got the bat down in time.
Seeing if we got the speed gun on that one from Roland-Jones. Again, if that was back up towards the low to mid 80s, where he used to be, like 75.9 a couple of years back, that would have been 82, 83, 84 from Roland-Jones. But it's so encouraging to see that he's down on pace a little, but is bowling as well as ever. Goes through to Simpson, up around his stomach, doesn't it? When you think of the ball that died on him just in front of slip. And that's why they're all well advanced there.
We probably didn't get a chance to reflect so much on the delivery that removed Lees. It was such a screamer of a catch by Simpson. We'll get another look at it maybe after the next delivery. I mean, Lees had to play at it, as did Jones, the first wicket. Hitting the seam. Does so again here. Here's the second wicket. Has to play from there. Just enough movement. Oh, Simpson, stop it. But Roland-Jones, when he's on, down that slope, there are a few better in the business.
I wonder, does Zach have to go up there? We've been talking about his batting late. That's got to be up there as one of his best ever catches.
Absolutely. On the highlights reel. There's the channel. That's how he worked Lees over. 2 balls right there on the 4th stump line. And then just dragged it over by, 4 inches, let's say, to pitch on off stump. Had to play from there, given how full it was. Couldn't leave it alone on length or trust the fact that it would slope down. And from there, presenting the blade, always a big chance of nicking behind, as he did. So Lee's missing out in the second innings after making 44 in the first. He'll be back here opening the batting for England in a couple of weeks. Had a great season, but frustrating that his last innings here at Lords will be one where he's fallen, having just added 1 run.
He'll be frustrated he hasn't made him play more in this over, Roland-Jones. It's been one too many leaves, isn't there?
Oohs and ahs. Stamen there under the lid.
Just went a little too straight in overcompensating to force Borthwick to play, the right-hander onto strike.
So his first opportunity here, Keegan Peterson. Last ball of the over. Oh, shout for leg before. Umpire Long turns it down. And he can't believe it. My sense was sliding. Let's watch it back. He certainly shuffled across his stumps. Yeah, I think that's reasonable enough. I think that's on balance. Missing leg. But you can see why he was excited. End of the 4th over, 10 for 2 Durham. They trail by 62. Jones and Lees already gone in their second innings.
Did you see that Stuart Broad video last week when he was congratulating Mulaney on the century in the second innings, and he mentioned the shocking decision that Mulaney got in the first innings when he was on 92, first ball of the second morning. It was Roland-Jones from the pavilion end down the slope. I showed it to the umpires last night in the bar. I kind of wish I hadn't now. Look at that one that Mulaney got last week, sliding down. So we're talking about the fact that Broad had talked about it in the video, that the video then went out on social media as well.
Just about able to leave on length there.
Yeah, so we're nattering about that one and one other. But it was interesting to see the umpires wanting to have a look. Let's have a look then. oh yeah. Sliding down. They did put it to me. Was it a shocker or was it a slider? Which one was it? I was being indecisive, they said. I said it was a shocking slider. So that Roland-Jones one, there would have been a couple of elements of doubt. Height and leg side. The slope's a big issue. But one of those again, if you go upstairs, you never know. Might just have been clipping. But clipping at best, so you can fully understand why the decision's not out.
Over the cordon. Really threw his hands at that.
Flies.
I don't think that's what he was trying to do. So Borthwick missed out the first time around, made 15. So a couple of 90s this season. Only made 474 runs in 20 innings last year when returning to Durham after his stint with Surrey. 4 and straight again. He made that ridiculous century at Chelmsford, didn't he? Where it was 100 out of 170 all out or something like that. He wasn't far away from passing that Bannerman mark of 67.35% of runs in a completed innings. I know there was a lot of eyes on that stream as Essex were going through Durham, but Borthwick was on the counter-attack. Oh!
That's the best of Mercer, isn't it? Lovely line and length. And he's had it doing all sorts this evening, Mercer. Probably hasn't put it on that metronomic line and length that he always does. But that showed you everything you needed to know. The old fella's still got it.
Four slips, short leg. Good response. Smashed away with authority. Just a little bit short there from Mercer to finish. And Borthwick wasn't going to miss out. So 2 boundaries in the over. The first fire and edge, but yes, that was a full-blooded pull shot from the Durham skipper. 18 for 2.
Yeah, as soon as they see that length from Mercer, then that ball's going to go.
You'll copy some grief here in the comments for acknowledging that you spoke to the umpires last night and thus might have informed that decision being given not out. Paul Morris, why on earth would you do that, Kevin Hand?
Can't remember what got us onto it. I think it was the discussion about Broad and his little speech to Mulaney.
Roland-Jones once more. Giving it a chance to swing, nice and full. Can he get a third? As you say, can they get greedy here? If Durham are 3 down tonight, that what do you call it? That CricViz, WinViz. So I was searching what's it called again? The WinViz that we did before the Derbyshire game, which we were mocking up as we went. That would change considerably. A third wicket. If we return tomorrow and Borthwick wants a quick single, sent back, rightly so. Even from here, I think that Middlesex might have a definitely a 2 in front of it, maybe even a 3 in front of it at a pinch. So 28%. Middlesex to win from here. I think Durham, it's Durham are in the very low single digits, and the rest would be the draw, on the assumption that they'll be able to find something at some point. But yeah, what have we got left? 5.3 overs today, 96 overs tomorrow, so 101 overs after this left in the game.
I mean, it's almost impossible to see a Durham victory now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because they're going to have to go so slowly.
Well, they had their window, right? So Durham have had 2 decent opportunities to influence where this game was going. One was just after lunch when Robson fell, and one was just after tea when Simpson fell. 2 great chances after dismissing set men to go on with it and run through Middlesex. Oh, that's much closer. Yes! Roland-Jones goes bang, bang, bang. And it's game on at Lords. Durham 18 for 3.
They really do have their work cut out now, the visitors, to save this one. They have got a bat all day tomorrow. And Middlesex have 3 down already. Roland-Jones, hitting top of middle and leg, that one. Even with a decent stride in. He's not the tallest of figures, is he, Peterson? So hitting high up on the pads. Don't worry too much, the umpires. Just nipping back down the slope, and survived one big shout already. He wasn't going to survive that one.
Well, if I was saying Middlesex might have been 27% before that ball, I reckon it's got a 4 in front of it now, maybe even a 5 in front of it. Peterson, massive wicket. The overseas from South Africa. Get another replay here I think on height, no major concerns there. That was out. And they knew it behind the wicket. They were just waiting for that finger to go up from umpire Long, and so it did.
Yeah, I was going to go higher than the 20s, but then I was more the optimist in that Derbyshire match, and you were absolutely right when it went to a draw. I just think from a Middlesex perspective at 2 down, especially 3 down now, if Middlesex aren't able to force the victory tomorrow with 7 more wickets, they are going to be massively disappointed that they haven't been able to. They still trail by 54 runs.
Oh, it's just the time they've got. That's right. I think the point we made earlier stands, is that the harder job is the 10 wickets, and they needed a nice meaty slab of time tonight. In the end, the wickets have come quickly. I suspect when stumps are drawn, they'll be wanting more, given how well this is going. In any case, it's been a great day for the home side, and I would suggest that Durham have missed a couple of big chances. Now they're right up against it. Salisbury, night watchman. Roland-Jones finds the inside edge first ball. Perilously close. The Durham support is still up and about beneath us here. We're actually obscured from where I can't see what happened there beneath us, but I'm not sure if we'll get a replay from the reverse angle. Either way, they're through for a couple.
It's got a chuckle from around the field, hasn't it? So let's see if the camera does get it.
All eyes were on, understandably, Toby Roland-Jones. So I'm not quite sure what happened at long leg. It's in our blind spot where our commentary position is. They go again. Salisbury, last ball. Roland-Jones, stop it. This is one spell. I tell you what, 3 overs, 3 for 6. He's not done yet. There's still 5 overs left in the day. Roland-Jones will certainly bowl 2 of those, and 12 deliveries the way he's going right now. I wouldn't be surprised if that wicket column has a 4 or a 5 in it by the time they walk off the field. Peterson leg before wicket for 5, the third of the run after dismissing Jones and Lees in his first set. This is the best of Toby Roland-Jones.
All eyes on Murtagh, all eyes on Borthwick. Can he get through to stumps?
Good point here from Dino86 in the comments. Says here there's going to be some serious backtracking from people in here if Middlesex somehow win this. There was one fella demanding an explanation for the captain's decision at the toss. Yes, there was some enthusiastic watchers on calling for blood when Durham were 80 odd for 1 at lunch. The game's moved quickly. And it's moved quickly in a relatively short space of time. There were 40 overs left in the final session, Kev. And at that point, it was Simpson batting with Anderson had just come to the middle. Sorry, correction, Simpson and Holman. Anderson hadn't even started yet. And we know how important those 62 runs were. But yeah, that was going at a crawl either side of tee against second new ball. We were sort of wondering, will they even get to 350 before the allotted time for the extra batting point? In the end, they get to 400, wind at their back, 72 lead, 3 wickets. I mean, this is the perfect session. We've been saying for a couple of days that one team, be it Durham or Middlesex, needed to have one huge session to open the game up, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, we talked overnight, didn't we, about whoever wins the morning session will have a chance. It's a long, long way to go to win the game from winning that morning session this morning. Middlesex won it, won the afternoon session. They've won the evening session, and as you say, they're doing it emphatically tonight.
Played.
And really good from Middlesex after the Nottinghamshire performance, which shouldn't have been, and so it's proven not to be, a shock to the system for them. Because they were outplayed by Nottinghamshire in that game. A very, very good Nottinghamshire side. And Durham turn up here with equally as good an attack, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
I think Haas gives you the Pattinson factor.
Yep.
Good stop at point by Holden. Rushworth, the Fletcher factor. Yeah, they're 5 seamers, and then you've got Ben Stokes. So they've turned up with an attack as good as Nottinghamshire, if not perhaps because of the depth of it, better. And they turned up with a batting lineup where we've just gone through 4 of the top 5, even though they're missing their top 2 run scorers this year. So it's a mighty Durham side that Middlesex are doing this to. Middlesex, of course, are missing Helm. Planned on having a freebie for this one.
Yeah, shot.
Yeah. Just adds. Just adds to that wicket column tonight, doesn't it, Middlesex? They can pick him up. One less to take tomorrow. Because they dearly love to get Borthwick tonight. And then again, you think what Fletcher did last week, night watchman for an over. Hit a 50 the next morning, so I'm sure they dearly love to get Salisbury tonight, make sure that he's gone before stumps. Yeah, possibly this season, eh? I was wondering how much has he still got in the tank if he really bent his back. He was never more than 85, was he? He was there, maybe he hit an 86, but he was never towards 90, Roland-Jones. He was always around that 85 mark. Just waiting to see on that again. Yeah, 77. So he's bowling a little bit quicker in this over now to the night watchman. Don't put in too much tonight, Toby. He's been low to mid 70s so far and has done an excellent job for his 7th in the match so far.
Possibly Holman on the basis that that was a good matchup in the first innings with Borthwick, just for a point of difference. Although, in fairness, that the seam is so pronounced at the moment that they'd be most inclined to look to Bamber, I suppose, if they're going to change. Spot on again. Dino in the comments, Mertz and TRJ are iconic.
Oh, they are, for sure. Absolutely no doubt about it. As I said, it's not even rolling back the years because they just keep doing it, don't they? For Roland-Jones, I guess it's rolling back the years in terms of the injuries. This over actually from Roland-Jones, again, that was 80 miles an hour, that last delivery.
That got big on him. Another probing over, another quick over from Roland-Jones. 3 left in the day. Durham 24 for 3. And they're 48 in arrears.
So it's still there in the tank for the big fella. I guess he's having to make a conscious decision about how long does he want to prolong his career. Does he want to risk another injury? Roland-Jones, he's bowling well within himself for the most part, but cranking up the gears this evening, which is good to see for him. And well, if he can produce one more burst in the morning, then over to Bamber and potentially Anderson. That's going to be one of the questions overnight, isn't it? Is Anderson going to be okay to bowl with that finger injury? It is his bowling hands, the index finger.
Yeah, we saw when Middlesex went 1 down with bowlers against Derbyshire. That was quite important, wasn't it? With Tim Murtagh picking up hamstring injury that kept him out for a month. 1 down can play a role in the rotations. For I suppose that's the flexibility that Anderson provides them anyway, isn't it? As the all-round option. Odd that an all-rounder would come in at 9, but just the configuration of the team this week, and Holman coming in ahead of him. About nice and deep, Middlesex. If they get that right into the future with Holman and Anderson, as two of you, well, in the case of Holman, a specialist bowler who also bats, and Anderson a bit less clear whether he's a batter who bowls or vice versa. If they can be two consistent names on the team sheet, that will always give them great flexibility with where they bat Simpson, with what order they come in. Trying to maintain a left-right combination, that kind of thing. Those 3, 6, 7, 8, pretty deep.
Yeah, future looks bright for Middlesex. There's an awful lot of youngsters banging on the door at the moment. We're very excited about the ones that we've seen in the first team for Middlesex over the last few years. Been wonderful to see any county when they see youngsters come through, but a burst of them, as many as they have at the moment, Middlesex. But they're very excited about the next crop as well. So the youth system's starting to churn them out again at Middlesex. That was Angus Fraser's great frustration when he arrived, but they weren't.
Deep point goes back, giving Borthwick a single. Backward square also out. What the thinking here is they want, well, it's clear, isn't it? They want to bowl at Borthwick. They're not as phased about Salisbury, night watchman. Will he take a single if on offer? Because you reach your point, don't you, as the set specialist bat in a situation like this where you kind of want the night watchman to face. 2 balls left in the over. Oh. The Murta channel.
That's a beaut. Again from Murta. Borthwick not a long way forward to that one, was he?
So Murta will get one more crack from the nursery end, but before that comes Toby Roland-Jones. 2 overs left in the day. A long day here at Lord's, 104 overs. We're going to get every single one of them in. Middlesex, 72-run lead. And they're all out for 422. And then Roland-Jones, just immaculate. 3 for 6, but he's barely put the ball out of place across those 4 overs. Giving himself every opportunity. He'll have 6 more deliveries and they will start off at Salisbury, the night watchman. Leg slip still in 2. Shouts of catch spooned up into the onside, but he gets down the non-striker's end. I don't suppose Middlesex will. Roland-Jones to Borthwick. He can bowl a ball to Borthwick along the lines of what he did to Alex Lees before.
Aye, it's a little bit of surprise that he's taken that single, to be honest. At the point of the night watchman is to protect the batter that's out there as well as the batters to come. If Borthwick to fall in this over now, then there would be a fair bit of criticism, I think, of that single. Just didn't get Borthwick's play enough in the last over he had to him, Roland-Jones. Can he just get it on that better line that he had for Lees? And that carry through to Simpson was interested on that one. That was good pace, good bounce. Through it went. For all those that we've seen dying, and that one that very nearly did die off the edge of Lees' bat. It'll be something to watch tomorrow. It's interesting.
Probably made that look a bit trickier than it was there, Borthwick swaying back, but
Yeah, I just felt like it got a little bit more climb, that, from Roland-Jones. Again, over 75, around that 77 mark. And for the most part, you'd almost say he was 10 miles an hour down on what he was then we bowled South Africa for England. But he's only 5 miles an hour down in this spell, isn't he? So he's not far off what he was. He was never express pace. He was always accurate and always lifted that ball off a length. Pushed batters back and back and back. Didn't get that extraordinary run against Hashim Amla as well, didn't he?
quite sure of their chances. Enthusiastic about something's going on out there. Roland-Jones, 2 deliveries left for him today.
They must have found somebody down at the bottom of the Edgeridge stand, haven't they, to respond to them. I think it's the ground staff actually now that they're having a look at.
Yes.
There we go. There we go.
Roland-Jones. the right questions. What a spell it's been for Toby Roland-Jones. He finishes with 3 for 7 from 5. Removing Jones, then Lees in his first set, bookending that over, and then Peterson plumb in front for 3, the South African overseas. 25 for 3, right over left on this third evening, which could not have gone any better for the home side. Stick with us, of course, after play. You'll be able to, on the social media feed, pick up Kev's chat with whoever he collars down in front of the tavern stand. I wonder who that be today. I reckon it might be Martin Anderson. Maybe
Max Holden's was pretty good as well, wasn't it?
Max Holden.
I don't think he's done one yet this season.
Nice choice down there. We'll have our wrap up of the day's play on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and MSN Messenger and Bebo and Friendster, My Journal, AOL Messenger. And we're everywhere. Extra slip, 5 in the cordon. Squeezed through just about. Gotta love 5 slips late in the day. Josh Takeri's there. Saving runs. Luck on the finger too.
So it's 4 down at best at the close of day 3 for Middlesex. 4 down at worst for Durham. One of those being the night watchman, but they'd have certainly taken that. And the catch, which just about carried I fancy to Holman, was that of Peterson. So it wasn't costly. How does he feel against his former side? Stoneman. Haven't seen Sunderland win as well today. Probably needed a bit of cheering up, the Newcastle lad.
We've had a lot of results back and forth, tracking all the games around the country too. 5 slips, leg slip. Murtagh loves this. So close to Salisbury's off stump. In the end, pretty good lead.
Yeah, trying to get it to seam back up the slope there, Mercer didn't come back as much as he wanted. I'm sure he'll leave the last 3 on the stumps. Does he bring anybody else up here? Do you need long leg back? If everything's going to be on the stumps now, then even just to try and put off the night watchman, have someone in his eye perhaps at silly mid-off. He's gone again, see if he can get one seam back up the slope.
I've got the camera out for that one. I thought 5 slips, a leg slip and a short leg. That's sort of an iconic Tim Murtagh setup, isn't it, late in the day? Thanks to everybody who's been with us on the live stream and the comments. It's always appreciated. Son of a gun, Jack in London, John Carter, Dino, Paul Morris, Ed McPhee, Kaiser Soze. Who are you, Kaiser Soze?
That was the episode I got up to on Derry Girls last night, Kaiser Soze. Do you not remember?
I don't actually. That must be.
They went to the cinema and they got chucked out because of a bomber at the beginning. And all
you
the
better,
way through.
you better not give a spoiler here. One of the all-time great movie twists. Mind you, that was released in 1995.
I think we're safe, surely. Last ball of the day.
Last ball of the day. Tim Murtagh, ever so close. What a performance off the short run. Off cutter, missing off stump by the proverbial coat of varnish. Salisbury survives. We'll resume tomorrow on 3. The captain, Borthwick, on 13. It'll be the second man, the latter, the captain, who needs to bat for a long stretch of time to help drag this back for Durham, who are in all sorts. Losing 3 wickets in an eventful flurry there at the end. Michael Jones out to the first ball of Toby Roland-Jones for 1, caught behind Simpson. Alex Lees at the end of his first over, an absolute beauty. Simpson diving away low into his left. A one-hander also gone for 1. At that stage, they were 2 for 3, or 3 for 2, I should say. And then Keegan Peterson, the third man to go, leg before wicket, also to Roland-Jones, 18 for 3. That brought Borthwick and Salisbury together, who've added a further 7 runs and got Durham to the close after 11 overs. They were trailing by 72 when they started their second innings. That's now 47. And Kevin Hand as Toby Roland-Jones leads the park. It's been a long day here at Lords, but Middlesex through that final session with Martin Anderson and Luke Holman, that partnership of 100, getting the last batting point through Roland-Jones with blade in hand. Those 3 late wickets, they've given themselves every opportunity. Full points here tomorrow.
Great to see for Roland-Jones, all the injury troubles over the years. It'll never make up for the Ashes tour he missed, all of the time off the park in recent years for Middlesex, which meant perhaps not one for England that he undoubtedly would have had. He'd have been in that England side the whole time. But to see him run in and pick up those wickets this evening and bowl so well. But he's bowled beautifully all season long. You think of that game down at Cardiff, 3 for 34 in the first innings. Out-bowled Shaheen Shah Afridi, 5 for 40 in the second down there. And last week, 4 for 64 in the first innings against Notts. Picks up 3 for 67 in the second innings against Leicestershire. He's had a wonderful, wonderful start to the season, Roland-Jones. And he just saw Ethan Bamber walking off behind him there as well. Bamber with a big smile on his face and a pat on the back for Roland-Jones. He's got his opening berth back, hasn't he, Roland-Jones, at the pavilion end now. He lost it last year to Bamber. Bamber won't mind that 1 iota that he's managed to see Roland-Jones running in like this again. Look at that. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 7. Absolutely outstanding from him, and you'd imagine it's going to be much of the same again tomorrow. So it's a long, long way for Durham to save this game, which is all they can surely do now.
Thank you everybody for watching. It's all set up nicely here at Lords. Durham 25 for 3, still 47 runs behind Middlesex, who are bowled out for 422 late on the third day. The game has well and truly opened up due to one man, Toby Roland-Jones. Until tomorrow, good night from Adam Collins and Kevin Hand. We'll see you between times on the social media feed with Kevin's interview pitch-side and with our end-of-play summary. Bye for now.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.